Chapter 1100. Really? Chang'e was overjoyed. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand and shouted. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't hide the smile on his face and nodded with a smile. Then, senior brother, aren't you more powerful than Master O? Qin Chen's eyes were full of longing. Of course I can't compare with Master O now, but if you give me a few more years I'll definitely be more powerful than Master O. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. How old is Master O? How old is Xiaohu? When he's as old as Master O, then he'll be one of the most powerful people in Jianghu. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Chang'e complained. Alas, to tell you the truth, didn't I tell you just now? I was so surprised that I felt dizzy all day and walked like a feather. I didn't know how to tell you. Zhang Xiaohu explained. However, I heard from Xiaohua that I just entered the way of immortality by chance and haven't mastered the cultivation method. It's not worth mentioning at all. So I have to ask you too. My wives to do me a favor. Chang'e and Qin were shy and said, My husband, please tell us what you want. Zhang Xiaohu told them about the Heart Sutra. Chang'e and Qin certainly agreed. Great. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, In the next few days, second brother, you should practice the blade-breaking force and learn how to use the genuine qi. Don't look at the qi drawing and qi refining first. After you finish writing the Kunpeng's Edge and Nishan Heart Sutra, you can carefully understand and practice them. Well, I'll listen to you. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. I'll leave the rest of my life to you. Well, Zhang Xiaohua bared her teeth and said, Then make me an elder of your misty school. You really want to? Zhang Xiaohu said, With your divine ability, I can definitely stand my ground against all opposition. Forget it, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. I'm already inseparable from Misty School, so there's no need for these superficial things. Alright, what kind of pill are you refining? There were quite a few spiritual herbs in the medicine hall. They were all found by the Righteous Alliance from who knows where. They were all quite old. Do you want some? Oh, I don't need it for the time being. When I need it, I can get it myself. Zhang Xiaohua didn't treat herself as an outsider. Then he suddenly thought of something and said, Oh right, there really is something I need to trouble you with. What is it? Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Second brother, do you still remember that before we went to Shitsue Mountain to save people, we saved a middle-aged man who was a performer from the bullies in Lu Town? Oh, I remember him. He brought a little monkey with him. And he sold medicinal plasters. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, I remember that he gave you the pill formula. And it's that pill formula. It's the pill formula for the bone condensation pill. I used it to refine the bone condensation pill. There's a positive karma? Zhang Xiaohu said in surprise. This man who was a performer can be considered a benefactor to Misty School. Hee, if you want to say it like that, it can be considered a bit. Zhang Xiaohua said, This man is called Chu Zhigao. He lives in Dragon Mountain. Second brother, find a disciple to go and bring them over. It's not safe there. He has a child called Jing. I plan to take him in. Okay, I got it. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Chu Zhigao is skilled in alchemy. It's also suitable for him to enter my Misty School's medicine hall. Don't even think about it. He's already marked with my Beidou School's label. You can't snatch him away even if you want to. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then she asked, Oh right, second brother, it's been a while. The Righteous Alliance doesn't seem to have any news? Zhang Xiaohu was also at a loss. Yes, my Misty School is united. We're just waiting for the Righteous Alliance's troops. But the Righteous Peak is as stable as Mount Tai. I don't know what Zhang San is thinking. Forget it. Ignore him. We'll deal with it as it comes. We'll deal with it by sticking to the status quo. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. Now you should think about how to improve your cultivation. Therefore, in the following 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua dictated Kunpeng Transformation and Nishan Heart Sutra every day and had Chang'e and Qin copy one each. Then he explained to Zhang Xiaohu how to sense the vitality of the world and draw it into the body. After that, he escaped into the Misty School's Misty Palace and focused on refining his soul-absorbing pill. On the Righteous Peak, Zhang Xiaohu and the others had been worried about the Righteous Alliance. At this time there was a lot of discussion. Reporting to Alliance Master Zhang, I think that this matter of the Misty School must not be started. Since Nun Jing-yi of the Fragrance Cult has already said that the Misty School has reopened and has nothing to do with the Fragrance Cult, then we must give them a thunderous blow and let the Jianghu know that the Righteous Alliance is not to be trifled with. Otherwise, with the Misty School as a precedent, the various gangs in the future will not be easy to manage. Some people with unfathomable motives may seek refuge with the fragrance cult or even between the clouds and the water. Vice Alliance Master Me is right. I think so too. The Misty School must not be set as an example. Another Vice Alliance Master who was slightly younger also clamored, but it's been many days since Alliance Master Jiang came back from the incense cult. Why haven't we seen Alliance Master Jiang arrange the troops and deploy the elites? A mere Misty School. A few years ago the Righteous Alliance might have been worried, but now, the older generation of disciples have been crippled of their martial arts. How can the remaining new disciples be a match for us? That's right, the Fragrance Cult's martial arts assembly has a great influence. If the Righteous Alliance doesn't feel comfortable, I'm afraid we'll fall behind. In the main hall, only Alliance Master Zhang San sat at the head of the table with a gloomy face. His eyes seemed to be looking at the Vice Alliance Masters below him, but his eyes were empty. No one knew what he was thinking. Vice Alliance Master Chai, who only had one arm left, frowned a few times. He wanted to refute, but when he saw Zhang San's expression, he gritted his teeth and endured it. As expected, a tall and thin old man spoke again. Alliance Master Zhang, you should say something. Since the establishment of the Righteous Alliance, when have we ever suffered such a great loss? But, ever since we destroyed the Misty School, things have never gone well. Not to mention when we destroyed the Misty School, Vice Alliance Master Mi's martial arts were greatly damaged, and Vice Alliance Master Chai lost an arm. Later, our Vice Alliance Master Nan mysteriously disappeared. Other than a burn mark, there was no trace of him. Until now we haven't found anything. These losses are fine. Our Righteous Alliance also obtained the Misty School's Misty Mountain Villa. It can be considered as compensation. But in these years, the Misty School's forbidden area, who knows how many brothers have died. They didn't even get a single bit of their immortal inheritance. And now the Fragrance Cult actually backstabbed us. They sent out all the disciples of the Misty School to take up the Misty School's banner again. Is there any need to say more? Everyone in the Jianghu knows that they are obviously targeting our Righteous Alliance. This Misty School must be a branch of the Fragrance Cult. Don't you have any idea what the Fragrance Cult is doing? If you don't do anything, not only will the Misty Mountain Villa be taken away by the Fragrance Cult, even the Righteous Peak will be taken away by Jianghu. How dare you? Vice Alliance Master Chai finally couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at the tall and thin old man and said angrily, "You Zhan Fei, you're so noisy. Don't think everyone here is a fool who doesn't know what you mean." "What I mean?" Vice Alliance Master Yu sneered. "What can I mean? I'm just anxious to see the Righteous Alliance declining day by day." Sigh. Alliance Master Zhang San's face turned cold. He then sighed and waved his hand. "Stop talking." Then he looked at Vice Alliance Master Yu and said with a sneer, "What should I do according to Vice Alliance Master Yu's plan?" "This." Vice Alliance Master Yu was slightly startled. He probed, "Is there any need to say? I'm sure Alliance Master Zhang San already has a plan in mind." "Please enlighten me, Vice Alliance Master Yu." Alliance Master Zhang San smiled and said. Vice Alliance Master Yu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Since Alliance Master Zhang San wants me to say it, I'll throw a brick to attract jade." Then he cleared his throat and said, "In my opinion first, you should send a disciple to inform Vice Alliance Master Ban of the news of the Misty School's reappearance so that he can be prepared. Even if the Misty School arrives before I rescue them, they can still hold on for some time. Second, send the Green Flame token as reinforcements immediately. Send the forces of the Righteous Alliance near Pingyang City as reinforcements. It's best to attack from both inside and outside so that the Misty School will be attacked from both sides. Third, Alliance Master Zhang San can give the order for all the elite disciples of the Righteous Peak to come out in full force and exterminate the Misty School's disciples. But fourth, Alliance Master Zhang San laughed coldly. If Alliance Master Zhang San is worried about the Fragrance Cult, you can send a portion of your disciples to ambush the Fragrance Cult on the way to Pingyang City. If the Fragrance Cult sends reinforcements, you can wipe them out. Not bad. But fifth? I'm slow-witted and can only think of this. If Alliance Master Zhang San has a better idea, please let me know. Vice Alliance Master Yu's tone was weak before he regained his composure. Vice Alliance Master Yu has worked hard to guard the Righteous Alliance while we were away at the Fragrance Cult, Alliance Master Zhang San praised. I don't dare to claim credit for myself. It's all thanks to Alliance Master Zhang San. Vice Alliance Master Yu said proudly. But, It's because Vice Alliance Master you didn't go to the fragrance cult and didn't participate in the martial arts circle assembly that you don't know that the pugilistic world of today is no longer the pugilistic world of the past. Alliance Master Zhang San said sadly, I've long thought of what Vice Alliance Master you said. When I left the fragrance cult, I've already sent a disciple to pass the message to Vice Alliance Master Ban of the Ethereal Peak and to the Green Flame Token. Of course, it's not like what Vice Alliance Master you said. We just need them to adapt to the situation and preserve the strength of the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, the 4 High Priests of the Righteous Alliance have also gone to the Green Flame Token. If there are no accidents, the disciples of the Misty School, even if they manage to take the Ethereal Peak, they'll have to pay a huge price. Alliance Master Zhang San has great foresight. I'm impressed, Vice Alliance Master you said regretfully. But, you should listen to the news that Vice Alliance Master Chai just received. Alliance Master Zhang San waved his hand expressionlessly. Please vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Come. Chapter 1101. Vice Leader Chai looked at Vice Leader Yu in disdain and said, Vice Leader Yu, Alliance Leader Zhang had already considered what you said and had already prepared a countermeasure. But, according to the news I just received, Ethereal Peak was still occupied by the disciples of Misty School. None of our Righteous Alliance disciples managed to escape. That's impossible. Vice Leader Yu was shocked. The disciples of Misty School are all young. Oh, that old beggar Jingy. Did she do something again? Vice Leader Yu only thought of it now. Vice Leader Chai mocked. Alliance Leader Zhang had already expected this. That's why he allowed our Righteous Alliance disciples to do whatever they wanted. Of course I thought of it. Vice Alliance Leader Yu scoffed and argued, could it be that the Alliance Leader's message hasn't arrived yet? Of course not. Vice Leader Chai said. According to the messenger disciple, he did not receive any message from our Righteous Alliance regarding the Misty School. What does this mean? Alliance Leader Zhang San looked at Vice Leader Yu and asked. I guess the disciples of Fragrance Cult laid an ambush along the way. Vice Leader Yu said hesitantly. Vice Leader Yu, you're wrong again. It's not the disciples of Fragrance Cult. It's the disciples of Misty School. Vice Leader Chai corrected him. That old beggar Jingy actually sent 2 inner disciples and thousands of outer disciples to Misty School to become disciples of Misty School. Under the leadership of a Misty School disciple named Jianghu, they ran all the way and ambushed our Righteous Alliance without alerting anyone. Vice Alliance Master Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Jingy is really thick-skinned. There's nothing thick-skinned about it. Alliance Leader Zhang San waved his hand. If it were me, I would have sent my Vice Leader too. This is nothing. But, Vice Leader Yu said, didn't Alliance Leader Zhang say that the 4 great consecrators of our Righteous Alliance were nearby? They even had the Green Flame Token. Even if they acted at their own discretion, it's impossible that they were no match for them. According to reports, on that day, an immortal Dao expert from Misty Peak killed Vice Alliance Leader Ban and the 4 great reverends. Vice Alliance Leader Chai said expressionlessly. Ah? Vice Alliance Leader Yu was stunned. After a moment he said, is he the same person as the immortal Dao expert from Rejuvenation Valley? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. How can my messenger disciple tell the difference? It must be the incense cult's doing. If he's not an immortal expert from the incense cult, why would he help the Misty School? Vice Alliance Leader Yu, please calm down. I have another piece of news. What? There's more? Yes, my Righteous Dao Alliance's Azure Flame Medallion. The disciples in the Evil Tiger Villa, including Vice Alliance Leader Jianghu, were all killed. Shi Chui Mountain, where the Blue Flame Token belongs, has been completely annihilated. Shi Chui Mountain? Vice Alliance Leader Yu was confused. It is also near Pingyang City. Vice Alliance Leader Chai did not explain. They were all burned to ashes. This is similar to Vice Alliance Leader Nan's disappearance. Vice Alliance Leader Yu, after hearing this, what do you think? Alliance Leader Zhang San laughed coldly. Vice Alliance Leader Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He cupped his fists and said, I didn't know that things would turn out this way. It's really, damn it. Don't blame yourself, Vice Alliance Leader Yu. You didn't go to the incense cult and didn't see the Immortal Dao's methods. Naturally, you don't know how powerful the Immortal Dao is. Alliance Leader Zhang San smiled and comforted him. I saw the incense cult, the Dalan temple, and between the clouds and the water and the Tenryusek's methods. Only then did I realize that my martial arts path was bleak. It was really like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. That's why I ordered Vice Alliance leader Ban to act at his discretion. Sigh, it's a pity, it's still too late. That old beggar Jingy is really despicable. I already said that the incense cult wouldn't do anything. Why? Did they still send an immortal expert to Pingyang City? If that immortal expert didn't make a move, the Misty School would have suffered greatly this time. Vice Alliance leader Chai said hatefully. That's right. Jingy only sent 2 inner disciples and a bunch of outer disciples. She didn't even send any disciples from Imo Xian Palace. Isn't she relying on her so-called immortal expert? Alliance leader Zhang San said thoughtfully, that immortal expert first destroyed the between the clouds and the water that surrounded Rejuvenation Valley. Then he killed the Righteous Alliance's forces around the Misty School. Isn't it all because of that old beggar Jingy? The Immortal Tao. Vice Alliance leader Yu was melancholic. Our Righteous Alliance is congenitally deficient. Haha, congenitally deficient can be made up for later. Alliance leader Zhang San said with a smile. He clearly wasn't as dispirited as Vice Alliance leader Yu. Alliance leader Zhang, what do you mean? Vice Alliance leader Yu was delighted. Nothing. Alliance master Zhang San sneered. Even if my Righteous Tao Alliance is an Immortal Tao Alliance, 3 of our 8 Vice Alliance masters have already fallen. If a few more harbor disloyalty, how can my Righteous Tao Alliance roam the pugilistic world? I wouldn't dare. Vice Alliance leader Yu's expression changed drastically. He stood up and said, although my words are a little extreme, I am still loyal to the Righteous Alliance. Alliance leader Zhang San, Vice Alliance leader Yu, you don't have to be like this. I was just saying. Zhang San stood up and walked in front of Vice Alliance leader Yu. He pressed Vice Alliance leader Yu into a chair and said with a smile, the 9 alliance leaders of our Righteous Alliance have always worked together to make our Righteous Alliance a super sect in the pugilistic world. It is also the only martial arts sect other than the Immortal Tao Legacy sections. We also have a place in the Pugilistic World Convention. Vice Alliance leader, you didn't get to see such a grand occasion because you were guarding the Righteous Peak. It is a pity that our Righteous Alliance didn't get to see such a grand occasion. Vice Alliance leader Yu's expression relaxed. He smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. This is also my effort. Haha, this is everyone's effort. Zhang San smiled and said. Then his expression turned cold. However, if anyone really has ulterior motives, I won't let them off. Vice Alliance leader Yu's relaxed expression tensed up again. That's right. Alliance leader Zhang San, what did you mean by, innate deficiencies can be made up for later? Mi Kong, who looked a little dispirited, asked curiously. Haha, Alliance leader Zhang San smiled and said, this is an opportunity that the heavens have given to our Righteous Alliance. As he said that, he looked at Vice Alliance leader Chai. Vice Alliance leader Chai continued, brothers, I'll let you know that when the messenger disciple was on his way back to the Righteous Tao Alliance, he was resting at night and coincidentally saw a rainbow-colored brilliance in the sky above the southwest of Pingyang City, illuminating the entire night sky. A rare treasure has appeared? The others were curious. That's right. That disciple observed it for several days. Every night there would be a bright light. It is exactly the same as the legendary rare treasure of the Immortal Tao. Rare treasures from the heavens can only be obtained by the virtuous. This opportunity does not only belong to the Immortal Tao sections. If our Righteous Alliance obtains it, we might be able to reach the heavens in one step. Alliance leader Zhang San, is this reliable? Is it really a rare treasure? Haha, the spies from the Dalan Temple and the Incense Cult have also sent news. These 2 sects are doing something big. Do you think this is a rare treasure of the Immortal Tao? What about between the clouds and the water? Between the clouds and the water? They have just made a name for themselves in the pugilistic world. There is no news of their movements for now. However, if our Righteous Alliance knows about this, how can they not know? Alliance leader Zhang San waved his hand and said, let's not care about them for now. Vice Alliance leaders, this is an important matter. I need to go down the mountain personally and bring all the elites with me. Does anyone have any other opinions? Vice Alliance leader Mi hesitated and asked, but, what about the Misty School? We can't let them do whatever they want. Don't worry, Vice Alliance leader Mi. I know that you have suffered a great loss at Ethereal Peak and are still brooding about it. Listen to me. Alliance leader Zhang San understood Mi Kong's desire for revenge and whispered a few words in his ear. Mi Kong's face lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Alliance leader Zhang San is wise. I admire that old beggar Jing Yi's efforts were in vain. Vice Alliance leader Yu wanted to know the details but was afraid that Zhang San would think too much. He could only pretend that he did not hear anything. Alright, Vice Alliance leader Yu, you still have a heavy responsibility to guard the righteous peak and look after the rear of our righteous alliance. Alliance leader Zhang San waved his hand and said, I will wait for the day when we obtain the rare treasure. I will remember your great contribution. I dare not. I am afraid. Vice Alliance leader Yu stood up and bowed. Between the clouds and the water that Alliance leader Zhang San mentioned was much faster than the righteous alliance. However, Bai Yanqiu, who was on the way, received the report from the messenger disciple. He could not help but have a strange expression. He turned to Li Su of Huiming Hall and said, Li, the appearance of the immortal abode has caused such a huge commotion. It is beyond my expectations. It is just that, even Ancestral Master Huan did not expect this. This is a little troublesome. Haha, congratulations, sect leader. The bigger the commotion, doesn't it mean that the immortal abode is more useful? If between the clouds and the water obtains it, won't the entire pugilistic world, the entire immortal Tao belong to me in the future? Haha, Hall Master Li is right. Bai Yanqiu also laughed and said, I'm also feeling both happy and worried. Fortunately, I received the message from the Ancestral Master and have already made arrangements. However, Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult seems to know about this. I wonder, rest assured, sect leader. Ren Xiaoyao left the incense cult on the night of the Pugilistic World Convention. He might have gone to the Tenryu sect. I don't know his exact whereabouts. In other words, the incense cult does not know the whole story? Bai Yanqiu said thoughtfully, but, if the Tenryu sect intervenes, things will be difficult. The incense cult has also taken action, but I don't know if they know the whole story. Li Su said respectfully, however, the Tenryu sect? Even if they want to intervene, as long as we obtain the immortal abode, will we still be afraid of them? Li is right. By the way, sect leader, the remnants of the Misty School have recaptured the Misty Mountain Villa with the help of the incense cult disciples. Then, the immortal Tao Master who appeared in the Rejuvenation Valley appeared again, and killed one of the Righteous Alliance's deputy leaders and 4 old masters. Haha, I knew it, this immortal Tao Master must be from the incense cult. Even if he wanted to deceive people, he should have done it secretly. Abishjing is really old. By the way, Li, send some disciples to the mountains with my sect leader's token and invite some old immortals to come out. The incense cult has already sent immortals, so we have to show some sincerity. Chapter 1102. It was just as Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San had expected. On Lingxiang Peak in Mo Xian's palace, Nun Jingyi looked at the sky outside the palace with an unknown expression and was in a daze. Cough, cough. Qin Qin sat for a long time and coughed a few times. Chang'e glared at her, but Qin Qin looked innocent and rubbed her nose. She seemed to have caught a cold. Alas, the appearance of spreading incense and the chaos of Jianghu. These words. I don't know who said it. Nun Jingyi came back to her senses and said softly, before the formation of spreading incense collapsed, there was a big change in Huanshu. An unknown senior of the immortal path actually appeared. Outside Rejuvenation Valley, the flying sword killed the enemy. I didn't want to guess, but this senior actually came to Misty Peak. He killed a deputy leader and 4 consecrators of the Righteous Alliance with just a wave of his hand. Now we know that Longting Villa was instructed by between the clouds and the water. This senior of the immortal path has helped spreading incense several times. But why can't I remember that there is a senior with such magical powers in spreading incense? Abbess Jing Fan and Abbess and Jingyi reminded, could it be the 2 Taishang elders? Absolutely not. Nun Jingyi shook her head. The vitality of heaven and earth is scarce. Even primordial stones are rare. Even if the 2 grand elders have endless magical powers, but any magical power requires the consumption of vital energy. The grand elders can't afford it. Moreover, the 2 grand elders have been living in seclusion in Evergreen Valley for decades and have never seen outsiders. They definitely can't come out. Chang'e, Qin Qin, and the others seem to have already heard about the news of the incense cult's grand elder. Their faces didn't show any surprise, but Qin Qin said in a low voice, the grand elders are all women, but that immortal expert is a man. This is a big difference. Nun Jingyi looked at Qin Qin and said calmly, There was a man among the Grand Elders, but he died many years ago. Abbess Shuezhen chimed in, "Sect leader, you're overthinking. Since this immortal expert is closely related to our fragrant order, he's a friend and not an enemy. Sect leader, shouldn't you be happy? The problem is that the two Grand Elders are all stingy with their magic power. They don't care about ordinary Jianghu grudges. They only care about how to cultivate. But this one is really an anomaly. I can't help but worry. Are you worried that this senior will get involved in the grudges of the Jianghu and drag my incense cult into it?" Jing Fan Shirtai said with a smile. "Cult leader Darren, don't forget the two Taishang you mentioned just now. If they make a move, do you think we'll be afraid of him?" Abbess Jingyi smiled bitterly. "The two Grand Elders only listen to the orders of the cult leader, and the number of times I can order them is limited. Unless it's a matter of life and death for the cult of fragrance, they can't be used." "Then why did sect leader just issue the sect leader's order?" Chen Chen asked curiously. "Our incense cult is now as stable as a rock in the Jianghu. Why is it a matter of life and death?" "Peacock, you tell her," Abbess Jingyi said. It was unknown whether she was disdainful to tell Chen Chen, or whether she wanted to test Peacock's discipline. "Yes, sect leader Darren." Peacock stood up and bowed. She said, "After the news of the Misty School's disciples attacking the Misty Peak, I heard about the colorful brilliance appearing in the night sky near Yaoshan. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it has been happening for several days. It must be a strange sign of a celestial artifact being unearthed. In the celestial world, a celestial artifact with such a strange sign is extremely powerful and has incredible effects. If any sect obtains it, it will be like a tiger growing wings and its strength will increase. Does sect leader Darren want to obtain the celestial artifact, so you invited the two Grand Elders?" Chen Chen thought about it. Abbess Jingyi nodded slightly and then shook her head. "Peacock is right. What I'm referring to is the strange sign in the sky. It's just that. If it's something with such a strange sign, it's not a celestial artifact but a celestial artifact. A celestial artifact that's much more powerful than a celestial artifact. And Peacock also underestimated the significance of this strange sign." Abbess Jingyi said excitedly, "Long before the founder of our sect, Yu Mingxin, left a jade slip in Imo Xian's palace, saying something about Immortal Mansion." "Immortal Mansion?" Qin Chen exclaimed. "This is impossible." "Nothing is impossible." Abbess Jingyi smiled. "According to Yu Mingxin, the matter of Immortal Mansion is extremely secretive. She thought that she was the only one who knew about it, but she didn't expect that the Misty School was built in the Misty Peak, which is near Yaoshan. There isn't any paradise there. Since the founder of the Misty School Yang Haoya chose that place, he must have sensed something. Therefore Yu Mingxin made it clear that she and Yang Haoya were old friends. If the Misty School were to take action, the incense sect wouldn't have to do anything." "Why?" Qin Chen asked curiously. "Such a big immortal mansion, whoever has the ability can have it. You little girl, you don't even listen to the founder's words." Abbess Jingyi scolded, but there was no anger in her tone. Abbess Shuezhen bit her lip and thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Yu Mingxin didn't say that we can't destroy the Misty School." Junior sister Shuezhen is right." Abbess Jingyi narrowed her eyes and smiled. "If the Shindao sect can be destroyed, why can't the Misty School be destroyed? If the Misty School is destroyed, this immortal mansion. Won't there be no one to fight with the incense sect?" Everyone gasped and secretly admired her. After a long while Abbess Jing Fan said, "Leader, I really admire you. At first I thought that we had no choice but to join the Righteous Alliance and destroy the Misty School." "Junior sister Jing Fan, you're wrong. What we said before was the original intention. We didn't intend to destroy the Misty School at first. The Immortal Mansion has been around for tens of thousands of years, and it hasn't appeared. We don't have the ability to predict the future, so how could we know that the Immortal Mansion would appear at this time? What we did before was indeed for the future of the incense sect. We hope to find a way to save the incense sect from the secluded plane. But now the method hasn't been found, and the protective array has collapsed first. We have to be ruthless and seize the Misty School in our hands. Although the Misty Peak is useless, it has an innate geographical location and is very close to the secluded plain in Yaoshan. If we can obtain such convenient conditions, not only will the strength of the incense sect increase, but it will also be a blow to the Righteous Alliance. Why not?" "But," Leader announced to the entire Jianghu, "the reconstruction of the Misty School has nothing to do with the incense sect." Qin Chen asked, Haha, we went to Yaoshan and didn't go to the Misty Peak. We also didn't meet Zhang Xiaohu alone. Who can say that behind our back? Then when do we set off? We can't let others snatch this immortal mansion. Qin Qin said anxiously. Don't worry, don't worry. The immortal mansion hasn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for it to appear in these few days. Moreover, even if it appears, it's not something that can be entered at will. Let's wait for the elders to come up and set off together. Junior sister Jingfen, I'll have to trouble you with all the affairs of the incense sect. In the Dalan Temple, there was a similar scene, but the Dalan Temple didn't seem to have the inheritance of the three sections. It was estimated that it was an extremely precious magic weapon, but no one expected it to be a immortal mansion. In the main hall of the Tenryu sect, the demigods and semi-devils were all present. The voice of Sakura sounded in the empty sky. Kinara has already told us about the Misty Peak in Yaoshan. What do you think, Heavenly Kings? The tall Azura had been impatient for a long time. When he heard this, he laughed and said, Do you still need me to say it? Let's go directly and seize the magic weapon of the Tenryu sect. No matter whether we can use it or not, we'll leave it in the Tenryu sect so that no one can use it against the Tenryu sect in the future. I have the same thoughts as Azura. This is the time to fish in troubled waters. We should let the boy go out to relax and let the whole Jianghu experience the power of the Tenryu sect. Haha, Heavenly King Yiksha is right. Our Tenryu sect hasn't been in the Jianghu for a long time, so the boy under you must be itching for a fight. However, you're all thinking too much. This thing in Yaoshan isn't an object, but an immortal mansion. Immortal mansion? The Heavenly Kings were all shocked. Azura asked curiously, How does Sakura know about this? I haven't seen any records of it in the sect. This, you don't need to know. Sakura laughed. You only need to know that this is a very useful immortal mansion. An immortal mansion is useless to our demonic sect. What do we need it for? Garuda asked curiously. Garuda, could it be that you were beaten silly by the people of the immortal sect? If that immortal mansion is obtained by others, wouldn't it be a great threat to our Tenryu sect? And this immortal mansion has a great use for me. You'll know when the time comes. Garuda's face turned slightly red when he heard this. He only said in a low voice, That person of the immortal sect is also strange. He killed the people of the Longting Villa and still wanted to save the little girl from the incense cult. Recently, I heard that he even helped the Misty School to kill the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance. I really don't know, how did this immortal sect survive? Garuda, don't worry. This person of the immortal sect won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. When I kill that guy one day, I'll vent your anger for you. Sakura's words were very strange, making the Heavenly Kings puzzled. Sakura, why do you say that? Garuda asked curiously. Were we forbidden from provoking the people of the immortal sect in the past? Why did they change their nature now? It seems like they're going to start a massacre. Sakura only listened and didn't answer. Gandharv also asked, Sakura, where's our saintess? Is the treatment effective these few days? Why don't I see her coming out? Naturally it's effective. Sakura smiled. The saintess has gradually recovered her memory. It's just that she's a little depressed these few days and doesn't want to come out. Then he said, Heavenly Kings, the incense cult has appeared and the Jianghu is in chaos. Our Tenryu sect should also join in the fun. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1103. The rainbow-colored glow of Yao Mountain appeared every night. It was not a taboo and even ordinary passers-by could see it, not to mention the people of Jianghu. Since the great sects of the Immortal Path and the Tenryu sect were so interested in Yao Mountain's immortal abode, how could the small sects of Jianghu not covet it as well? This was especially true for those who had been to the Huayu Palace of the incense cult and had seen the immortal Dao technique. Their sect leaders and elders were burning with passion. They racked their brains and mobilized the resources of their entire sect to analyze their strengths and weaknesses. They tried their best to seize the opportunity to compete for the heavenly bestowal treasure. For a moment, the entire Jianghu was in a state of turmoil. Various forces flocked to Yao Mountain. But at that moment Yao Mountain changed again. The rainbow-colored glow gradually disappeared, and it no longer appeared at night. Was it a rumor spread by others? Or had it been taken by the great sects of the Immortal Path? Or had the Immortal Path's treasure not been born yet? In short, all kinds of opinions appeared again. However, no matter what, the entire Jianghu would definitely turn out in full force. Even if they couldn't go to Yaoshan for the time being, they would attract the attention of others. All the sects would still send their elite disciples to Yaoshan and other sects to gather information and exchange information. In short, no one was willing to retreat so easily. If the treasure suddenly appeared and they missed it, it would be too late for regrets. But the Misty School, which was closest to Yao Mountain, did not make any moves. But this calmness was only a facade in the eyes of the people of Jianghu. They believed that under the calm there was an undercurrent. If the newly re-established Misty School wanted to stand firm, if it did not withstand the counterattack of the Righteous Alliance, and if it did not effectively mesh the two forces within the sect, it would never become a true Misty School. Just as Jing-Yi expected, Ming Qing and the other disciples of the incense cult had long been known by the people of Jianghu. But the disciples of the incense cult admired the Misty School and voluntarily joined the Misty School. The incense cult was generous and gave these people a chance. Who could say anything? Incense cult. The strength they displayed during the martial arts tournament was not something that normal wanderers would dare to slander them. Of course, these were all the discussions and guesses of the people of Jianghu. Inside the Misty School, it was still calm and peaceful. The disciples of the two sects were cultivating and guarding their own rooms. There were no disturbances. On this day, Zhang Xiaohu was in the conference hall. Just as he was about to call Du Feng and the others over, he heard a voice behind him. "Second brother, I have news for you. Come to the secret room behind the conference hall." Needless to say, it was Zhang Xiaohua who was hiding her figure. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly. Looking at the empty meeting hall, he got up and went to the secret chamber. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, Zhang Xiaohu said first, "Don't tell me the news first. I have something to tell you." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Your whereabouts have been unknown for the past 10 days. I have always wanted to tell you. Du Feng and Ding Chao. I feel a little uneasy." "Eh? The two of them? What are you uneasy about?" "That's the famous Misty Twin Beauties. Their martial arts are getting better and better. They are catching up with Master and Martial Uncle Shui. They can be considered as the best among our generation of disciples. But don't forget their martial arts were obtained from Shixin Peak. You are hiding your head and showing your tail. Who knows who you are? I am afraid that they will think that the incense cult's experts helped them and... Well, second brother, you are suspicious of your neighbor. Why are you suspecting these things for no reason?" Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. "You don't understand, Xiaohua. I am now the leader of the Misty School. Of course, I have to think about many things. Du Feng and Ding Chao are the backbone of my Misty School. I must ensure their loyalty." Okay, Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently. "When I have time tonight, I will go there." "Well, you better say that you are a senior of the Misty School. You wanted to save these disciples from the incense cult, but there were too many people and you couldn't help. So you cultivated the two of them to be the backup force of the Misty School. What do you think?" "As you wish, second brother." Zhang Xiaohua agreed. But then she rolled her eyes and took out a jade bottle. She smiled and said, "Why is it so troublesome? You just need to test the power of this soul-scaring pill and make them obey you wholeheartedly." "Soul-scaring pill?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, "What kind of pill is this? How can I make the two of them work for me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and explained the effects of the soul-scaring pill. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head like a rattle drum and said, "That won't do. Du Feng and Ding Chao are disciples of my Misty School. They will be of great use in the future. If they become puppets, I will cry." Then Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses and snatched the jade bottle. He smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you would help me deal with Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, these disciples of the incense cult? There has been no movement for a while. It turns out that you have hidden your trump card here." But when he opened the jade bottle, there were only a dozen pills inside. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, "If you only control Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, I'm afraid that they still have Nun Jingyi's eyes and ears. It won't be easy to deal with them." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, do you think that this soul-scaring pill is an ordinary thing? It requires extremely precious herbs to refine. This is also my first time refining it. I don't know how effective it is. If I fail to refine it, won't it be a waste of herbs?" "Oh, this is just a test." Zhang Xiaohu understood. "And that's right. Today I am looking for second brother for this matter. Find a dozen disciples of the incense cult and let me see the effect of this pill." "This?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "The disciples of the incense cult don't listen to me now. They can only go through Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Aren't there many disciples of the Righteous Alliance in the dungeon and back of the mountain? These disciples are still waiting for reinforcements from the Righteous Alliance. They won't surrender no matter what. I can't bear to kill them. I'm worried. This is good. There are many disciples of the Righteous Alliance. If this soul-scaring pill is effective, second brother's strength will increase greatly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu became even more anxious. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Second brother, you are the leader of the Misty School. You have to pay attention to your demeanor. Bullshit demeanor, Zhang Xiaohu said angrily. This concerns the fate of my Misty School. How can I be calm? Besides, what demeanor do I have to talk to you about? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I don't have anything in common with you. After saying this, she twisted her body and disappeared into the ground. Her voice was left behind. Second brother, you go ahead. I will follow you from behind. Zhang Xiaohu looked at her with envy. The true qi in his body flowed slightly. He sighed. The flow of true qi in this blade is gradually becoming more and more familiar. However, the mental cultivation of the Kunping transformation is still not at the entry level. I don't know when I will be able to move as freely as Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu left the secret room and called for a disciple to bring him to the back of the Misty Peak. The back of the Misty Peak was a cliff. It was a dead end. Hence, a few simple and crude wooden huts were built here to guard the captured disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Seeing the arrival of the sect leader, the disciple guarding the huts did not dare to be negligent. He hurried over to greet him. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and helped the disciple up. He explained the importance of guarding the huts and expressed his gratitude for their hard work. Then he said, I need a quiet wooden hut. I have some questions to ask the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. The disciple was encouraged by Zhang Xiaohu. He was excited and spoke incoherently. He pointed to the place where he was resting and said, Sect leader Zhang, this is where I rest. Do you think it's okay? I will bring a disciple of the Righteous Alliance over. I will personally guard it for you. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Many thanks. I don't dare to trouble sect leader. The disciple ran off. Not long after, he brought a young disciple with a dispirited look. The young disciple obviously recognized Zhang Xiaohu. He was slightly surprised and said in a hoarse voice, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Misty Schools? Hall Master. May I know why you are looking for me? The disciple of the Misty School kicked the disciple's leg and scolded, This is our Misty School's sect leader, not some Hall Master. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He did not blame the Misty School disciple and only asked, You recognize me? The disciple of the Righteous Alliance had his pressure points sealed. He rubbed his leg and nodded with a bitter smile. When the immortal appeared, I was also at Misty Peak. And I understand. Zhang Xiaohu looked at him and said, I am looking for you today because I have some questions. The disciple's face changed slightly and said coldly, For the Misty School sect leader to personally come and ask, it must be something important. I am just a small character in the Righteous Alliance. I have nothing to tell sect leader. Bang. The disciple of the Righteous Alliance kicked the disciple's butt again. The disciple of the Righteous Alliance staggered and almost fell down. Sect leader Zhang is asking you because you have a good opportunity. Yet you are trying to shirk away. You are really courting death. The disciple of the Righteous Alliance scolded and then asked in a fawning manner, Sect leader, do you want this disciple to find another disciple? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, You still need to find another disciple. Go and find a few more. I will ask this disciple. Yes. The disciple of the Righteous Alliance replied clearly and loudly. After the disciple of the Righteous Alliance left, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Come in and talk. The disciple of the Righteous Alliance coldly snorted and entered the woodshed. Before the disciple of the Righteous Alliance could see clearly what was inside the woodshed, his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her finger that sealed his pressure points. You run really fast. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and then stood to the side. Zhang Xiaohua did not reply. She squatted down and pinched open the disciple's tightly shut mouth and placed a soul-intimidating pill in his mouth. Chapter 1104. Zhang Xiaohu watched from the side as his heart leapt to his throat. If Zhang Xiaohua's soul-frightening pill was effective, then the problem that he had been having a headache over would be solved immediately. He could even use this soul-frightening pill as a milestone in the development of Misty School. With just this pill, Misty School would be able to escape the fate of being a puppet of Chuanxiang cult and become their own master. However, seeing that the soul-frightening pill had already been consumed by the Righteous Alliance disciple, he did not see any reaction from the disciple. After a moment, Zhang Xiaohu could not help but ask in a low voice, "Xiaohua, this. Is there any effect?" Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and stood up. The joints in his body creaked and his body shrank a little. Then he turned around and said, "What's the rush?" Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua turn around and saw her face that was exactly the same as his. He was shocked and almost jumped up. Just as he was about to laugh and scold her, he saw Zhang Xiaohua stretch out her hand and touch the Righteous Alliance disciple's body. Then she whispered something into the Righteous Alliance disciple's ear. That disciple suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was sluggish at first, then he looked straight ahead. After a while, his eyes lit up and after a few turns, he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face. "You seem to have some questions." Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, "My name is Zhang Xiaohu. I am the leader of Misty School. In the future, you must listen to me and be a good Misty School disciple." "Yes." The disciple's voice was still hoarse but his tone was not as sharp as before. "What is your name?" "This one is called Wang Luan." "Which sect are you from?" Wang Luan seemed to be struggling but very quickly his expression changed and said, "This one was originally a Righteous Alliance disciple. Now I should be a Misty School disciple." "Okay, close your eyes." Wang Luan closed his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and sealed his acupoints. She looked back at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "How is it? How's the effect of my soul-scaring pill?" "Turn yourself back first." Zhang Xiaohu was not used to speaking in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, second brother. When you get married, I'll be your best man." As she spoke, the joints on her body creaked, and a Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu. "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to change back to yourself if you keep changing back?" Zhang Xiaohu asked worriedly. "It's okay. As long as I remove the genuine qi of the shape-shifting skill, I will return to my original appearance." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and unsealed Wang Luan's acupoints. This time Wang Luan looked past Zhang Xiaohua and looked directly at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu walked in front of Wang Luan and looked him up and down. He did not find anything wrong with him. Wang Luan's eyes were clear, and his expression was also clear. There was no difference from before. "Wang Luan," Zhang Xiaohu said. "Your subordinate is here. Faction leader Zhang, please instruct me." Wang Luan said respectfully. "Okay, it's nothing. Tell me about the Righteous Alliance's situation." "Yes." Wang Luan obediently told him about the Righteous Alliance. However, as Wang Luan said, he was just an ordinary disciple. How could he know so much? Of course, Zhang Xiaohu did not really want to get anything out of him. He only listened briefly before waving his hand and saying, "Very good. Wang Luan, you may go back. After a few days, you and the other disciples of the Righteous Alliance will transfer to my Misty School. Together with me, we will build the Misty School into a famous sect in the pugilistic world." "Yes, I will obey faction leader's orders." Wang Luan saluted and walked out. Outside the woodshed, the disciple of the Misty School was standing guard. Beside him were a few other disciples of the Righteous Alliance whose acupoints were also sealed. Seeing Wang Luan come out, the disciple hurried forward and came to the door. He smiled and said, "Faction leader Zhang, did this disciple tell you the truth? If you are not satisfied, I will go back and punish him." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and turned to the door. He said in a low voice, "I am very happy that you are diligent in your duty. However, you don't have to be too harsh on the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. You must remember that the disciples of my Misty School were also prisoners of others not long ago. The feeling? I believe you still remember it?" The disciple was stunned and immediately looked embarrassed. After a while he bowed and said, "Faction leader Zhang is very kind and I admire you. I will pay more attention in the future." Then he pointed to the side and said, "These are some disciples with some positions in the Righteous Alliance. I believe they know more. I wonder if faction leader Zhang can use them." Zhang Xiaohu already knew that Zhang Xiaohua was only looking for people to test the effect of the soul-frightening pill. She didn't care about anyone, so he nodded and said, "Let them in." The disciple of the Misty School let them into the woodshed and he became a guard at the door again. Inside the woodshed, just like before, Zhang Xiaohua still let these people take the soul-frightening pill and let Zhang Xiaohu ask them some questions before letting them out one by one. After leaving the back mountain of the ethereal peak, Zhang Xiaohu didn't return to the meeting hall. Instead he went to the Huanxi villa. Zhang Xiaohua also showed up and the two of them talked as they walked. Second brother, what do you think of the effect? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua's work is always of the best quality. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, this is indeed a magical power of the immortal Tao. Wang Luan and the others, from the surface, there is no trace at all. No one would have thought that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance suddenly became disciples of our Misty School. Hee, they are faction leader Zhang's disciples, not some Misty School's disciples. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Of course. That's the scary part. Zhang Xiaohu replied, if I use enough soul-frightening pills, I'm afraid the whole Jianghu will be mine? Wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaohua said with disdain, everything has its vanquisher. This soul-frightening pill also has an antidote, but it's not something that can be done once and for all. Moreover, the herbs used to make the soul-frightening pill are extremely precious. If not for helping you, I wouldn't be willing to use them. I only took care of the disciples of the Righteous Alliance and the incense cult in the Misty School. I don't have any more elixirs. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's strange expression, Zhang Xiaohua said, of course, the herbs used to make the antidote are even more precious. I think in the Jianghu now, there may not be anyone who can refine it. Second brother, you will be safe for the next few decades. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, that's not what I'm thinking. Although what I said just now was just a casual remark, but, thinking about it, it's also a little scary. If this soul-frightening pill is taken by someone with evil intentions, then, won't it set off a bloody storm in the Jianghu? And, if it's discovered, won't it become the public enemy of the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, then laughed and said, second brother, I just saw the effects of this soul-frightening pill and wanted to tell you about it. I didn't expect you to lecture me first. Zhang Xiaohu saw his brother's reaction and nodded. What do you want to say? Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide and said bluntly, this soul-frightening pill is an item of the immortal path. It's originally a low-end trick. To be honest, no immortal path expert would waste it just to control the minds of others. There are many ways to deal with ordinary people in the immortal path. But in order to help second brother, I spent so much capital. I will never refine this kind of elixir in the future. Furthermore, using drugs to control one's mind isn't just limited to the immortal Tao. Even in the martial Tao, it's the worst. Since I'm in charge of ethereal sect, it's only natural for me to win people over through virtue. I'll pass down the legacy of Sect Master O's magnanimity. If I were to rely on such insignificant skills, how could ethereal sect become something great? Zhang Xiaohu replied proudly. Zhang Xiaohua applauded and said, second brother's words are exactly what I want. If it weren't for the dangerous situation now, and the disciples of the incense cult are eyeing second brother covetously, I really don't want to be so ruthless. Yes, the immortal path is long and I've just seen it. I'm still far from reaching the next level. I have no choice but to use extreme measures. Second brother, you don't have to be so concerned. This soul-frightening pill isn't too sinister. Apart from making people submissive, it's no different from ordinary people in other aspects. As the two of them spoke, the small courtyard of Huanxi Manor came into view. But at that moment, the sound of galloping horses came from behind. Zhang Xiaohu frowned slightly. When he turned back, he saw an ethereal sect disciple galloping over. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu, he immediately dismounted and bowed. Reporting to Sect Master Zhang, elder who has sent a disciple over. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said nothing. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed at first, but then he said with some displeasure, this is my younger brother. There's no harm in speaking. Yes, Master Zhang. The disciple said respectfully, elder who has sent a messenger here. His name is Chu Yunfei, a former disciple of Divine Engineering Hall. He wants to talk to Master Zhang about their return. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. That's great. We've been waiting for them for a long time. We've also sent out disciples to look for them. Now we finally have a chance to meet them again. If Elder Hu returns, our Misty School will be complete. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, you go out first. Tell Chu Yunfei that I'll go right away. After the disciple left, Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless as he said, it really is that Chu Yunfei. I presume that second brother still remembers what I told you. This Chu Yunfei is the disciple I met outside Songning town. After so many years he hasn't changed much. Yes, as long as he's Elder Hu's man. It's just that. Elder Hu came a little early. If he had come a little later, maybe, things would have been a lot easier. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, second brother, don't worry. I'll go and start refining now. Just tell me the number of disciples from Fragrance Cult and Righteous Alliance. I won't let you down. Well, thank you for your hard work, Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said. Then he frowned slightly. Oh right, there's been no news from Yao Mountain these days. There's been no sign of anything. It's fine. I don't necessarily have to open Beidou School in Yao Mountain. Yao Mountain is in the teeth of the storm now. It'll be troublesome to take it. Then he looked into the distance and said, now that Elder Hu has returned, I'm afraid second brother will have to deal with him for a while. Let's deal with second brother first. The two parted ways. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard and Zhang Xiaohu returned to Misty Mountain Villa. Chapter 1105. In the meeting hall, an elegant man in his 30s, dressed in brocade robes, stood with his hands behind his back. To his left sat Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, the two deputy sect masters of Ethereal Sect. The man was unarmed and had an arrogant look on his face. He didn't even look at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. His gaze was fixed on the meeting hall's surroundings. He looked greedily at every inch of it as if he had missed it for a long time. Seeing that the atmosphere in the meeting hall was a bit cold, Gao Kunheng coughed and said, You call yourself Chu Yunfei from Misty School. Why are you so quiet in the meeting hall? Could it be that you're mocking my Misty School? You're from Misty School? Chu Yunfei retracted his gaze and looked at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng with contempt. He couldn't help but sneer. My Misty School has always been the Misty School of my Misty School's disciples. When did it become the Misty School of the Incense Cult's disciples? Of course, I came to Misty School to talk to the leader of Misty School. You're not the leader of Misty School, so why should I talk to you? Gao Kunheng clearly didn't expect that this Misty School disciple named Chu Yunfei wouldn't give him any face. He had just opened his mouth to ask a question when he was blocked by a bunch of Misty School. His face reddened and he clenched his fist. He was about to get angry but Ming Qing blocked him with his hand and smiled. Misty School is Misty School. It doesn't matter who it used to be or who it will be in the future. It's ours now. Since Elder Hu wants to return to Misty School, then he must face this reality. Otherwise, he might not be able to adapt to this Misty School. Then he stood up and walked in front of Chu Yunfei. He said word by word, There is one more thing that I would like to correct. We are all disciples of the Ethereal Sect, not the Incense Cult. Everyone in Jianghu knows this. Brother Chu, you must be clear about this. Seeing this, Gao Kunheng also stood up and said with a smile, Deputy Sect Leader Ming taught you one thing and I will also teach you one thing. That is, Misty Heights and Misty Peak were snatched back by us, the Misty School's disciples. If not for us, the Misty School's disciples, Misty Peak would still be in the hands of the Righteous Alliance. Chu Yunfei's face was a bit hot. When he was about to explain himself, he heard someone laughing outside. Since you are all disciples of our Misty School, you should know what you are good at and what you are good at. It is very rare for Brother Chu to be able to listen to the teachings of two vice leaders. The person who entered was none other than Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was giving him a way out, Chu Yunfei knew that he had to step down. He stepped forward and bowed slightly saying, Greetings, Sect Leader Zhang. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Chu Yunfei and did not blame him. He pointed at Yi and said with a smile, Brother Chu, you are a guest from afar. You should sit down first. Then he faced Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng and said, Since the two vice leaders have taught Brother Chu one thing, then I will also teach the two vice leaders one thing. That is, Misty School was taken down by our Misty School's disciples, not by you or our Misty School's disciples. As for the specific credit, I think we should thank the immortal expert who suddenly made a move. If it wasn't for him, old man, whether our Misty School's disciples could have taken down Ethereal Peak or whether you and I would be sitting in this meeting hall is still uncertain. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng heard this and couldn't help but be silent. Zhang Xiaohu's words were very correct. Although the Fragrance Cult's disciples killed at the front, the Misty School's disciples didn't show any weakness. If Zhang Xiaohua hadn't reached out and eliminated Ban Fugue and the four old consecrators, Ethereal Peak really wouldn't have been taken down. Others might not know, but how could Zhang Xiaohu not know? How could Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng not know? Alright, vice leaders, please sit down. Brother Chu has brought news of our Misty School's Elder Hu. You may not care, but I want to hear it. Ming Qing looked at Gao Kunheng and walked to his seat and sat down. Then Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and ordered loudly, Disciples on duty, go and invite Elder Li, Elder Lu and Elder Wen. Elder Wen and the others here. Gao Kunheng frowned and said, Grand Leader Zhang, the meeting hall is the place where we discuss important matters. When you welcomed Li Jian and the others back then we didn't say anything. But now, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Ming Qing also added, yes, Grand Leader Zhang. I've already said that our Misty School doesn't have any elders now. Elder Li, Elder Lu, Elder Wen, and the others, it doesn't seem appropriate for Grand Leader Zhang to call them that. Chu Yunfei seemed to have expected this situation. He sat quietly in his chair and narrowed his eyes, watching. Zhang Xiaohu had long regarded them as the same as Wang Luan. He wouldn't lower himself to their level. He smiled and said, I'm used to calling them that. I just said it casually. Please don't take offense. As he said that, he looked at Chu Yunfei and said, Brother Chu came from afar and hasn't seen the elders in the sect for a long time. It's good for him to meet them. Besides, aren't the two vice leaders also in the meeting hall? You can also see the touching scene when our Misty School's disciples meet. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's shameless explanation, Ming Qing and Ming Qing were speechless. However, they thought that if they stayed away these people might do something they didn't know. It was better to see them face to face. Not long after, Li Jian and the others arrived. Chu Yunfei didn't have much of an impression of Zhang Xiaohu, so it was inevitable that he would be disrespectful when meeting him. However, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, and the others were all famous people from the Misty School. They were all direct disciples of 2 generations. Chu Yunfei didn't dare to slight them. When he saw Li Jian's familiar face appear at the entrance of the meeting hall, his eyes reddened. He immediately got up and ran over. He bowed and said, Disciple Chu Yunfei from the Divine Engineering Hall greets Grand Master Li. That brat, you only saw your Grand Master Li. You didn't see Grandpa Lu? Chu Yunfei raised his head. Tears were already dripping down his face. Lu Qingyang, who had always been braver than others, was sitting on a cart and being pushed in. Greetings, Grand Master Lu. Are you well? Lu Qingyang laughed and said, Very well, very well. I just don't know how Boss Hu is now. Grandmaster Hu was seriously injured back then. Although he has been recuperating in recent years, the effect isn't very good. Although he is much stronger than Grandmaster Lu, he has too many things to worry about. After exhausting himself, his health is worrying. Seeing Li Jian and the others, Chu Yunfei didn't hide anything. Hearing that Hu Yuni's health was worrying, Lu Qingyang also asked anxiously, Boss Hu, he's fine, right? At this time, when Wenhai, Shuiqing, Lu Yueming, and Qin, Du Feng, and Ding Chao also arrived. Seeing so many old faces all at once, Chu Yunfei hurriedly bowed. He also felt a trace of warmth from the Misty School. Everyone is still here. Sit down. Zhang Xiaohu stood behind them and said, Brother Chu came today with Elder Hu's order. Let's talk slowly. Yes, we will listen to Grand Faction Leader Zhang. Li Jian replied. Seeing Li Jian like this, Chu Yunfei frowned slightly. Lu Qingyang also smiled and said, Of course. You are the Grand Faction Leader here. Of course we will listen to you. Chu Yunfei's expression was even more strange. When everyone took their seats, the meeting hall was filled with old people from the Misty School. Only Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were from the incense cult. They immediately felt that they were alone and weak. Ming Qing stood up and said, Grand Faction Leader Zhang, we are the deputy faction leaders of the Misty School. It is proper for us to discuss matters in this meeting hall. We have no objections if you want to let Hero Li Jian and the others come up to meet us. However, if you want to talk about some internal matters, I suggest that we dismiss all irrelevant people. That brat you. Lu Qingyang was furious. He slapped the armrest of the chair and was about to jump up. Li Jian quickly held him down and scolded, Old Fifth Lu, this is the meeting hall. You have no right to behave atrociously here. Only then did Lu Qingyang realize that he had almost exposed himself. He unconsciously sat down resentfully and glared at Ming Qing fiercely. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Deputy Faction Leader Ming, Chu Yunfei came from afar to talk about the old days and also to discuss some matters. What do you think I should do? To be honest, if Elder Li and the others were not in the ethereal heights, would Chu Yunfei come here? Can the disciples of my ethereal sect who are wandering outside return to my ethereal manor? Isn't this all because of Elder Li's face? If Deputy Faction Leader Ming suggests that I expel Elder Li and the others from the meeting hall, then I can tell you without hesitation that it is impossible. Vice Leader Ming, if you insist on your opinion, then please leave. After all, the people Chu Yunfei wants to meet are not you. As soon as Zhang Xiaohu's words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Li Jian and the others all knew that ever since they came to the ethereal heights, Zhang Xiaohu had always been patient. He was neither servile nor overbearing in front of Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng and often left them face. If it was not because he had no choice, he would never say anything ruthless. Now that he suddenly laughed and turned hostile, even Li Jian and the others were caught off guard, let alone Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Faction leader Zhang. What are you talking about? Gao Kunheng stood up and said gloomily, could it be that faction leader Zhang got the Misty School? I wonder how you got the Misty School? Li Jian also stood up and said, faction leader Zhang, it is better to separate public and private matters. We have already met Chu Yunfei. You can talk about the faction affairs first. When you are done we can talk about the past. Faction leader Zhang, don't delay the Misty School's important matter because of your emotions. When Wenhai and the others also stood up and prepared to leave, Zhang Xiaohu quickly stood up and said, Master Elder Lu, please sit down for the time being. I have not reached the point where I can't separate public and private matters. Li Jian frowned slightly. He did not know what Zhang Xiaohu was planning to do. Today he actually wanted to fall out with the fragrance cult. Although they had recovered their martial arts, thousands of disciples of the fragrance cult were in the ethereal heights. If they were not careful, wouldn't there be an internal conflict? However, he respectfully called Zhang Xiaohu faction leader Zhang. He could not ignore Zhang Xiaohu's words. He could only look at Wenhai's confused face and sit down. What a good faction leader Zhang. Lu Qingyang praised, I like it. Chapter 1106. After everyone was seated, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, who were still standing with uncertain expressions. He sneered and said, I'm the leader of Misty School. Do you two not want to follow my orders? Of course we have to follow the orders of the leader of Misty School. However, we have to follow the orders of people who know how to repay kindness. I don't care about the orders of people who are ungrateful and don't know how to think about their origins. Gao Kunheng sneered as well. Ah! Zhang Xiaohu looked up to the sky and laughed. If we follow the orders of the fragrant cult, then we know how to repay kindness. If we don't follow the orders of the fragrant cult, then wouldn't we be ungrateful? Ming Qing nodded. Since Leader Zhang has said so, it seems that you know the whole story. Since Leader Zhang knows how you got your position, then you should know what to do to get your position in jail. If you act on impulse, then you'll only be working for others. Gao Kunheng squinted his eyes and said, moreover, wasn't it the leader of the fragrant cult who bestowed upon you from Shirxin Peak to Misty Peak? If it weren't for the leader's benevolence, you would still be imprisoned in Shirxin Peak. Ah! Zhang Xiaohu laughed and clapped his hands. What a gift, what a benevolence. Although your fragrant cult wasn't the main cause of the destruction of my Misty School, you were still an accomplice. Your disciples also have the blood of my Misty School disciples on their hands. Your disciples of the fragrant cult crippled countless of my Misty School disciples' martial arts and brought them back to the fragrant cult. Nominally you were protecting the face of Leader O's wife, but in reality, Hu and Jianghu didn't know what Nun Jingyi was thinking. Moreover, instead of saying that Jingyi Nun was helping me rebuild my Misty School, it would be more accurate to say that she was building a branch for Xiangxiang cult. Yes, even if Nun Jingyi took in my Misty School's disciples, it can be considered as keeping the descendants of my Misty School and not being completely annihilated by the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, she sent you to assist my Misty School in taking back the Ethereal Peak. She can only make up for her mistakes and even with my Misty School. Now, you even want to meddle in the affairs of my Misty School and turn my Misty School into your puppet. As the leader of the Misty School, how can I tolerate this? I am grateful that Nun Jingyi promoted me to the leader of the Misty School, but I was originally a direct disciple of the Misty School. Even without Nun Jingyi's support, I can still be the leader. The more Zhang Xiaohu spoke, the more agitated he became. On the other hand, Li Jian and the others were more and more shocked. This was definitely not the time to fall out with the fragrant cult. They didn't know why Zhang Xiaohu was so impulsive. On the other hand, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were first shocked, then they sneered at the back of the mountain. In the end, there was a trace of a smile on their lips. When Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, they clapped their hands and said, Zhang Xiaohu, I didn't expect you to be such a hot-blooded man. These words. I think everyone here wants to say it, but you, the leader who is valued by our leader, actually dared to say it. I'm afraid that even our leader wouldn't have guessed it. However, this is also good. You, as the Grand Faction Master, are now highly respected in the ethereal sect. We and that faintly discernible person can't keep you in check. Let's ask the hierarch to decide whether we should replace you with someone else or punish you. Ha, I already said that the Misty School is the Misty School's Misty School, not the Misty School of the Fragrant Cult. The leader of the Misty School is decided by the disciples of the Misty School. How can Nanjing Yi be the leader of the disciples of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu said proudly. Then he looked at Li Jian and the others and laughed. You ask them, can I still be the leader of the Misty School? Haha. Lu Qingyang clapped his hands and said, of course you're the leader of the Misty School. If anyone disagrees, I'll be the first to settle the score with him. Yes, Zhang Xiaohu is the leader of the Misty School recognized by the disciples of the Misty School. He's definitely not someone the leader of the fragrant cult can casually decide. Haha, what a bunch of ignorant people. Just because you got some benefits, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can protect the Misty Peak with Hu Yuni and the other disciples of the Misty School? Do you think you can defy our leader's will? Ming Qing sneered and said to Gao Kunheng, let's go, Deputy Leader Ji. Let's go back and discuss who will be the leader of the Misty School after Zhang Xiaohu is dismissed by our leader. Gao Kunheng wanted to continue, but he didn't dare to stay in the meeting hall alone. Just as he was about to leave with Ming Qing, he heard Li Jian's low voice, do you two still want to leave? What? The famous elder Li, do you still want to keep us here? Ming Qing turned around and said disdainfully, if it were a few years ago, perhaps I would still feel apprehensive. But now I only need a finger to crush you to death. I spared your lives only because I didn't know Lord Cult Leader's plan and didn't dare to act rashly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Elder Li, sit down. Zhang Xiaohu said in a low voice. But Li Jian didn't understand, but he still sat down. Ming Qing looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, it's too late to wake up now. You can be the leader for a few more days. He laughed and walked out of the meeting hall. Ding Chao Du Feng passed down my order. Reinforce the defense outside the Misty Mountain Villa. No one is allowed to leave the Misty Mountain Villa, and no news is allowed to spread from here. When Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng walked out of the meeting hall, Zhang Xiaohu immediately ordered them. Yes, your subordinates will personally take the shift. Du Feng and Ding Chao looked at Zhang Xiaohu with admiration as they replied in a clean and efficient manner. Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Ancestor Lu, Master? You can talk to Brother Chu first. I'll be right back. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to delay and stood up. Leader, this is. Chu Yunfei was surprised by Zhang Xiaohu's courage and asked curiously. Brother Chu, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. My Misty School is still under the control of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult. I'm the leader in name only. Perhaps it's time to deal with it. Sit down and talk to your martial uncles and martial ancestors. Tell them about Martial Ancestor Hu's situation. I'm sure Martial Ancestor Li has been wanting to ask about it for a long time. As Zhang Xiaohu spoke, he hurriedly walked out of the meeting hall. However, in the time it took to eat a meal, so many changes had happened in the meeting hall. Even though Li Jian had experienced a lot of things, he couldn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu was thinking. He could only think about how to deal with it tonight. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Chu Yunfei's words. After Zhang Xiaohu left the meeting hall, he immediately rode a horse and rushed to Huanxi Mountain Villa. He was afraid that if he was late, Zhang Xiaohua would disappear. Fortunately, as soon as he entered the small courtyard, he heard the laughter in the hall. Wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's voice among them? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu rushing over, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, didn't your Misty School have a happy occasion? How come it's over so quickly? Zhang Xiaohu walked to Zhang Xiaohua in a few steps, grabbed her and whispered, come with me quickly. I have something important to do. Guosufei and the others saw Zhang Xiaohu rushing in and directly looking for Zhang Xiaohua without greeting them. They knew that Zhang Xiaohu was anxious and hurriedly said, Xiaohua, go quickly. Don't make things difficult for your second brother. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and followed Zhang Xiaohu to her house. Zhang Xiaohu immediately asked, do you still have any leftover soul-absorbing pills? Yes, I still have some left. Didn't I just test a few in the morning? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's good. Zhang Xiaohu said with a happy face, go now and let Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng take the soul-absorbing pills like the disciples of the Righteous Alliance in the morning. What's wrong? Second brother, isn't it? Zhang Xiaohua still wanted to ask, but Zhang Xiaohu pushed her and said, there are so many other people first. If you don't want Abbess Jingyi to take your second brother's life, quickly settle these two people. All right. Seeing that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were already threatening Zhang Xiaohu's life, Zhang Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave. After Zhang Xiaohua left, Zhang Xiaohu put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the house. After pacing back and forth a few times, he still couldn't calm down. Thus, he made up his mind and closed his eyes to calm down. Then he started practicing the Arhat fist technique in the house. Just like in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's house, he practiced every move meticulously. Strangely enough, when he was halfway through practicing the 6 harmonies fist technique, Zhang Xiaohu's anxious mood slowly calmed down, and he put all his energy into practicing the 6 harmonies fist technique. After practicing for an unknown period of time, a voice sounded from behind him. He, second brother's 6 harmonies fist technique has a deep understanding of the samadhi. You have improved quite a bit compared to when you were at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Yes, the fist doesn't leave the hand and the song doesn't leave the mouth. Only with more practice can there be results. Zhang Xiaohu replied. After finishing the last few moves he asked, "How was it? Did you manage to settle the matter?" "Haha," Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "of course it was easy." Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's relieved expression he said, "When I saw the two of them, they were discussing how to report this matter to Abbess Jingyi. Second brother, I didn't expect you to have such guts. If I didn't have the soul-absorbing pill, I'm afraid this matter would have been reported to Abbess Jingyi." Zhang Xiaohu said self-deprecatingly, "How would I have the guts? It's just that after seeing the effects of the soul-absorbing pill in your hands, I was emboldened. These two people would have to be dealt with sooner or later, so I might as well do it earlier." Second brother is right. Since Elder who sent people here, they might be back soon. Having a disciple of the incense cult in the Misty School is like having a fishbone stuck in one's throat. No one would be comfortable with it. However, with the changes in Yaoshan, maybe Abbess Jingyi will come as well. I just don't know if the soul-absorbing pill can fool Abbess Jingyi's eyes. It's okay, Xiaohua. If Abbess Jingyi sees any flaws, I will bear all the responsibility. I definitely won't implicate you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian. Come. Chapter 1107. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. He smiled proudly and said, "Second brother, you've underestimated your brother. You've just stepped onto the path of immortality, but I've been cultivating for a long time." Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at him and said, "Even if you're stronger than me, you've only been cultivating for a few years. Nun Jingyi has been immersed in the path of immortality for decades. How can you be her opponent?" Then he sighed and said, "Before entering the path of immortality, I couldn't see the difference between you and me. But when I saw the shadow of the path of immortality, you ran away from me long ago. You've only been cultivating for a few years, but you already make me feel irresistible. Do I still need to tell you how powerful Nun Jingyi is?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. He thought for a while and said with a smile, "The path of immortality? Oh, you can't just talk about cultivation. Everything in this world has to be done step by step. Only then can you reap the rewards. As the saying goes, a drop of sweat is a reward. However, if it's like this, people can only rely on hard work. The so-called intelligence and wisdom can't count. There are many things that require hard work, but at the same time, skill, comprehension, and opportunity are also important." Needless to say about skill and comprehension, second brother also understood this when he was practicing martial arts. Just the 6 complementary fists alone will make a difference between others and you. And in the path of immortality, what's most important is fate. For example, second brother, you only needed to kowtow 9 times to enter the path of immortality. But what about me? That's a lot of hard work. Can't you tell others about the hardships involved? Even if it was very hard for me, now that I think about it, there were many opportunities and coincidences. If it weren't for that, I would still be a servant in Huanxi Manor. Of course I don't know about the inheritance of the incense cult. But looking at the 3rd floor of your Misty School's inheritance pavilion, you should know how difficult it is to step onto the path of immortality. Stepping onto the path of immortality is such a difficult thing for ordinary people. But for you, you passed it in a flash. Then what about the path of immortality? Aren't there many opportunities in it?" Zhang Xiaohu was enlightened and nodded slightly. "I kind of understand now. You mean that you've had a lot of opportunities? Although you've only been cultivating for a few years, your cultivation is no weaker than Abbess Jingyi's?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fighting in the immortal Tao is different from fighting in the martial Tao. Cultivation is one aspect, magic tools are another, and fighting strategy is a big help. That's why Abbess Jingyi and I don't fight, so I can't say who's stronger and who's weaker. But one thing I'm sure of is that Abbess Jingyi won't be able to catch me." "And that's good." Zhang Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief. I always thought that you were far inferior to Abbess Jingyi. Hee, that's because he hid it well. Zhang Xiaohua's tail began to stick up. Now that the qi of heaven and earth is scarce, none Jingyi and the others can't achieve great success by relying on the qi of heaven and earth. They can only rely on a limited number of primordial stones. How high can their cultivation be? Primordial stones? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, what's that? Hee, there's no need to rush to find out. Second brother, let me ask you, how's your cultivation of the broken blade force and the Kunpeng transformation? Zhang Xiaohu said with a bitter face, I've already understood the broken blade force. It's just how to convert the inner strength of the martial Dao into the immortal Dao's true qi and use the martial Dao's true qi. You said it yourself that I only need to know how to use true qi. I've already done that. But the Kunpeng transformation is a bit troublesome. When I released my perception, I could only sense strands of true qi around me. When I guided those strands of true qi into my meridians, I couldn't feel anything at all. Then what's next? How do you refine the true qi after it enters your body? Didn't I tell you to make the same assumptions as the martial Dao? Do you feel like you've already guided the true qi into your meridians? I've tried, but it's like punching the air. There's no force behind it. I can't refine true qi at all. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, then asked again, then, have you tried to refine the true qi in your dantian? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. I don't know how to refine it at all. How can I refine Founder Yang's true qi? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh, her face full of bitterness. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yes, there's a problem, a big problem. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. My life is really bitter. When I entered the immortal Dao, I had to figure everything out myself. I'm not like you. You only have to tell me and I can explain it to you and point you in the right direction. Having a master is really good. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu finally felt relieved. He curled his lips. How about, I call you master too? Don't. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand. If you call me that, won't mother beat me? As she spoke, she took out a small primordial stone and handed it over. This is the primordial stone. Isn't this a small stone? Is it the thing you put in the water tank? Zhang Xiaohu was curious. Then he realized. So, the spring water that father and mother drink has the primordial qi of heaven and earth? No wonder mother and father, and Mr. Lu don't look old at all these years. They even look a few years younger. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and explained what the primordial stone was. Then she lowered her voice and told Zhang Xiaohu how to absorb the primordial qi from the primordial stone. Zhang Xiaohu was very happy. With this primordial stone, he didn't need to absorb the primordial qi of heaven and earth into his body. Then, the effect of his cultivation would be very different. At this time, he also understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant by opportunity and cultivation. Also, second brother, the immortal Dao true qi is different from the martial Dao inner force. You haven't refined your own true qi in your meridians, so don't show your immortal Dao cultivation for the time being. Okay. I know what to do. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Alright, second brother, go do what you need to do. I'm also going to go refine pills. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and stretched with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his little brother who never let him say thank you, but he still said the word, thank you. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, it's nothing. I have nothing to do anyway, so why don't I refine pills for fun? Gosh, Zhang Xiaohu was very jealous for no reason. Let's not talk about Zhang Xiaohua treating refining pills as a game, and let's not talk about Zhang Xiaohu's discussion with Chu Yunfei. Thousands of miles away in the Dalan Temple, because of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode's matter, Abbot Changgung brought Great Master Changgung, Great Master Changxing, and a group of elites to Yaoshan Immortal Abode. Only Great Master Changhui of the Great Wisdom Hall was left to guard the temple. Great Master Changhui was a thin old monk. His eyebrows and beard were only white. At this time he was sitting in the Great Wisdom Hall, carefully reciting Buddhist scriptures. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded. A young monk hurriedly ran in with a face full of fear. Great Master! Great Master! The moment the monk entered the courtyard, he shouted. Great Master Changhui frowned slightly, but his face remained benevolent. When the monk entered the room, he reprimanded, Yuan Qing, as a Buddhist disciple, a tranquil mind is the foundation. How can you achieve greatness if you are so impetuous? But Yuan Qing wanted to defend himself, but Great Master Changhui flicked his sleeve and said, stand by the side and breathe carefully. Let me finish reading this scripture first. But, yes, great master. Yuan Qing stopped his pointless argument and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He pressed his palms together and lowered his head to look at the ground. His rapidly heaving chest gradually calmed down. Seeing how obedient Yuan Qing was, the corners of Grandmaster Jianghu's mouth curled up into a smile. He sat down steadily and flipped through the scriptures. After half a cup of tea's time, Grandmaster Jianghu finally raised his head and slowly said, "Is there anything I can help you with, Yuan Qing?" "Great master, there's a change in the pagoda forest." The origin returning pagoda suddenly emitted a bright light. Yuan Qing seemed to have already prepared his words. His answer was simple and clear. "What?" The origin returning pagoda emitted a bright light. Great Master Chang Hui's expression changed drastically. He reprimanded, "Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter earlier?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Great Master Chang Hui stood up and used his top-notch qinggong to cross the river on a reed. His figure was like a fluttering bamboo leaf. With a whoosh, he dashed out, leaving only an afterimage in front of Yuan Qing's eyes. "Huh?" Yuan Qing was clearly stunned by Great Master Chang Hui's qinggong. After a while, he regained his senses and praised in admiration, as expected of a great master. "Your qinggong is unparalleled. Even your ability to remain calm is something I can't compare to." With that, Great Master Chang Hui left the Wisdom Hall. His figure flashed as he headed straight for the temple's entrance. However, before he could reach the temple's entrance, he saw a faint Buddhist glow rising into the sky from the pagoda forest behind the Dalan Temple. In the Dalan Temple, the monks all had different expressions. Some were surprised, some were delighted, and some were terrified and sad. Although their moods were different, they all left their meditation areas and swarmed towards the temple's entrance. Needless to say, they all wanted to see the strange situation in the pagoda forest. Great Master Chang Hui lagged behind. Seeing this, Great Master Chang Hui couldn't help but feel a little angry. Just as he was about to reprimand Yuan Qing, he looked up and saw many bald heads gathering outside the temple. In the time it took Yuan Qing to report to him, many of his disciples had already arrived at the pagoda forest. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to ask his disciples to turn back. He took a deep breath and circulated his inner strength, speeding up his pace. When he arrived at the pagoda forest, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw the origin returning pagoda, which was built against the mountain, emitting a faint Buddhist glow that illuminated the surroundings. The Buddhist glow was divided into 9 colors, and in each color, there were countless fairies, Buddhas, halls, lotus flowers, yakshas, and other objects. These images rippled with the colors as they swayed slightly. They appeared lifelike, as though they were about to shed their colors. Looking up into the sky, at the top of the origin returning pagoda, there were flames that soared into the sky like a torch burning 1,000 feet in the air. In the flames, there were countless people and objects. These people and objects were constantly changing, like an independent Buddhist kingdom that was displaying the incomparable power of the Buddhist Dharma. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a bookmark, and a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Chidian.com. Chapter 1108. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. Seeing this, Master Zhan Hui clasped his hands together and bowed his head, secretly praising, "Buddhism is boundless." "Zhan Hui, are you in the temple? Where are Changxing and the others?" A loud voice came from the upper left side of Master Zhan Hui. "Master Yuan Dao?" Master Zhan Hui turned his head and saw a monk who was much thinner than him floating in the air. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, when he looked behind him and saw 2 other old monks floating in the air, he was even more shocked. "Master Yuan Ming, Master Yuan Wu, you have all come out? How can we not know about the changes in the Guiyuan Tower? How can we hide and cultivate peacefully?" A monk's voice was a little hoarse. "Where is Changxing? Is he not in the temple?" "Yes, Master Yuan Ming. Abbot Changxing left the temple long ago with junior brother Changjing and senior brother Changxing, as well as a group of disciples in the temple." "Such a big commotion? What are they doing there?" "Master Yuan Wu, according to the disciples' report, a 7-colored radiance has appeared in Yao Mountain recently. It's rumored that an immortal treasure has appeared. Abbot Changxing brought the disciples to investigate." "An immortal treasure?" Master Yuan Wu frowned and nodded slightly. "Then we should go and take a look. Don't let that thing fall into the hands of others." "Yes, Abbot Changxing said so too." That's why he let the disciples stay in the temple while he brought the elites of the temple to Yao Mountain. He wants to bring the immortal treasure back to the Dalan temple and keep it by Buddha's side. Master Yuanwu ignored him and looked at Yuan Ming and Yuan Dao. The three of them were expressionless. Master Yuanwu, this Guiyuan tower. After waiting for a while and looking at the Buddhist radiance for a while, Master Zhan Hui probed. According to the records in the temple, the Dalan temple has a teaching. The appearance of the Buddhist radiance in the Guiyuan tower is a Guiyuan tribulation. All accomplished monks will have to face this tribulation. I wonder, how will the Dalan temple deal with this? Master Yuan Dao was expressionless. He looked at the soaring radiance and the Buddhist kingdom in the radiance and said, how will we deal with it? We've already dealt with it. What else can we do? This. Grandmaster Zhan Hui was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood. He put his palms together and chanted, this disciple understands. Excellent, excellent. As he spoke, the Buddhist light on the origin returning tower shone brightly, as if it was about to burn. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black fog abruptly appeared from the bottom of the Buddhist light. The moment the black fog appeared, it turned into a black thread that wrapped around the bottom of the Buddhist light. Then they saw the black line move upwards, bit by bit, gradually engulfing the Buddha's flame. The originally 9-colored light slowly turned black. When the entire Buddha's light was dyed black, the surroundings of the pagoda forest became gloomy. The monks could not help but shrink their necks. After the Buddhist light turned black, its shape began to change. After a while it gradually stabilized. From afar it looked like a black lotus. Origin returning tribulation. This is the origin returning tribulation. Master Yuan Dao muttered. Although the Buddhist Dharma is boundless, it doesn't transcend those who are not fated. Only by facing the tribulation with one's body can one cultivate the boundless tribulation and transcend the boundless. That's right. Buddha is merciful. He faced the tribulation with his body and transformed into a Buddhist lotus. He underwent nirvana with the demonic tribulation, bathing in the demonic flames to be reborn. This is the origin returning tribulation. The black fire lotus verified Master Yuan Dao's mutterings. With a few swaying motions it suddenly converged. The origin returning tower returned to its original appearance. The surrounding sky and white mountains also returned to their original colors. Master Zhan Hui had only read the manuals and had never seen it before. At that moment he was dumbfounded by what he saw. When he saw such a mesmerizing scene he could not help but exclaim. Following that, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed again, eh? This was because in his eyes, the origin returning tower seemed to have suffered damage to its yuan qi. It looked like a person a lot more dispirited. How is this possible? Master Zhan Hui was about to take a closer look when he saw a figure transform from behind the origin returning tower and fly straight towards them. Oh, who is this? Master Zhan Hui was completely dumbfounded. Today was truly an eye-opener for him. There was actually a monk with a cultivation level higher than Master Yuan Dao and company? Of course, the figure quickly arrived in front of him. It was a bald monk. Could it be the one from the origin returning tower? Master Zhan Hui's heart skipped a beat. However, when he saw the monk's face gradually turn clear, Master Zhan Hui could not help but feel puzzled. Why does this old monk look so familiar? But, where have I seen him before? Not only was Master Zhan Hui puzzled, all the monks in the Dalan temple were dumbfounded. Only Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming and Master Yuan Wu, who were floating in midair, showed reverence when they saw the old monk. They conjured their dermic powers and went forward to welcome him. When they came close they pressed their palms together and bowed. Greetings Master Heavenly Dipper. Master Heavenly Dipper? He is Master Heavenly Dipper. Master Zhan Hui let out a sound from the bottom of his heart. The expression on his face was immediately replaced by reverence and desire. It was as if he had seen a figure from a dream. Master Zhan Hui could not help but feel reverence for him. Master Heavenly Dipper was 3 generations older than Master Zhan Hui and was also from the Prajna Hall. He was a famous figure in the pugilistic world 100 years ago. His cultivation in the way of immortality was comparable to the previous Sakra of the Tenryu sect. In the stories of the Dalan Temple 100 years ago, Master Heavenly Dipper was almost always the main character. His limelight completely overshadowed the abbot of his generation. He was almost the representative of the Dalan Temple. 100 years ago, the pugilistic world might not know who the abbot of the Dalan Temple was, but it was impossible not to know the name of Master Heavenly Dipper from the Prajna Hall. However, later on, Heavenly Dipper killed his way to the Tenryu sect alone and wanted to fight with the leader of the Tenryu sect, Sakura, to see who was the most powerful person in the world. However, Heavenly Dipper never returned. No one in the pugilistic world knew the result of that battle, and no one knew who was the most powerful person in the world. The Tenryu sect also did not announce the result of that battle. However, not long after, the Tenryu sect ceased all activities in the pugilistic world and lost a lot of their arrogance. Master Jianghu grew up listening to the legends of Master Heavenly Dipper. Now that he saw the real person, how could he not be shocked? An all-powerful figure 100 years ago had actually survived until now. Master Heavenly Dipper descended to the same height as Master Yuandao and the rest. He also bowed slightly and said in a low voice, "Have you seen the origin returning tribulation? This disciple has seen it, please enlighten me." Master Heavenly Dipper shook his head. "This old monk has nothing to enlighten you on. The last origin returning tribulation was 100 years ago. This old monk's cultivation is not high, so I did not go deep into the pugilistic world to face the tribulation. The Dalan Temple did not have many changes, and the pugilistic world did not have any big waves. This is the first time this old monk has seen it, just like all of you." Then he turned to look at the origin returning tower and said, "This old monk felt the change in the chi of heaven and earth and rushed over immediately. I saw the whole process of the origin returning tribulation, but the origin returning tower is a space of its own. Divine sense cannot enter, so this old monk also does not know what happened inside." "Then, how should we face the tribulation?" Master Yuan Ming asked carefully. "Didn't Chongqing already go out? Yao Mountain has a magical treasure of the immortal Tao, causing the entire pugilistic world to be in an uproar. This is the place where we face the tribulation. We will follow Master's instructions and leave the temple to search for martial nephew Chongqing. You all go first. This old monk will go when the time is right." After Master Heavenly Dipper finished speaking, he flew in front of Master Jianghu and said with a smile, "Jianghu, you bear the heavy responsibility of guarding the temple, so you don't have to face the tribulation. Take care of yourself." "Yes." Master Jianghu bowed and lowered his head. When he looked up, Master Heavenly Dipper had already flown into the Dalan Temple in the direction of the Sutra Depository. "Huh?" Master Jianghu finally remembered. Wasn't Master Heavenly Dipper the old monk who swept the floor of the Sutra Depository? Ever since he was young, he had been sweeping the floor of the Sutra Depository. "It's all right," Master Jianghu recalled. Although he was surprised by Master Heavenly Dipper in the Sutra Depository, he had always been respectful and did not show any disrespect. Master Yuan Dao, Master Yuan Ming and Master Yuan Wu looked at each other and lowered their heads, saying, "Martial nephew Jianghu will leave the Dalan Temple to you. Discipline your disciples and take care of yourself." "I understand." Master Jianghu pressed his palms together and bowed. "I wish the three of you a speedy return from the tribulation." Master Yuan Dao and the others nodded slightly. With a flick of their sleeves, they floated into the air and gradually disappeared into the distance. Seeing the three masters' backs disappear, Master Jianghu waved his hand and shouted, "Disciples, return to the temple immediately. Without my permission you are not to leave the temple." Yes, the disciples of the Dalan Temple finally heaved a sigh of relief. They did not know about the origin returning tribulation, so their eyes were filled with curiosity and passion. In just a moment, the Dalan Temple's forest of pagodas returned to the silence that had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years. Not a single monk remained in the Dalan Temple. However, what remained unchanged was the surface. What about the inside of the forest of pagodas? What about the inside of the origin returning tower? Who would know? Perhaps the cold wind that had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years and the setting sun that had remained unchanged since time immemorial would reveal everything that no one knew. Outside Pingyang City, in the meeting hall of the Ethereal Heights, Chu Yunfei was telling Li Jian and the others about the actions of the young disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni over the past few years. Just then he saw Zhang Xiaohu walk in with a relaxed expression. Sect leader Zhang, Chu Yunfei stood up politely. When Li Jian and the others heard this, they also turned around and hurriedly stood up. When Wenhai took a few steps forward and asked with concern, "How is it? Xiaohu, what did we do?" While Zhang Xiaohu was away, when Wenhai thought of all the possible solutions, they could only silence them by killing them. However, putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were not good enough, even if they killed the two of them, How would the disciples of the Misty School be able to deal with the disciples of the Fragrance Cult who were on par with them in terms of strength? The young disciples of the Misty School and the older generation of disciples who had recovered some of their martial arts were only slightly stronger than the disciples of the Fragrance Cult. Seeing his master's concern, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Don't worry, master. Don't worry. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection." Chapter 1109. Li Jian, when one high and the others sat down with a belly full of questions. However, Lu Qingyang jumped out of his chair and laughed. "Gang leader Zhang, how did you deal with those two little bastards? You must have a good talk with me." Before Zhang Xiaohu could speak, Chu Yunfei said in surprise, "Grandmaster Lu, your injury?" Then he walked up to Lu Qingyang and said with a look of surprise and disbelief, "I heard that after the battle at Misty Peak, after Grandmaster who took us away from the back of the mountain, all the disciples were captured. Except for those with weak martial arts, all of them were crippled of their martial arts. Grandmaster Lu, didn't you have your joints crushed and collapsed, unable to stand? Could it be, the rumors in Jianghu are wrong? Oh, I forgot." When Lu Qingyang heard this, he immediately slapped his forehead and jumped back to his seat. He then yelled, "Chu Yunfei, which eye of yours saw me get up?" Chu Yunfei was stunned and didn't know what to do. Li Jian looked at Lu Qingyang and then at Zhang Xiaohu and said angrily, "Get up, old fifth Lu. Chu Yunfei is not an outsider. If he saw you, he saw you. Don't pretend any more." Lu Qingyang still got up and said shamelessly, "Second brother, you asked me to get up. Don't blame me if the news is leaked." Zhang Xiaohu had already sat down on the faction leader's seat. Looking at Li Jian's questioning eyes, he said with a smile, "Elder Lu, please get up. This is for the disciples of the incense cult. There's no reason to hide it from Brother Chu." I'll get up." Lu Qingyang jumped up again and shouted, "Faction leader Zhang, tell me, how did you subdue those two little bastards?" Zhang Xiaohu spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Nothing else. Just facts and reason." "That's it?" Lu Qingyang didn't believe it. "You didn't use your fists?" Zhang Xiaohu looked like he didn't care whether he believed it or not and said, "That's it. What can I do to them?" "But..." Lu Qingyang was about to say something when Li Jian scolded, "If clan leader Zhang says it's okay, then it's okay. Old fifth Lu, don't ask too much." "Okay." Lu Qingyang murmured, but his heart was tense. He had never heard such a convincing person. "Hall Master Qin, find someone to call Du Feng and Ding Chao back." Zhang Xiaohu instructed. Yes, although Aunt Qin didn't understand, she still answered, "Ancestor Lu, your injuries, what's going on?" Chu Yunfei still didn't forget to ask. "It's nothing, that's all. I don't know myself, that's all." Seeing Li Jian winking at him, Lu Qingyang didn't know how to answer and could only mumble. "Then, what about Master Ancestor Li?" Chu Yunfei asked, unwilling to give up. Li Jian smiled and said ambiguously, It's hard to say. Brother Chu, you don't need to ask too much. Right now, my Misty School is in a delicate situation, and there are many things that I can't explain to you in detail. You only need to know that the current Misty School is the same as the previous Misty School. The incense teaching is only a test for my Misty School. Now that the test is about to end, I represent all the disciples of the Misty School to welcome Elder Hu back to Misty Mountain Villa with another group of disciples. Although Chu Yunfei didn't get what he wanted to know, looking at Li Jian's smile, Lu Qingyang who was standing steadily beside him, and the smiling faces of Wen Wenhai, Xueqin and Lu Yueming, how could he not know that a major change had occurred? Li Jian and the others didn't say anything, not because they didn't trust him, but because they were afraid that the news would leak out and affect the revival of the Misty School. This disciple knows, this disciple knows, this disciple will definitely pass this news on to Master Ancestor Hu. Chu Yunfei was so happy that he was incoherent. At this time, a disciple entered the meeting hall and whispered a few words in front of Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin's expression changed greatly. She waved her hand and dismissed the disciple. Then she said nervously, Sect leader Zhang, bad news? Ding Chao and Du Feng are missing. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohu asked nervously, what happened? Reporting to sect leader, according to this disciple, I saw 2 vice hall masters personally standing guard around the villa, but when I asked them to come to the meeting hall, they were nowhere to be seen. I don't know where they went. Sect leader, could it be those 2 brats from the incense teaching school who did it? Lu Qingyang shouted. Impossible. Zhang Xiaohu denied. But, where could they have gone? Li Jian also frowned. Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could speak, he heard a rush of light footsteps outside the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu's lips curled into a smile. Du Feng and Ding Chao used their qinggong to leap into the meeting hall. Seeing everyone in the hall, the two of them looked back with lingering fear, as if something unbelievable had just happened. Ahem, Ding Chao, Du Feng, where did you go? Zhang Xiaohu saw that the two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost and became even more determined. He held back the laughter in his heart and asked. This. Du Feng and Ding Chao looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Lu Qingyang scolded, Sect leader Zhang is asking you something, how can you be negligent? Could it be that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng did something to you? Xue Qing asked. Well. Ding Chao thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Faction leader Zhang, masters, please forgive me for being unfilial. I've already promised others that I won't tell them the whole story. Please don't force me. You. When Lu Qingyang heard this, he almost wanted to use his arm's bowl-sized fist to beat him up. It was fine if he didn't want to tell them, but he had succeeded in provoking others' curiosity. This wasn't killing the cat, it was killing people. When everyone looked at Du Feng again, the expression on Du Feng's face relaxed a little. What about you, Du Feng? You can't tell your masters either, right? Lu Yueming asked with a smile. Du Feng waved his hand. No, there's nothing I can't say. That senior didn't say anything to me before. It's just that. I didn't see the senior's face these 2 times. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman. It's a man. I can tell from his voice. Ding Chao added. Du Feng glared at Ding Chao and said, What I mean is that I didn't see his face at all. Hee. Ding Chao smiled and didn't say anything. Then what exactly happened? Du Feng, tell us. Zhang Xiaohu asked even though he already knew the answer. Sure enough, Du Feng thought for a moment and told them what happened on Shixing Peak. Before he finished, Li Jian and Wen Wenhai were shocked. They looked at Zhang Xiaohu and wanted to ask. Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and asked curiously, You said, after you took that elixir, there was a heat flow in your meridians? Then, after refining that heat flow, my inner strength improved greatly? Yes. Could it be that sect leader Zhang has taken it before? Du Feng asked curiously. I haven't taken it before, but I've heard of it. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and said, Go on. Yes, sect leader Zhang. Du Feng cleared his throat and said, Just now Ding Chao and I were guarding outside the villa. We were afraid that the disciples of the incense cult would go out to spread the news. But as we were walking, we suddenly felt a pain in our back and everything went black. When we woke up, we were in the bushes beside the road. I used my qi and found that my acupoints were sealed. There was a short black shadow in front of me, hiding his body in a cloak. Huh? He captured both of you at once? Li Jian felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Yes, Ancestor Li, that's exactly what happened. Ding Chao added. What did that person do to you? Wen Wenhai asked. That person didn't do anything. He just told us that he was a person who had a deep relationship with the Misty School. He was the one who gave us the elixir on Shixing Peak and helped us improve our skills. How is that possible? How could he go to Shixing Peak? Lu Qingyang's face was full of disbelief. But I had Qigong deviation on Shixing Peak. There was no one around, and this senior clearly described the situation at that time. I can't help but believe it. Du Feng looked at Ding Chao and said, and looking at senior brother Ding, what the senior said about him must be true. Ding Chao blushed and said, That's right. That matter only I and junior sister know. There is no fourth person who knows. I can confirm that it was that senior. That's right. Because it was at Shixing Peak, Disciple had thought that it was an elder of fragrant cult. Disciple was conflicted. Now that I've heard that this senior has a deep relationship with our Misty sect and is not from fragrant cult, Disciple's heart is at ease. Du Feng seemed to be relieved. Me too. I finally figured out that my martial arts have nothing to do with the incense cult. Ding Chao also laughed. Then, why do you look like that? Like you saw a ghost? Reporting to Ancestor Li because after that senior left, I found that the place where I was very far from the Misty Mountain Villa. It was absolutely impossible for me to get there in a short time. This subordinate waited for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. But when I asked the disciple on duty, this subordinate also left for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. So, faction leader Zhang, what do you think? Lu Yueming asked softly. Haha, I can't say much because I also promised this senior that I would never tell anyone. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Ah? Li Jian and the others exclaimed and stood up. Could it be, we are all the benefactors of this senior? Yes, I was also hesitant before, but after listening to Ding Chao and Du Feng, I can confirm that it is this senior. Zhang Xiaohu emphasized this senior, but he was laughing in his heart. Finally, the matter of the elixir and Zhang Xiaohua was perfectly covered up. Presumably, all the things in the future could be pushed to Zhang Xiaohua, this so-called senior. Chapter 11:10. After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation, Li Jian, Wenhai and the others suddenly understood. To be honest, they had been muttering in their hearts. To be able to restore the martial arts of thousands of Misty School disciples who had been crippled, this was definitely not a simple matter. In the Jianghu, it was simply a miracle. Although they trusted Zhang Xiaohu, they were always worried about Zhang Xiaohu's methods. Yes, with Zhang Xiaohu's methods, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such an ability. As for Zhang Xiaohu said, did he get the magical elixir from the Twilight Orchid refinement? Please, they were all people who had been in the Jianghu and had also been through the extermination of a sect. How could they be deceived by such a simple reason? However, the restoration of martial arts was obvious to all, and it was also true that they had taken down the Misty Heights. If not, they would almost believe that Zhang Xiaohu was a spy specially cultivated by Nun Jingyi. However, just for a spy to restore the martial arts of all the Misty School disciples? This was too much of a price. And, with Du Feng and Ding Chao, these two unrelated examples, Zhang Xiaohu's explanation seemed to be very easy to accept. Therefore Li Jian said again, then, who is this person? Who can have such a magical elixir and follow me to Shixin Peak? Someone who has a great relationship with the Misty School. Thinking about it, there can only be one person. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and whispered, this senior has already said that we can't leak it out. It's better for us not to make wild guesses. Li Jian frowned, senior naturally has his reasons for saying this, but we are indebted to him, so we can't not know. I thought for a long time, and only the one in Huanxi Villa has a slight possibility. With a thump, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He looked a little flustered and said, Ancestor Li, we still have guests here, let's talk to them first. However, Li Jian acted as if he didn't hear him. After muttering for a while, he asked again, Faction Leader Zhang, don't you think that senior is missing an arm? Sigh, Zhang Xiaohu finally heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head slightly. I've never seen that senior's full appearance, and I don't even know if he's missing an arm. I don't think so. Du Feng shook his head and said, that senior seemed to use both of his hands when he healed me. And, just now in the cloak it didn't seem like. Oh right, Grandmaster Li, if it was only one arm, how could you take me and senior brother Ding away together? That's true. Li Jian nodded. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't let Li Jian guess blindly, so he hurriedly said to Chu Yunfei, Brother Chu, did Elder Hu say when he will return to Misty Heights? Hearing this, Chu Yunfei cupped his hands and said, reporting to faction leader Zhang, Elder Hu knew that the Misty School was restored, so he was very happy and had been looking forward to coming back. But, he also knew that there must be something wrong, so he sent his disciples to take a look. If the Misty School was controlled by my Misty School's disciples, even if there were disciples of the incense cult, Elder Hu would still come back to help faction leader Zhang. Ah, that's great. Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Brother Chu must have seen that my Misty School has many things waiting to be done. We just need Elder Hu and the other elders of the Misty School to come back and revitalize my Misty School together. Li Jian thought for a while, but he had no clue. He had to pull his thoughts back and nodded, that's right. Now the Misty School is the Misty School of the Misty Heights. We are all hiding our strength. If Boss Hu comes back, the strength of our Misty School will increase greatly. Who will worry about the disciples of the incense cult? Well, Grandmaster Li, don't worry about this. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng will not do anything harmful to our Misty School in the future. And with their support, I think those disciples of the incense cult will be honest and obedient. That's good. I forgot about this. Li Jian smiled. Well, Du Feng, you accompany Brother Chu and let him see the current Misty Heights so that he can go back and report to Elder Hu. Tomorrow at noon, you all come to the conference hall. I have something important to announce. Yes, Grand Faction Master. Not only did Du Feng stand up, Li Jian and the others also stood up. Alright. Grand Faction Master Zhang, I have a private matter that I want to ask you. Chu Yunfei saw that Zhang Xiaohu was about to leave, so he quickly said. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, then I'll have to ask the elders to leave for a while? Li Jian smiled and left first. After everyone left, Chu Yunfei said embarrassedly, Grand Faction Master Zhang, do you have a younger brother named Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Haha, of course. Zhang Xiaohua is my younger brother. Then without waiting for Chu Yunfei to say anything, Zhang Xiaohu said again, Xiaohua has already told me that he met you in Songning town. Ah, that's good. I've been wondering that I didn't meet a disciple of our Misty school. Since he's your younger brother, I should thank him even more. I wonder, where is Zhang Xiaohua? Well? Zhang Xiaohu hesitated and said, Xiaohua is in Huanxi Villa, but I don't know if he's there now. Well, I'll go back and have a look. If he's there, I'll tell him what you mean, okay? That's good, Chu Yunfei said gratefully. Your younger brother is not only good at martial arts, but also very close to your brother. He knew that Grand Faction Master Zhang might have gone to the incense cult, so he insisted on going with you. But I don't know where the incense cult is, and Elder Hu doesn't know either, so... Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Brother Chu, you're right. But, the incense cult is a long journey. My younger brother is still young. Even if he wants to go, he doesn't have enough strength. Later, when he got your message, he gave up looking for me. I just went back to the Misty Peak recently and brought my family here. My younger brother naturally came with me. Well, I hope Grand Faction Master Zhang can tell him what I mean. I also hope to thank him in person for saving my life. I'll tell him. But I don't know if he's at home. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. After Chu Yunfei left, Zhang Xiaohu also went back to the Huanxi Villa. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the small courtyard at all. She must have gone to the alchemy room of the Misty Palace to refine pills. Thinking of what Zhang Xiaohua had done for the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu was a little embarrassed. It seemed that she had done more than him. The title of Grand Faction Master of the Misty School should be Zhang Xiaohua. She's the founder of the Beidou School. Why would she care about the Grand Faction Master of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu could not help but smile bitterly. Everyone's pursuit was really different. In the alchemy room, 7 alchemy furnaces were melting together. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged. She sneezed several times in a row, which made him wonder, although the weather is starting to get cold, it shouldn't be so bad. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohu did not go to the conference hall. Instead, he went straight to the back mountain of the Misty School. He stayed in the place where the disciples of the Righteous Alliance were imprisoned for a long time. He did not leave until it was almost noon. Du Feng had received Zhang Xiaohu's order. He accompanied Chu Yunfei the whole morning to see all the places of the Misty Mountain Villa. The more Chu Yunfei looked, the more excited he was. The Misty Mountain Villa was the place where he grew up. How could he not have feelings for it? Now that he saw that the Misty Mountain Villa was no different from before. His amiable fellow apprentices were diligently practicing martial arts. This had long evoked his homesickness. When he returned to the conference hall, before Zhang Xiaohu could say anything, Chu Yunfei bowed and said, reporting to Grand Faction Master Zhang, this disciple has been accompanied by Vice Hall Leader Du. It seems that the Misty Mountain Villa is quite different from what this disciple had imagined. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, Brother Chu, what did you think before? Chu Yunfei hesitated for a moment and said without any trace of politeness, this disciple thought that Grand Faction Master Zhang was just a figurehead. The people who could speak were the disciples of the fragrance cult. Elder Li, Elder Lu, even Martial Uncle Wen and Martial Uncle Lu did not come back with Grand Faction Master Zhang. They were left in the fragrance cult as hostages. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, Brother Chu, you are very imaginative. But what you said is probably what everyone in Jianghu thinks. There is nothing strange about it. Grand Faction Master Zhang is right. Elder Hu told this disciple to observe carefully and carefully. But when I saw Elder Li yesterday, I was already relieved. This Misty School is still our Misty School. Nothing has changed. Good. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, I am also very much looking forward to Elder Hu's return. Only when Elder Hu and the others come back can our Misty School really be restored to its former Misty School. Yes, this is also what this disciple hopes for. Chu Yunfei said with a smile, so this disciple will not stay here any longer. I will hurry back and report this matter to Elder Hu. If there is no accident, there should be a reply in 10 days. So fast. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and then said with a smile, Look, Elder Hu has also been paying attention to Ethereal Heights for a long time. Yes, as early as the news that the Misty School's disciples returned to Ethereal Heights came, Elder Hu began to prepare. Now that the news is correct, of course he will come back as soon as possible. That's good. Then I will have to trouble Brother Chu. I will be waiting for Elder Hu and the other brothers in Ethereal Heights. I don't dare. Grand Faction Master Zhang, please call me Chu Yunfei. Chu Yunfei thought for a moment and asked, about what I said yesterday? Haha, Brother Chu, unfortunately my brother was not at home last night. My family doesn't know where he went. I am afraid that you can't see him now. Brother Chu will return to Ethereal Heights in a few days. Won't there be many opportunities to meet? Chu Yunfei was a little disappointed, but he still cupped his hands and said, Grand Faction Master Zhang is right. I will leave now. See you in a few days. My Misty School has a very important meeting in the afternoon. Brother Chu, don't you want to listen to it? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and asked him to stay. Chapter 11:11. No, I don't have the qualifications to participate in the meeting, so I won't take part in this. I still want to report the situation here to Elder Hu so that I can return to Ethereal Mountain Villa as soon as possible. Chu Yunfei didn't hide his eagerness to return. Alright, since Brother Chu says so, I won't keep you. Please? Zhang Xiaohu stood up to see him out. Chu Yunfei didn't dare to let the Misty School's faction master see him out. He quickly bowed and said, I'll take my leave. Please stay, faction master. I'm good. Du Feng, help me see Chu Yunfei out. Then inform Elder Li, Elder Lu and Elder Wen. Yes, I'll follow your orders. Du Feng replied and then sent Chu Yin out. Ding Chao, go to the pharmacy hall and invite Vice Faction Master Ming Qing and Vice Faction Master Gao Kunheng here for a meeting. Then go to the back of Ethereal Mountain and bring the people from the Alliance of Righteous Sects here. Ding Chao was confused, but he still nodded and left. Hall Master Qin, please call the disciples from Fledgling Hall, Mingzue Hall, Divine Machine Hall and Law Enforcement Hall who were qualified to come to the meeting hall. Ask them to come to the meeting hall as well. Yes, as you command, Grand Faction Master. Madame Qin replied. However, she turned around halfway and said, Faction Master Zhang, you're making such a big fuss. Are you going to break off relations with the incense cult? We don't have the strength to do that yet. Faction Master Zhang, please reconsider. Thank you for your advice, Hall Master Qin. I know what to do. You can go now. Zhang Xiaohua said nonchalantly. Sigh. Madame Qin could only sigh and walk out of the meeting hall. In the time it took to eat a meal, everyone had arrived. The meeting hall was filled with people. However, it was the first time that most of the disciples had entered the meeting hall after the calamity. The leader of this meeting hall had also changed. Hence, they did not dare to speak and just stood there quietly. The last ones to enter were Li Jian and Lu Qingyang. The two of them immediately saw Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng sitting on the chairs to the right of Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang's expression changed and he hurriedly looked around for a reclining chair. However, he didn't expect the two of them to come. He didn't make any preparations at all. Where could he find one now? Seeing Lu Qingyang's appearance, the corners of Zhang Xiaohu's mouth curled into a smile. He beckoned Lu Qingyang over. Lu Qingyang looked at Li Jian, then glared at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. He went straight to Zhang Xiaohu and asked in a low voice, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, why did you ask me to come here? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, because I want to tell you that from today onwards, Elder Lu, you don't have to pretend that your injuries haven't healed. Next to him, Li Jian was stunned. He looked at Lu Qingyang with a strange expression. He didn't know what Zhang Xiaohu was trying to sell. Elders, please take a seat. Listen to me. Yes, as you command, Grand Gang Leader. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang sat on the chairs to the left of Zhang Xiaohu. Hey, who are those two people? Lu Qingyang looked at the two people next to Ming Qing and was stunned. Shit, don't ask first. I don't know either. Let's wait for Grand Gang Leader Zhang to introduce them. Alright, everyone. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, after my Misty School conquered Ethereal Heights, I often come to this conference hall. I've also dealt with a lot of the sect's affairs. However, this conference hall has never been as lively as it is today. I've also never been as happy as I am today. Because from today onwards, this conference hall will be the real place for my Misty School to discuss matters. My Misty School's disciples' words will have real weight here. Li Jian, Wen Hai and the others listened and frowned. However, looking at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's reactions, they were even more puzzled. Not only did the two not lower their heads, but they also raised their heads slightly. They narrowed their eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. When they heard something, they even nodded slightly. It seemed that They were the same as when Wenhai Misty School's direct disciples. This is really strange. When Wenhai and Lu Yueming exchanged glances, they were both extremely puzzled. In the conference hall, Zhang Xiaohu's voice was still echoing. I'm indebted to all the Misty School's elders and teachers for not abandoning me and pushing me to be the grand gang leader of the Misty School. I'm also indebted to all the Misty School's martial uncles, senior brothers, and senior sisters of the Misty School to listen to my orders. I'll definitely not disappoint everyone. I'll work hard and do my best to run our Misty School well. I'll let all the seniors of the Misty School in the Netherworld rest in peace. Well said, Grand Gang Leader Zhang. Ming Qing was the first to applaud. Everyone was stunned and thought to themselves, what does this have to do with you? But their hands were also clapping with all their might. After everyone's applause died down, Zhang Xiaohu continued, also, I have a few other happy events to announce. First, the Misty School branch brothers that elder who took away will be able to return to ethereal heights in 10 days. My Misty School brothers will be able to reunite, and my Misty School strength will be able to rise to another level. Great, everyone was happy to hear that. Zhang Xiaohu gestured with his hands and continued, the second happy event is that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance will be officially integrated into my Misty School from today onwards. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The two people beside Ming Qing stood up and bowed to everyone. I'm Wang Luan and Lu Bin. Greetings to everyone. Ah? Only then did everyone understand that the people sitting beside Ming Qing were actually the captured disciples of the Righteous Alliance. After the battle at Ethereal Peak, everyone already knew the strength of the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. They were not much inferior to the disciples of Misty School. On that day, because Zhang Xiaohua had killed the Righteous Alliance's class leader Fugue and the four great reverends, the disciples of the Righteous Alliance were scared silly. Hence, thousands of elites had put down their weapons without fighting. These elite disciples were sent by the Righteous Alliance to guard Ethereal Peak. They were the elites of the Righteous Alliance. With the addition of these captured disciples, it would definitely make the Misty School even more powerful. After Wang Luan and Lu Bin bowed, they sat down. They did not mind the coldness of the people of Misty School. When the two of them sat down, the disciples of Misty School came to their senses. They clapped and cheered. Then Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Third, naturally the disciples of the incense cult will be integrated into my Misty School. It doesn't matter if this is a cliché or an old bottle of wine. In short, from now on, these disciples will be my Misty School's disciples. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood up and bowed to everyone. I'm Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Greetings to everyone. Everyone present did not understand the situation. They could understand the disciples of the Righteous Alliance surrendering, but what about the incense cult? Were they originally Misty School's disciples? Why did they emphasize it again? The disciples of Misty School had a natural resistance to the disciples of the incense cult. Not to mention cheering, they did not even applaud. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, I naturally know about the past. However, from now on, the disciples led by Deputy Leader Ming and Deputy Leader Gao are real disciples of my Misty School. They are no longer disciples of the incense cult. Do you all understand? Hearing this, Li Jin immediately clapped and said with a smile, Leader Zhang is a man of great talent. He actually brought the original disciples of the incense cult and the Righteous Alliance into my Misty School. This is really a great event for my Misty School. Good, everyone heard this and quickly clapped. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, From now on, there are no more disciples of the incense cult or the Righteous Alliance in Ethereal Heights. They are all disciples of my Misty School. If there is any filthy matter or if you mention the past, I will not tolerate it. I will punish all of you severely. Yes, we will follow leader's orders. Everyone said in unison. Well, then I have finished talking about the good news. Next, I will announce a few more tasks. Zhang Xiaohua looked around at everyone and said with a smile, The first thing is that my Ethereal Heights has so many new disciples. In the future there will be disciples brought by Elder Hu. Our Ethereal Heights does not have enough rooms. The original disciples of the incense cult can't always occupy the pharmacy hall. Therefore, I need to find someone who can build a house for my Ethereal Heights. Boom. Everyone laughed. This laughter was not ridicule but laughter from the bottom of their hearts. Li Jian also could not hide his smile and said loudly, Leader Zhang, this kind of thing is done by the Divine Engineering Hall. The Divine Engineering Hall has a disciple in charge of this kind of thing. Then he turned his head and said, Which disciple is it? Hurry up and explain to Leader Zhang. Before he finished speaking, a short, fat and honest disciple came out from behind and bowed. Disciple Lu Wanquan greets Leader Zhang. Disciple is in charge of this kind of thing in the Divine Engineering Hall. Good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, please wait a moment. Then he raised his head and said, which disciple is in charge of external affairs like the Lotus Escort Agency? A disciple who looked a little shrewd came out from the crowd and bowed. Disciple Wan Feng is in charge of this kind of thing in the Divine Engineering Hall. Well, good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said loudly, I plan to take out external affairs and internal affairs from the Divine Engineering Hall and set up another external affairs hall to be in charge of these two kinds of things. Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng will be the deputy hall masters. What does everyone think? Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng were pleasantly surprised. Then they looked around nervously, afraid that someone would object. Seeing this, Li Jian said, Leader Zhang, Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng will be the deputy hall masters. Then, who will be the hall master? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I haven't thought it through yet. If Elder Li has someone to recommend, that would be the best. Li Jian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the authority of the leader. It's better if I don't say too much. Hee, that's good too. Then we'll wait for Elder Hu to come back and let him recommend someone. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Li Jian was stunned. Then he understood and nodded slightly. Seeing Li Jian nod, Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and nodded. Well, since no one objects, I will appoint Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng as the deputy hall masters of the Misty School's External Affairs Hall. Then he said to Lu Wanquan, Hall Master Lu Fu, you have to lead the disciples under you and build the houses well. Otherwise, everyone will make things difficult for you. Please rest assured, Leader Zhang. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint Leader Zhang and let our Misty School's disciples live in the best houses. Lu Wanquan was almost moved to tears. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. To be continued. Chapter 11-12. That's great. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, everyone will do their best for our Misty School. Vice Leader Lu, please don't disappoint us. Then he turned to Wan Feng and said, Lotus Flower Escort Agency and the other Misty School's external forces also need to be integrated. Otherwise, our Misty School's disciples won't have any extra food at home. We can't possibly practice martial arts on an empty stomach, right? Vice Leader Wan's responsibility is also very heavy. If you have any needs, feel free to ask me. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Wan Feng didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to place such importance on him. He was grateful and said, your subordinate's life belongs to Grand Faction Leader. Since Grand Faction Leader is so fond of me, your subordinate will do his best to let our Misty School's disciples have nothing to worry about. Ah, very good. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and asked Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng to sit down. Then he smiled and said, now that our Misty School's disciples have increased greatly, the original halls can no longer accommodate so many disciples. Moreover, it's inconvenient to manage them. Therefore, I suggest that we set up a martial arts lecture hall and a martial arts discussion hall. Thousands of disciples from the original incense cult will be managed in these two halls. The two vice leaders, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, will be the hall masters of these two halls. What do you think? For a moment, the meeting hall was silent. The disciples of the Misty School didn't speak. After a while, Li Jian smiled and said, Grand Faction Leader Zhang's suggestion is very appropriate. The original incense cult disciples are not our Misty School disciples. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts if we manage them together. If we can set up one hall, we can take advantage of the situation and develop harmoniously. This old man agrees. Everyone understood Li Jian's words. The disciples of the incense cult were very powerful. If they didn't manage them individually, it was hard to guarantee that something like Wang Dong wouldn't happen again. Letting Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng manage them was a good idea. Besides, the disciples of the incense cult only listened to Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Zhang Xiaohu's suggestion was reasonable, but could Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng do it? However, when Li Jian finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu raised his hand and said, Vice Gang Leader Ming, Vice Gang Leader Gao, what do you think? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's words made all the Misty School disciples' jaws drop to the ground. Yes, Gang Leader. We will remember Gang Leader's teachings. We will do our best for the Misty School until the day we die. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Zhang Xiaohu smiled faintly. I know that you guys are handsome for a while in the fragrant cult, But the fragrant cult is all about women. My Misty School is different. If you guys contribute to my Misty School will definitely not mistreat you. We understand. We will not let you down. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood up and cupped their hands in salute. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Jin and the others suddenly understood. No matter how outstanding Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were, there was no way they could stand out in the fragrant cult. However, the Misty School was also an inheritance of the way of the immortals. It would definitely be very attractive to them. You guys sit down. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, next, I'm sure everyone knows that I will put the original disciples of the Righteous Alliance into 2 halls. These 2 halls will be called the Jianghu Hall and the Hongwu Hall. The original disciples of the Righteous Alliance, Wang Luan and Lu Bin, will be the respective hall masters. What do you guys think? The disciples of the Righteous Alliance were different from the disciples of the fragrant cult. Although these disciples were strong in battle and would be a great help to the Misty School, they were still disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Not to mention whether they were willing or not, even the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, might not be able to do the same. This is a hot potato. Everyone had the same thought. Sect leader Zhang, this matter? I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Can you reconsider? Lu Yueming stood up and said. I've thought about what Master Lu said. I have my own way of dealing with it. Please don't worry. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Then, all right. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance are all capable. If they really become disciples of the Misty School, I'll be happy. Lu Yueming sat down helplessly. Do you guys have any objections? Zhang Xiaohu asked Wang Luan and Lu Bin as usual. How could the 2 of them have any objections? They bowed and said, the ethereal sect is the orthodox sect of the immortal Tao. We were fortunate that Sect Master Zhang didn't abandon us and accepted us into the ethereal sect. This is what we have been longing for many years. Now that Sect Master Zhang has passed it on to everyone, we can only thank Sect Master Zhang for entrusting us with this task. We will do our best to manage our disciples well. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu gestured for the 2 to sit down and said, the new 4 halls are named after martial arts. They will be the sharpest martial arts of the Misty School. I hope that the disciples of the 4 halls will work hard and make the name of the Misty School known in the martial arts world. We will not disappoint Sect Leader Zhang. The 2 deputy leaders and 2 hall leaders stood up together. The disciples of the Misty School were enlightened. Just like Ming Jing, they knew why Zhang Xiaohu made such arrangements. They had already given Zhang Xiaohu countless thumbs up in their hearts. The former disciples of the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance who had nothing to do with them, using them as fighters. To think that Sect Leader Zhang could think of such a thing. To think that the 4 deputy leaders and hall leaders would agree to it. But was that the truth? Haha. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and clapped his hands. Today will be a milestone in the history of the Misty School. Everyone will be proud of this moment after witnessing it. Sect Leader Zhang is wise. The disciples of the Misty School were in an uproar. If the disciples of the Martial Arts Lecture Hall, Martial Arts Symposium Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Martial Arts Hall were included, the strength of the Misty School was already stronger than the Misty School under Openg. How could they not be happy? After the commotion died down, Zhang Xiaohua stood up again and said, everyone please calm down. I have not finished speaking. There's more? The crowd immediately quieted down. Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and looked around at the crowd. The Law Enforcement Hall is the hall in the Misty School that enforces the sect's rules. It is extremely important. Not only does it have to quote the classics, it also has to be fair in its rewards and punishments. Du Feng, as the deputy hall leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, is not enough to deter the entire Misty School. Therefore, I nominate Martial Uncle Lu Yueming, who has always hated evil, to be the deputy leader of the Misty School and also the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. What do you think? Everyone clapped and nodded. Lu Yueming was Peng's direct disciple and had a great reputation in the sect. Back then he was second only to Zhang Qingyue. Of course he would be the deputy leader of the Misty School. However, while Aunt Qin and the others were happy, they couldn't help but worry. They looked hesitant and didn't know if they should voice their thoughts. Zhang Xiaohu knew what Aunt Qin was thinking. He waved his hand and said, Hall Leader Qin, do you have something you want to say? This is the meeting hall of the Misty School. It is the place to discuss sect matters. I am still young and inexperienced. If Hall Leader Qin has any advice that can help me make up for my shortcomings, I will be happy. Aunt Qin hesitated. She looked at Lu Yueming and said embarrassedly, This subordinate does have some thoughts. Of course, Lu. Deputy Leader Lu's abilities are outstanding. This heavy responsibility should be used to the best of one's ability. This subordinate has no intention of objecting. However, Deputy Leader Lu's martial arts are inferior. If he is taken advantage of by outsiders, wouldn't Big Leader Jiang harm Deputy Leader Lu? Hee. Lu Yueming looked at Zhang Xiaohu when he heard this. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly. Lu Yueming threw away the crutch in his hand. His body floated up and made a turn in the air. Then he circled around and slowly climbed up. When he reached the roof of the assembly hall, he slid a few feet to the side. Then like an eagle he flew down. Ethereal steps. Aunt Qin was dumbfounded. She covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "Deputy Leader Lu recovered his internal strength?" Hee. Lu Yueming smiled but didn't answer. After a while Aunt Qin's face was filled with joy. She cupped her hands and said, "Big Leader Zhang, this subordinate has no other questions." Very good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Actually, with Hall Leader Qin's experience and ability, you can also be the deputy leader." However, Aunt Qin was shocked. She quickly stood up and bowed, "Big Leader Zhang, this subordinate is too much. This subordinate is just a woman. In order to accompany Hall Master Yang on Shixin Peak, I had no choice but to become the deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Big Sect Master must also know about the tradition of the incense cult, so this subordinate had to bite the bullet. Now that I'm back at Misty School, although this subordinate is still the hall leader of Mingzue Hall, this subordinate feels at ease and feels very good. If this subordinate really becomes the deputy leader, this subordinate still feels very uncomfortable." Ha ha ha. The older disciples of Misty School all laughed. And Qin was right. She was indeed nothing in Misty School. The reason why she was made the hall leader of Mingzue Hall was mainly because she was a woman. It was more convenient for her to manage Mingzue Hall. If she was really given the deputy leader position, Zhang Xiaohu dared to give it to her, but she really didn't dare to take it. Zhang Xiaohu gestured for her to sit down. "Rest assured, Hall Leader Qin. In the future, there will be plenty of positions in Misty School. You can take your time and see." The disciples of Misty School felt a chill in their hearts, but they quickly became happy. They had received Zhang Xiaohu's grace and secretly placed Zhang Xiaohu in a very high position in their hearts. Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaohu wanted to make Misty School bigger, they had to support him unconditionally both publicly and privately. "Alright, Deputy Leader Lu, you don't have any objections, right?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Lu Yueming with a smile. Lu Yueming hadn't sat down. When he heard this, he bowed and saluted, "As Big Leader Zhang commands. This subordinate will do his best to assist Big Leader Zhang." "Deputy Leader Lu, please take a seat." After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, she looked at Xue Qing and said, "Marshal Uncle Xue, Kitty Hawk Hall is the foundation of our Misty School. All the young disciples have to be nurtured there. It is of utmost importance. Would you like to be the hall leader of Kitty Hawk Hall?" This. Xue Qing was a little hesitant. He glanced at Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai nodded slightly. Thus Xue Qing said softly, "This subordinate doesn't like trivial matters. But, if Big Leader Zhang doesn't have a suitable candidate, this subordinate is willing to take on this heavy responsibility." "Good." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Marshal Uncle Xue, if you take on the role of Kitty Hawk Hall leader, you can choose the former elite disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall and recommend them to me. I will appoint them as deputy hall leaders of Kitty Hawk Hall. Also, Chapter 11-13. When Xue Qing's ears perked up to hear Zhang Xiaohu say, "and something," Zhang Xiaohu stopped abruptly and waved his hand. "Since Hall Master Xue has no objections, please take a seat. From today onwards, you will be in charge of Kitty Hawk Hall's affairs. Quickly rebuild Kitty Hawk Hall. The inheritance of Misty School's orthodoxy will fall on their heads." Orthodoxy? Inheritance? Others might not have felt anything when they heard it, but Li Jian was stunned. Zhang Xiaohu was only Wen Wenhai's disciple, and his master was martial arts. Moreover, Wen Wenhai himself was not the chief disciple of Misty School. He only knew that Misty School was an immortal inheritance, but he was completely clueless as to how it was passed down. Peng and Zhang Qingyue died in a hurry and did not leave anything behind. Misty School's martial arts continued, but immortality. Fundamentally speaking, it was already broken. Maybe he just said it casually. Li Jin could only think of it this way. After all, even he, Peng's second senior, did not know what the immortal inheritance of Misty School was, so how could Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple who joined Misty School halfway, know? But suddenly, Li Jin shuddered as he thought of the senior who Zhang Xiaohu, Du Feng, and Ding Chao had mentioned that had a deep relationship with Misty School. Could it be? But just as this thought arose, he extinguished it. Sigh, am I getting old and muddle-headed? Am I thinking too much in my hopes of Misty School's rise? Misty School's immortal path has not been passed down for who knows how many years. Even Peng did not get it, so how could an outsider know? Also, Zhang Xiaohu did not even see his face. Sigh. Li Jin sighed for no reason. Who knew what he was sighing about? Then Zhang Xiaohu's gaze turned to Wenhai. This was his master who had taught him martial arts. Why did his martial uncles all have positions while his master had no position? Wenhai also secretly took a deep breath. As expected, Zhang Xiaohu said in a deep voice, Master, the Divine Mechanics Hall is the most important hall of our Misty School. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to others. Master, you're a person of virtue and prestige. How about I leave the Divine Mechanics Hall to you? Wenhai was a little disappointed. He wanted to nod, but Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Of course, the position of Hall Master of the Divine Arms Hall is also yours, Master. You shouldn't shirk the responsibility of being the vice-sect leader of the Misty School. Wenhai was overjoyed, but he said, You little brat. Although Master is old, I'm not much older than you. How can I casually call you senior? Hee Master, don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohu said, This is an honorific. Forget it, I won't bicker with you. Now that you're the great sect leader of the Misty School, how can I not listen to your orders? Thank you, Master. Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, Then I'll have to trouble Master to worry about me from now on. I'll obey great sect leader's orders. Wenhai also said seriously, Please take a seat, Vice Sect Leader Wen. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said, Is Hall Master Bai Dong of the Pharmacy Hall present? An old man with white hair and a white beard, but an extremely hale and hearty expression, stood up from his seat and bowed. Your subordinate is here. Hall Master Bai, the Pharmacy Hall needs to be rebuilt. Naturally, the position of Hall Master is yours, so I won't assign anyone else. I just want to recommend He Tianshu of the Pharmacy Hall to be the Vice Hall Master. Is that possible? Bai Dong was the Hall Master of the Pharmacy Hall. His martial arts weren't particularly high, so he wasn't killed by the Righteous Alliance during the battle at the Misty Peak. His Dantian was only destroyed and he was spared. Now that his martial arts had recovered and the Pharmacy Hall was rebuilt, Bai Dong naturally needed to be the Hall Master. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu was only recommending a Vice Hall Master and a disciple of the Pharmacy Hall, how could he refuse? He cupped his hands and said, This subordinate is old and weak, but the Pharmacy Hall is my heart and blood, so I can't bear to give it up. He Tianshu recommended by great sect leader is in his prime and full of energy. He can learn from me and make up for my shortcomings. This subordinate will do my best to rebuild the Pharmacy Hall and cultivate Vice Hall Master He well. I won't let great sect leader down. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu invited Hall Master Bai to sit down and said to Li Jian, Martial Ancestor Li, I also want to build another Elder's Courtyard. I invite Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Ancestor Li, and other highly respected elders to contribute to the Elder's Courtyard. Li Jian stood up and said with a smile, That's good. Old steeds still have ambitions. To be able to enter the Elder's Courtyard is my wish and also my honor. How dare I refuse? I'm in. Lu Qingyang also stood up and shouted. Haha. Zhang Xiaohu looked up to the sky and laughed. Everyone, the 11 halls of the Misty Peak have been decided. I'm sure everyone has found their positions. I hope that everyone can work together and build the Misty School's supreme glory. Mighty. It seemed that from that day onwards, the disciples of the Misty School liked to shout like this. Today it happened again. The disciples outside the conference hall didn't understand. But when they heard the shouts in the conference hall, they knew that there was a new happy occasion. They stood outside and shouted as well. When the messenger disciple passed the news out of the conference hall, the disciples of the Misty School were even more delighted. After mighty, they naturally added great sect leader Zhang. For a moment, great sect leader Zhang is mighty resounded throughout the Misty Peak. Even Zhang Kai and Guisufei in the Huanxi villa heard it and couldn't close their mouths for a moment. Only Zhang Xiaolong heard it and shrugged his shoulders. His face was filled with loneliness. Lu Qian saw this and knew what her Lang Jun was thinking. She came over with Byron and said with a smile, "Didn't Xiaohua say it before? Everyone has their own path. Everyone has their own mission in life. Xiaohu's mission is to revitalize the Misty School. Xiaohua's mission is to establish the Beidou School. Then, what's Xiaolong's mission? Is to live a good life with Lu Qian and raise the famous Zhang Byron." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile. "Yes, mother's and father's mission is to raise you 3 brothers. However, I feel that being able to meet you, take good care of you, and live a happy life with you is my life's mission." Zhang Xiaolong held Lu Qian's hand and said softly. In the pill refining room in the Misty Palace, 7 majestic 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces were melting. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and couldn't hear the cheers of the Misty School disciples outside. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't comprehending the heavenly Tao, nor was he practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. Instead, he frowned slightly and carefully recalled some of the truths that he saw in the river of karma. Yes, the way of karma was a side of the heavenly Tao. How could Zhang Xiaohua come into contact with karma at the Qi refinement stage and even wade into the river of karma? With Zhang Xiaohua's current cultivation, how could he understand the taste of it? All he could think about was what he saw in the river of karma with his naked eye. Of course, the most profound was the scene in the water bubble related to his dream's mother, Lady Aya. Although the scene in the water bubble was very short, it was enough to leave a deep impression on Zhang Xiaohua. This was because on Zhang Xiaohua's journey to find out about his dream's background, Lady Aya was described as kind and capable. This also caused Zhang Xiaohua's impression of Lady Aya to be a mixture of a mother and a sister-in-law. In short, she was kind with a hint of shrewdness. But, in the water bubble, Lady Aya was holding a dagger and killing an old monk. The dagger was stabbed into the old monk's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere and sprayed on Lady Aya's body and Lady Aya's face. This scene was frozen. Lady Aya's face was also ferocious. Zhang Xiaohua could even see the bloodthirsty expression in Lady Aya's eyes, that cruel red light. "Sigh, Lady Aya, what kind of story does she have?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed. "There is a saying in the Buddhist scriptures, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. No matter what kind of past Lady Aya had or how violent she was in the past, her last years were peaceful. Perhaps she also became a Buddha. But if Meng knew that her mother had such a hurtful past, what would she think in her heart? Meng, are you, in a foreign land, okay?" Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua missed his dream in the Tenryu sect again. But he forgot that the Tenryu sect was Meng's home, and not the foreign land that Zhang Xiaohua thought. Thinking about how he and Meng were separated more often, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sad. He had just found Meng at Lingxiang Peak when he was sent to Huansu. After returning from Huansu, he finally got the chance to go out with Meng. But in just a few months they were separated again. But, it seemed that only by separation could he appreciate the sweetness of reunion. It seemed that only by continuous separation could he deeply appreciate the unforgettable yearning and love of each other. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with bitterness. He shook his head slightly. At his age he could only understand this bitterness. How could he understand the meaning behind it? Life was full of joys and sorrows. If he did not taste them one by one, how could his life be complete? Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked at the elixir in the cauldron. Then he took out Venerable Fiery Dragon's jade bamboo slips from his money bag and looked through them carefully. Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy was very complicated. There were all kinds of strange techniques, formations and even elixir recipes. But none of them were particularly profound. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua had already discovered that Venerable Fiery Dragon's techniques were all about cultivating the lower dantian. None of the techniques involved the middle dantian. Thinking about the techniques that he had seen in the Misty School's Hall of Legacy, it seemed that they were all about cultivating the lower dantian. Could it be that cultivating the lower dantian is not unique to martial arts? Could it be that the Immortal Tao seniors changed it based on the techniques of the Immortal Tao? But, why does the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivate the middle dantian? Could it be that the Carefree Heart Sutra was not passed down by one Wuxin and the other Immortal Tao seniors? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself and rolled his eyes. Senior Huan said that the mystic realm existed before they came. The Carefree Heart Sutra of the Misty School came from the mystic realm. It might really be a technique from before the Immortal Tao. But then again, although there are different techniques, they all seem to cultivate the meridians. And there are only so many meridians in a person's body. At the end of cultivation, wouldn't it be a different method to achieve the same result? Chapter 11:14. Another 10 days passed. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting in the meeting hall with a teacup in his hand, gently blowing the steam off the teacup. His eyes were squinted as he stared at the ground, unconsciously sending the tea into his mouth. In the meeting hall, Zhang Xiaohu expanded the Misty School into 11 halls. When the Misty School's disciples saw that the Misty School's strength had increased greatly, their hearts were filled with hope. While working hard on their cultivation, they also increased their vigilance, preparing to welcome the Righteous Alliance's attack. However, according to the Divine Machine Hall's report, the Righteous Alliance's Righteous Peak was as calm as usual, as if the Misty School's counterattack had never happened. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohu was bewildered. Could it be that they're afraid of the incense cult? But I heard that the Righteous Alliance had also spoken harshly at the incense cult's martial arts assembly. The incense cult's Nun Jingyi had also cleanly distanced herself from the karma. The Misty School is the Misty School, it has nothing to do with the incense cult. The Righteous Alliance wouldn't be so afraid of Nun Jingyi's face. Could it be that they're afraid of the immortal expert that Xiaohua is impersonating? Zhang Xiaohu's guesses grew. But even our Misty School's ordinary disciples know that the immortal expert did not act because of the enmity between the Righteous Alliance and the Misty School. She killed Ban Fugue in anger because of some azure flame token. This news must have already spread to the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, the immortal expert would not participate in the battle of martial arts. The Righteous Alliance also did not know that the immortal expert was Xiaohua. Why would they bide their time? Hurt, it's so troublesome. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his head. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Zhang Xiaohu. What are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohu shuddered, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Before he even turned around, he scolded, "You have no respect for your elders. Xiaohua, don't you know that you can scare someone to death? Why do you always appear behind me like a ghost?" Zhang Xiaohua walked over from behind with an aggrieved look on his face. He sat on a chair and supported his head with his fist. He stared blankly at the ceiling and murmured, "Sigh, what a bitter life." It wasn't easy to refine the soul-intimidating pill. I wanted to give someone a surprise, but I didn't expect my face to stick to someone's butt. Sigh, forget it. If I had known earlier, I would have gone back and teased Byron. What? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he threw down his teacup and jumped over. Before he could get close, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed his wrist. She scolded, "Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Don't be so inconsiderate and sit there obediently." Then Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows again as if he had discovered something. However, after being surprised, he didn't say anything. "Haha, Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. You've been peeing on my head since you were young. Let me tell you, why are you like this? When we were young, I also spanked your butt a lot, right? There's no reason. Why are you angry?" Zhang Xiaohu comforted, "Second brother is not joking with you, right? You also know that it's really boring for second brother to sit in this position. I have to keep a straight face every day to maintain the dignity of the big faction leader. Once I relax a little, people might gossip about me. Sigh, they always compare me with big faction leader O. How deep do you think big faction leader O's foundation is? How can I dare to compare myself with him?" Zhang Xiaohua was just teasing Zhang Xiaohu. When she heard Zhang Xiaohu's complaints, she abandoned her posture and laughed. "Second brother is also an almighty person. Just now I saw that this Misty School was actually divided into 11 halls by you. You're much stronger than me. Haha, as the ancients said, nobility, generals, ministers, nobles, generals, and ministers are all equal. With little brother supporting you, are you afraid that the whole Jianghu won't be able to hold your hand?" "The whole Jianghu? Hold my hand?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "Even the disciples of Xiangism and the Righteous Alliance can't handle it. How can you talk about the whole Jianghu?" Fine, I knew it." Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a good mood. She pointed to the secret room and said, "There's a box in the secret room. Inside are 21 jade bottles. Each bottle contains 81 soul-scaring pills. There's a total of 1,701 pills. It should be enough for a while." "So many? So fast?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and blurted out, Of course. I didn't expect it either. However, this soul-scaring pill can't be compared to the meridian-soothing pill. It doesn't test the level of alchemy. It only cares about the rarity of the herbs. Also, I got a few of your Misty School's pill furnaces. My pill furnace is even better. I can refine a furnace in a few days. It's an unexpected surprise. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, Xiangism has more than 2,000 disciples and the Righteous Alliance has nearly 5,000 disciples. I estimate that you'll be able to refine it 4 more times. Oh my second brother. So many people. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How many herbs would I have to waste? No wonder people from the path of immortality don't refine these messy things. It's really meaningless. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Xiaohua, you're not in this situation. You don't know how difficult it is. If these nearly 8,000 people all listen to me, don't you think it'll be very easy for me to be the sect leader? Yes. Others may not listen, but I'll listen. However, second brother, you have to confirm the specific number of people. I can't give you even one more pill. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Yes. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. How about this? Other than the soul-scaring pills that these people are using, how about you give me 10 more? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, no problem. However, you'll have to take the soul-scaring pill this time. I don't have the patience for nearly 2,000 people. I might as well go and refine some more. Zhang Xiaohu said decisively, okay. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng are already very obedient. I'll take care of these things for them. Then he smiled and said, the path of immortality is really magical. These 2 people don't look like they've taken the soul-scaring pill at all. Other than obeying my words and treating me as the sect leader, everything else is exactly the same as before. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew better than Zhang Xiaohu what the soul-scaring pill was. He didn't want Zhang Xiaohu to do anything outrageous with it. So, before refining it, he comprehended the things in the jade slip and the poison scripture for a long time. He even put in a lot of thought when refining it. This soul-scaring pill, other than making the person who took it recognize Zhang Xiaohu as the sect leader, had nothing to do with life and death. Even if Zhang Xiaohu ordered Ming Qing to die, Ming Qing might not listen. Of course, even if Zhang Xiaohu let the number 1 beauty in the pugilistic world take the soul-scaring pill, that beauty would only recognize Zhang Xiaohu as the sect leader. She wouldn't have any thoughts of giving herself to him. Yes, didn't I say before that Zhang Xiaohua's products are all the best? Do I need you to praise me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, come closer. I'll tell you how to use the soul-scaring pill. Okay. Zhang Xiaohu said and moved his ear closer. But after he finished listening, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Xiaohua, you can't play me like this. Can you change it to something else? Zhang Xiaohua spread out his hands and shrugged. He said helplessly, there's no other way, second brother. Since it's already like this, I'll think of another way next time. But isn't this a little too mushy? Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's nothing, it's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and made a hand gesture. He disappeared into the ground and left his voice behind. Go on with your work. I won't disturb you. I'm going to see father and mother. Don't go. Zhang Xiaohu stretched out his hand, but how could he stop her? Sigh, this person. Zhang Xiaohu said and shouted, disciples outside, summon Deputy Faction Leader Ming and Deputy Faction Leader Gao to my meeting hall. He got up and went to the secret room. Indeed, there was a big box in the corridor. He didn't know where Zhang Xiaohua got it from, but when he opened it, there were 21 jade bottles neatly arranged inside. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and took a few bottles. The rest were placed in the box and hidden in a hidden place. Not long after, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng arrived. Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain and brought them to the martial arts lecture hall. At this time, the martial arts lecture hall was gradually taking shape. It had a bright courtyard, elegant rooms and diligent disciples. It was in full swing. Zhang Xiaohu whispered a few words in their ears. Although they were extremely surprised, they still nodded and left. Then, the disciples of the martial arts lecture hall divided into several groups and entered Zhang Xiaohu's room one by one. They called it heart to heart. When the first disciple entered the room, his acupoints were immediately sealed by Zhang Xiaohu. He poured out a soul-frightening pill from the jade bottle and stuffed it into the disciple's mouth. After a while, when the pill was about to take effect, Zhang Xiaohu unsealed the disciple's acupoints. The disciple did the same as Zhang Xiaohua, closing his eyes. But Zhang Xiaohu put his mouth near the disciple's ear. He hesitated and sighed, whispering, I love Chin Chin. Hearing this, the disciple immediately opened his eyes. Then his eyeballs turned nimbly and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, faction leader Zhang. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and waved his hand. He said, "You can leave. Let the next disciple in." Yes. The disciple was very obedient and went out at once. Then it was the next disciple. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had glimpsed the way of immortality. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's primordial stone, there was genuine qi in his meridians. The disciples of the incense school were caught off guard and were all tricked by Zhang Xiaohu. However, no one heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "I love Qin Qin." Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, there were more than 1,000 elixirs. How could they take them one by one in a short time? After seeing Zhang Xiaohu's heart-to-heart talk, the disciples who came out were all in high spirits as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The other disciples who didn't have a heart-to-heart talk all shouted that they also wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk today. Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, "Disciples, you are all disciples of the Misty School. I won't favor one and discriminate against the other. Just wait. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." But he snickered in his heart. "I can't do it today. I really have to tell Qin Qin this." Chapter 11:15. Another 10 days passed and Zhang Xiaohu was still in the meeting hall. He was sitting on a chair listlessly. Normally, the soul scare pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua was extremely useful. Zhang Xiaohu had already controlled more than 2,000 people of the fragrance cult, and thousands of important disciples of the decent alliance called Zhang Xiaohu Grand Faction Leader. Zhang Xiaohu should be very happy and excited. But, it was Zhang Xiaohua's strange password that tortured Zhang Xiaohu like this. Yes, the password of the earliest batch was, "I love Qin Qin." Zhang Xiaohu said it 1701 times in the ears of strangers. The password of the second batch was changed to "I love Chang'e," and Zhang Xiaohu said it 1701 times in the ears of another batch of strangers. Alas, I don't know, what will he change it to in the next batch? Zhang Xiaohu was secretly distressed. However, he had to shout it. If he didn't shout it when the disciples' acupoints were unsealed, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu saw it with his own eyes. When testing the soul scare pill, Zhang Xiaohua did murmur something in Wang Luan's ears. What a bitter life. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead. He really didn't know what to do with his younger brother. At this time, a disciple suddenly came forward to report, "Grand Faction Leader Zhang, there are 2 women outside the villa." 2 women? Zhang Xiaohu heard it and felt a headache. His mind was full of "I love Qin Qin," and "I love Chang'e." He couldn't help but feel angry. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to see them." "Yes, Grand Faction Leader's order." The disciple heard it and immediately turned around. "Wait, which sect are they from? Why do they want to see me?" Zhang Xiaohu asked casually. The 2 women were travel-worn and didn't say their names. They only said they were from Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment before he burst into laughter. "Aha, the heavenly axiom is fair. It's not that I don't want revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Once the time has come, those who have worries and those who have grievances will take revenge." "Ah? Gang leader Zhang?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohu like this, the disciple was shocked and exclaimed, "Could it be that sect leader Zhang is sick?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, you didn't see anything just now, do you know that?" The disciple immediately nodded. "Yes, I just reported that someone outside the villa wants to see you." That's good. Go, let those 2 girls in." "Yes, disciple understands." The disciple left and muttered in his heart, "Good boy, this thing must be done well. I can't let Chang'e and Qin Qin know about it. If they know that it was me who sent the news in, they will suffer a lot." Because this matter involved Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu didn't let anyone into the meeting hall. However, this confirmed the disciple's thoughts. Looking at the 2 girls, one was young. Although she wasn't very beautiful, her eyes were bright and her temperament was elegant. Although the other was cold and ignored people, she had a beautiful face and snow-white skin, which made people feel pity for her. Compared to Chang'e and Qin Qin, she was much better. Sect leader Zhang. Really? The disciple praised in his heart and quietly left, not forgetting to close the door of the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what the disciple was thinking. After the disciple left, he asked with a smile, "Are you both from Rejuvenation Valley?" The beautiful girl with snow-white skin stepped forward and saluted with her hands folded. "Sect leader Zhang, you don't remember me? This girl? I don't seem to have seen the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley." I wonder if this lady is little fish Nye? Oh no, Nye Chinyu? Ah? The short girl next to her, who didn't seem to have developed well, exclaimed with a surprised smile on her face. Then she blushed and felt embarrassed. Ah, I see. This girl must be Nye Chinyu. Xiaohua often mentioned you in front of me. Zhang Xiaohu struck while the iron was hot. What did he say? Nye Chinyu asked in a low voice, her face blushing. This. Zhang Xiaohu pinched his chin and said, What did he say? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. Anyway, he missed the happy times when you were together. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed the sect leader of the Misty School. During this period of time she was like a fish in water. It was not without reason. Nye Chinyu was so clever. If he said too much she would definitely find out. However, the sentence, he missed the happy times when you were together, was exactly what Nye Chinyu thought, so she took it seriously. However, the girl next to her looked as cold as ice again. Ahem, this girl. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He had heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Nye Chinyu from Rejuvenation Valley. How come, there was another one? The woman snorted and said, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, you're really forgetful. When I was on Shirxing Peak, I told Senior Sister Chen Chen about His Excellency's decree. Huh? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. After a long while, he stammered as if he had seen a ghost. You are Zhang Pinger? Zhang Pinger nodded slightly and said, Yes. But, you are not in Lihua Hall on Lingxiang Peak. Why did you go to Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu gradually steadied his mind. He rolled his eyes and said, You're alone. If Little Flower... Oh no, Xiaoyao. Oh no, Little Flower knows, wouldn't she be worried about you? Rin Xiaoyao will be worried about me? Zhang Pinger sneered. Of course. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Nye Chinyu and said, Xiaohua often talks about you. Zhang Pinger was not as gullible as Nye Chinyu. She asked curiously, What did Rin Xiaoyao say about me to sect leader Zhang? Well, he said you, cough, very good. Zhang Xiaohu coughed twice and changed the topic. He asked, Oh right, Junior? Sister Zhang, why did you go to Rejuvenation Valley? Was it Nanjingyi's arrangement? Or was it Lihua Hall's arrangement? Nanjingyi? Zhang Pinger frowned and then smiled. No, I am just a small Lihua Hall disciple. How could I enter Nanjingyi's eyes? It was your brother. I don't know if I should call him Zhang Xiaohua or Rin Xiaoyao. Ah? Xiaohua can arrange for an inner disciple of Lihua Hall to go to Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Sect leader Zhang is wrong. I was no longer a disciple of Lihua Hall at the Martial Circle Convention on Huayu Peak. Ah? Zhang Xiaohu was even more shocked. He asked curiously, What is going on? That's strange. Sect leader Zhang, doesn't senior brother often talk about me in front of you? What? Didn't he tell you that I left Lihua Hall? Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, He rarely tells me such a secret. Alas, this is very strange. It also affects Lihua Hall's reputation. Although I left Lihua Hall, I can't tarnish Lihua Hall's reputation. Sect leader Zhang, please pretend you don't know about this. Zhang Pinger was very miserable. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Sect leader Zhang, I wonder, is Xiaohua in Misty School? Nye Chinyu finally asked. Her voice was very low, but it was full of anxiety. Oh, this. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated. What? He is not here? Nye Chinyu and Zhang Pinger asked at the same time. They looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Then they looked at Zhang Xiaohu together. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua is not in Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu said firmly. I see. Both of them were disappointed. They asked again, then where did he go? Can sect leader Zhang tell us the truth? Of course. Zhang Xiaohu touched his nose and laughed in his heart. Xiaohua, I have taken my revenge today. Don't blame me. Then where did he go? Both of them asked anxiously. Oh, he went to Huanxi Villa. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Huanxi Villa? Both of them looked at each other, puzzled. Nye Chinyu asked tentatively, Sect leader Zhang, where is Huanxi Villa? How far is it? Well. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be hesitant again. Sect leader Zhang, please don't worry. We just want to ask him something. Zhang Pinger understood Zhang Xiaohu's difficulties and said sincerely. Of course, I know your relationship with Xiaohua. There is nothing to hide. Zhang Xiaohu said, Huanxi Villa is next to Ethereal Villa. It is about 4,000 feet away. But, where is Ethereal Villa? 400 miles, which direction? Zhang Ping'er frowned and thought. Nye Qinyu was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu's teasing expression and smiled bitterly. Sect leader Zhang, you don't have to joke with us. When we came in just now, it seemed that there was a plaque of Ethereal Villa hanging at the door of Misty School. 4,000 feet. Isn't it just next to it? Zhang Ping'er realized and blushed. She was a little angry. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and stood up. Let's go. You two, sisters-in-law, Xiaohua is right next to us. You can see him in a few minutes. Ah. Zhang Ping'er and Ye Qinyu both blushed, but then they were overwhelmed by surprise. Is he really next to us? They were still worried. Yes, he is next to us. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. But, faction leader Zhang. Zhang Ping'er's face was burning, but her eyes were calm. She said, Faction leader Zhang, please take back the word sister-in-law. If Zixia heard it, we would be ashamed. Zixia. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead. He had Chang'e and Qin Qin, but Zhang Xiaohua had Meng, Nye Qinyu and Zhang Ping'er. How could he bear it? Chapter 11:16. Zhang Xiaohua, are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua scolded, it's all your fault. Why are you dragging me into this? I've already told owner O that the Huanxi Manor is still hers. She can stay here for as long as she wants. Elder Yu walked to them and bowed. I'm sorry for not being able to see your true face. I'm sorry for treating you so poorly. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Elder Yu, you are also here to join in the fun? I'm not here to join in the fun. I just want to say that the Huanxi Manor will belong to faction leader Zhang sooner or later. Miss O has no right to stay here, and it's not good for faction leader Zhang. But Miss O has a high status. Where can she go in the Jianghu? It's better for her to become your disciple so that she can be protected. Please forgive me. Well? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She looked at the kneeling Nye Qinyu, Zhang Ping'er and O Yan and sighed, you can all get up. Seeing that the three of them were not moved by her words, she had to say, I can take you in, but you're different from Xiaohua Ji and Zhang Byron. You're my peers. How can you call me master and disciple? Nye Qinyu smiled. Master. Didn't you say that you're a disciple of Beidou School and that you're here to teach us? Can we call you senior martial brother? But Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Beidou School hasn't been established yet. I was the only one there before. Now there are two kids, Xiaohua Ji and Zhang Byron. How can I have a master? Huh? Nye Qinyu was also stunned. Then she smiled and said, I don't care. I've already practiced the mental cultivation method of Beidou School. Anyway, I'm going to be a disciple of Beidou School. I don't care if I call you senior brother or master. Zhang Ping'er's pale face regained some color. She said in a low voice, if it's senior martial brother, that would be the best. If it's not, then master. Anyway, you promised to take me in. Oyen was still very experienced. She raised her head and said, it's normal for people in the Wulin world to pass on their master's skills. It's even more normal for a senior martial brother to be the head of the sect. I've never heard of a senior martial brother who just started a sect. However, since Master wants to start a new sect of the Immortal Tao, he naturally has a new atmosphere. If he wants to abandon the old and take on the new, it's not impossible for him to be the senior martial brother who starts a sect. However, Elder Yu shook his head. There's an old rumor in the martial arts world. In the past, a few good friends practiced martial arts together. One of them attained the Tao and started a new sect. The other friends wanted to learn this Tao and all of them became his disciples. They called him master and no longer followed the previous order. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have come up with a plan. She shook her head and said, there's a hierarchy in learning the Tao. I have the Tao in my heart so I can be your teacher. But Shifu and Shixiang are just titles. Isn't it all the same? As long as you respect me as your teacher in your heart, why can't you pass on the orthodoxy of Beidou School to me? Oyen, Nye Qinyu and Zhang Ping'er were overjoyed when they heard this. They said in their beautiful voices, greetings, senior martial brother sect leader. Haha, but senior martial brother likes to call himself master. Don't mind him. Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeves and said, you all can wait. There are still some things that need to be said. Yes, senior martial brother sect leader. The three of them stood up and said with smiles. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Nye Qinyu and said, little fish Nye has already learned the mental cultivation method of our Beidou School. She should be the eldest senior martial sister. Hehe, greetings, eldest senior martial sister. Zhang Ping'er and O Yan smiled and saluted. Nie Qinyu's face flushed red, and she obediently returned the salute. When I left the Xiangxiang cult and saved Zhang Pinger from Garuda, I already promised to take her as my second senior martial sister. Hehe, greetings, second senior martial sister, Yin said with a smile. Greetings, second junior martial sister, Nie Qinyu said. The three of them saluted each other. Yin, although you're the oldest, you're ranked last. Are you willing? Zhang Xiaohua said. Yin replied without hesitation, no, I won't. Hehe, greetings, junior martial sister. Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger were overjoyed. The three of them saluted each other for the third time. Well, although you're my junior martial sisters, the first disciple of our Beidou school is Zhang Byron. You must respect him. Ah? Seeing that Zhang Byron was still a child, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little funny. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's serious face, the three of them subconsciously stopped laughing and bowed. Greetings, martial nephew Byron. Zhang Byron was playing on the David's deer. When he heard the three of them saluting him, he turned his head and laughed. He lifted his leg and peed on the David's deer's back. Hee. The three of them covered their mouths and were about to laugh when Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, don't underestimate Byron. The prosperity of our Beidou school will definitely depend on Zhang Byron in the future. You will also follow Zhang Byron in the future, and bask in his glory. Yes, senior martial brother. We understand. The three of them nodded. Well, Ji Xiaohua greets the three junior martial uncles. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and called Xiaohua over. Ji Xiaohua stepped forward and saluted the three of them seriously. The three of them also saluted back politely. It was as if they were a normal Jianghu sect now. After everyone finished saluting, Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and said with a smile, congratulations Leader Zhang for accepting 3 disciples. Zhang Xiaohua glared at him and said, congratulations, congratulations. I'm far worse than your more than 7,000 loyal subordinates. No, it's quality not quantity that matters. Zhang Xiaohu replied, I remember that Dragon Mountain also has a disciple of Leader Zhang. Including him, Leader Zhang's Beidou school already has 6 disciples. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. An old friend said that there are 7 stars in the Big Dipper. The first is Tianshu, which is the Si Ming star. The second is Tianxian, which is the Si Lu star. The third is Tianji, which is the Luzuan star. The fourth is Tianquan, which is the Longevity star. The fifth is Yu Heng, which is the Fortune star. The sixth is Kai Yang, which is the Calamity star. The seventh is Yao Guang, which is the Compassionate star. Collectively they are known as the 7 stars. I have only accepted 6 disciples and I'm still short of 1. When my Beidou school finds a paradise and opens a sect, I will build the 7 palaces of the Big Dipper, named Tianshu Palace, Tianshen Palace, Tianquan Palace, Yuheng Palace, Kaiyang Palace and Yao Guang Palace. I hereby appoint you as the Si Ming Star Lord, Si Lu Star Lord, Lu Xiyuan Star Lord, Longevity Star Lord, Fortune Star Lord, Calamity Star Lord and Compassionate Star Lord. Only then will you show the atmosphere of my Beidou school. Everyone was overjoyed. How could a Jianghu sect say such words? Wasn't it the atmosphere of an immortal? They all bowed and said, thank you, senior brother sect leader, for bestowing names upon us. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. After a moment of heroism, he said to Yin, you are the youngest junior sister and have read the most books. As for the specific distribution, I will leave it to you. Everyone laughed. Only Yin pursed her lips and smiled. She bowed and said, please rest assured, senior brother sect leader. This disciple will not disappoint senior brother. Then she probed, I just don't know, where will our Beidou school be established? This disciple can make plans early such as buying land, buying mountains and so on. This matter is also extremely complicated. Now it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth for a long time but not a word came out. Yes, he wanted to establish a sect but he just touched his lips and said it out loud. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua also had some cultivation methods and artifacts in his money pouch, so establishing a sect was not bad. However, he did not expect that establishing a sect would not be as simple as playing house. Looking at the order of their identities, the 3 of them greeted each other happily 3 times. Of course, it was because they were happy, but more importantly, it was because they were curious. If it was a real sect, how could it be so complicated? With just 1 sentence, the 3 of them had established their identities. They just had to greet each other. Therefore, after listening to Yan's suggestion, not only did Zhang Xiaohua stop talking, but Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger also stopped talking. Yes, Ji Xiaohua stared blankly. Even if Zhang Byron wanted to say something, he could not say it all. Master. Master's thinking is too simple. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and looked at Yen, saying, if I didn't accept you, my Beidou school probably wouldn't even buy rice from the pot. Yen laughed out loud and said, Senior brother sect leader, you're exaggerating. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only by taking advantage of each other's strengths can we complement each other. Senior sisters, you two are proficient in cultivation and can practice our sect's martial arts well. As for this disciple, I'm good at management, so I'll take care of the sect's chores. Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger looked ashamed. Needless to say, Zhang Pinger was not familiar with these things. Nie Qinyu had also managed Rejuvenation Valley, but she had always been giving orders. Theory was more than practice. Otherwise, she would not have run out to manage things for Nie Qinyu to increase her experience. Therefore, the two of them bowed and said, Thank you, junior sister. Well said, well said. Yen beamed with joy. She was not proficient in martial arts and felt somewhat guilty. How could she not be happy when she saw that she could work for Beidou school? But then she frowned and said, Senior brother sect leader? How big is our Beidou school? Just based on the Big Dipper Palace, then it's not much worse than Misty School. As for the wealth, although this disciple has some, but... Then she turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was now the leader of Misty School and also knew the importance of logistics. When he saw Yen look at him, he immediately understood. However, before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Of course. Master forgot that since ancient times, emperors did not lack hungry soldiers. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of large chests and countless gold, silver, and jewelry were thrown on the ground. She pointed at them and said, Yen, I'll leave these things to you. It's really tiring for Master to carry them. They can't be used, right? They also take up space. Do as you see fit. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and opened a chest. It was filled with gold. He said in shock, Xiaohua, where did you get all of this? You'll feel better after hearing this. These are all gifts from the Righteous Alliance to I. Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she instructed Yen, There's food for my Zhang family in here. Don't forget. Yen was first dumbfounded. She was shocked at how much wealth Zhang Xiaohua had, but she was even more shocked at the divine powers of the immortal Tao. This was the first time she was seeing an immortal Tao technique. She really did not know how the dozens of chests and the gold, silver, and jewelry scattered on the ground were produced. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, she could not help but laugh. Chapter 11:17. Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Yen smiled. All right. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, You've acknowledged the sect and found your senior brother. Let's go about our own business. There were still 7-8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in the ethereal palace refining elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua was just taking a break from his busy schedule and came out to take a look. He still had to help Zhang Xiaohua completely control the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Senior brother? Nie Qinyu could not accept it and asked, Junior sister and I just arrived. What should we do? Little fish Nie. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but use his original tone. He patted her head and said, Since you're already here, are you afraid that you won't be able to see each other? If you're free, slowly teach Yen the mental cultivation method I taught you. She's the same as you and can't practice martial arts. See if she has a chance to see the way of immortality. Thank you, senior brother. Yen was so happy that she almost jumped up. Oh yes, little fish Nie, how's little Orange's injury? Thank you for your concern. Thanks to your elixir, little Orange's injury is fine. Her broken arm has been reattached. Speaking of little Orange, Nie Qinyu was a little worried. She said, she heard that I was coming to Pingyang City and wanted to follow me. But, you know her situation. I'm afraid she can only leave Rejuvenation Valley next year. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was a little guilty. Of course, if I went earlier. Oh yes, senior brother, I have something to ask. The first time I met you, the flying sword. Do you still need to ask? Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, I can't hide it from you even if I want to. Why do you have to ask? I knew it. Nie Qinyu beamed with joy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Pinger, whose face was still cold but her eyes were still flickering. He said, Pinger, You've already practiced the fragrant cult's inner strength mental cultivation method. You should walk the path of immortality through martial arts. I obtained, like water, from the fragrant cult's martial arts convention. When you've mastered martial arts, you can set foot on the way of immortality. Thank you, senior brother. When Zhang Ping'er heard Zhang Xiaohua call her Ping'er, she was very happy, but her mouth still said, "Disciple has left Chuanxiang Jiao and will no longer practice Chuanxiang Jiao's martial arts. Your disciple is incompetent. I can't abandon the previous martial arts, but I definitely don't need to impart the incense cult's martial arts to the future martial arts." All right. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "Let's do as junior sister says. My beta school. I'll look around again and see if there are any books on martial arts entering Dao." Thank you, senior brother sect leader. However, my martial arts skills are still shallow and I won't be able to use it now. That's right. If junior sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. She poured out a pill and handed it over, saying, "This is a meridian nourishing pill. It can increase your strength by 10 years. Take it and find a time to take it." Joy appeared in Zhang Ping'er's eyes. She reached out to receive it and said in a low voice, "Thank you, senior martial brother." At this moment, she could no longer maintain the cold expression on her face. I want it. Zhang Byron, who was riding on the back of the David's deer, had a sharp nose and wanted to grab it. How could Zhang Xiaohua not give it to him? She poured out another pill. Zhang Byron didn't hesitate and threw it into his mouth. He stretched out his hand and wanted it. Zhang Xiaohua hit his chubby little hand and said with a smile, "You don't know what you're eating." Such a precious pill, one is enough. Zhang Byron seemed to understand. His attention was diverted again. He grabbed Huanhuan's bald horn and played with it with a smile. However, when Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and was about to put away the jade bottle, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Xiaohua looked at them strangely. The senior martial brother sect leader, can you give me one pill? Nie Qinyu asked hesitantly. You don't need it now. Zhang Xiaohua replied without thinking. Your mental cultivation method hasn't been initiated and there's no true qi in your meridians. This pill, you can't refine it. But, my father, can he use it? Nie Qinyu's voice became even softer. Valley Master Nie had obtained the support of Zhang Xiaohua pretending to be an immortal expert. He had already underestimated Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua had visited Rejuvenation Valley last time, she had been slightly rude. Nie Qinyu was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had other ideas in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. He took out 2 pills from the jade bottle and handed them over. He said, "One for Valley Master Nie and one for Elder Zhang. Your fate with the immortals is over, so don't ask for more." I understand. Thank you, senior martial brother sect leader. Nie Qinyu took it and quickly took out the jade bottle from her bosom and put it away. The senior martial brother sect leader, I would also like to ask for one. Oh Yen said when she saw the situation. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When she saw the envy in Elder Yu's eyes, she already knew. She smiled brightly and said, Fine. Every disciple in my sect, regardless of age, will be given 1 pill. She then handed the jade bottle to O Yen and said, There's still 1 pill left. Thank you, senior martial brother sect leader. O Yen was overjoyed. Xiaohua, I'll take your pill first. It won't be too late to give it to you when you've mastered your mental cultivation technique. I understand. I'll listen to master's instructions. Xiaohua Ji said respectfully. Alright, Huan is back. I'll leave it to you in the future. I probably won't need it in the future. Yes, master. Then she saw Zhang Xiaohu's gaze on her and waved her hand. Second brother, don't look. There's no more meridian soothing pills. I've already given you so many. Are you still greedy? No. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, I suddenly thought of a question and wanted to ask you. I'm okay. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qinyu and Zhang Ping'er and said, You two should find a place to rest first. This is your junior sister's villa. Let her make the arrangements. O Yen smiled and said, There's no hurry. We've joined the Big Dipper sect, but we haven't told Uncle and Aunt the good news yet. You 2 senior sisters have also just arrived, so you should do your best. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it and nodded. Go. Let's get closer. Who knows, we might live together in the future. Senior brother sect leader will go now. The three of them bowed and left with smiles. Qiu Tong, Elder Yu and Xiaohuaji also went back. After they left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, I just remembered. Although I have some true qi in my meridians, it's still very little. How do you think I should use it against an enemy?" This was indeed a problem. However, in front of Zhang Xiaohua, who had always used the Tao of Immortality as the Tao of martial arts, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out a small sword. She didn't use her divine sense to drive it, only using the telekinesis technique to control the flying sword. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Can I use it?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "When I have time, I'll copy down the telekinesis technique and have Nie Qinyu give it to you. You can practice it according to the method. This can also be considered the telekinesis technique I've seen." "Then what about the more complicated ones?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Without any movement, the small sword flew in the air like lightning and instantly split into 8, shuttling back and forth around Zhang Xiaohu. So powerful. Looking at the flying sword that barely reacted to him, Zhang Xiaohu's heart itched uncomfortably. "All right, second brother, give me the broken water sword." Zhang Xiaohu took out the short sword from his chest. Zhang Xiaohua took it and slightly channeled her true qi into it. Immediately, a 3-feet-long sword light appeared, shining on their faces. "Second brother, try channeling true qi into the sword like true qi." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. He slapped his forehead and said, How could I forget this?" Sure enough, after taking the broken water sword, Zhang Xiaohu channeled true qi into it, and a 1.5-foot-long sword light suddenly appeared. Zhang Xiaohu raised the sword and performed the Misty Seven Swords once, feeling incomparably carefree. When the last move came, Zhang Xiaohu roared and jumped up. After slashing at a large rock beside him, the rock split open like a piece of tofu. "Good." Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. "Second brother's martial arts, who in the entire Jianghu can compare to you?" "Xiaohua, I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaohu said modestly. "Oh, also, do you still remember the soaring dragon cultivation technique? You can use it with true qi, try it." It was still the same rock. Zhang Xiaohu used the soaring dragon cultivation technique, and his true qi triple-fold hit the rock. With a piu sound, the large rock turned into ashes. "Powerful, Zhang Xiaohu himself cried out. In the past, his inner qi would definitely not have such power. "Oh right, Xiaohua, using true qi to imitate inner qi is so powerful, why don't you use it but use your strength?" Zhang Xiaohu thought of something. With inner qi, don't you need an inner qi cultivation technique? I don't have the opportunity to obtain any inner qi cultivation technique, and the time I have to practice it is short, so it is easy to arouse the suspicion of others, so I might as well use my strength to subdue others. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "You have sword arts and palm strength, so what's left is qinggong. You can use true qi to replace inner qi to practice ethereal steps, and you will have unexpected gains." "Good." Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his hands and said, "Can I also fly like you?" "And if you practice to the end, of course you can, but it depends on your level of practice. This flying technique was also obtained from your Misty School. Although I don't know if it is an inheritance from the Misty School, if second brother wants to learn it, I will definitely teach it to you." Good. Zhang Xiaohu was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua frowned, looked outside and said, "Second brother, there are disciples from the Misty School coming from afar. They seem to be looking for you. You go busy yourself, I will go to the pill room and refine the soul-frightening pill as soon as possible." "Xiaohua, you have worked hard." Zhang Xiaohu held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "When you get married, I will definitely give you 3 big gifts." Zhang Xiaohua shook her hand and said, "Don't mention this again or else I will change into your appearance." Don't mention it." Zhang Xiaohu felt a little guilty. Are you afraid, second brother? You have to be honest. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, how did you refine so much true qi in your dantian? Moreover, there is a faint trace of primordialine force? It can't be?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "This? You even know this? What do you mean?" "Solitary yin doesn't grow, solitary yang doesn't grow. Isn't the black and white qi in your dantian the way to balance yin and yang? Only when yin and yang intersect, the dragon and the tiger help each other, can true qi be endless and grow endlessly." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "But this, you should tell father and mother." Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't want to talk to you. You are just a kid and you only took in 2 beauties. Although you didn't take them as your disciples, they look no different from disciples. How can you understand the romance?" "Gang leader Zhang?" A misty school disciple's voice came. Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body and went underground. She said, "It's not like I won't grow up. I will understand sooner or later." Chapter 11:18. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, the misty school disciple entered the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu alone, he smiled and cupped his hands. Reporting to gang leader, "This disciple has good news for gang leader." Zhang Xiaohu was startled. Most of the Misty School's disciples on duty were selected from the Misty School's Divine Machine Hall. They were relatively steady and cautious disciples. He had never seen such a disciple come forward to report before. He couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, the disciple knew that he was overjoyed. His expression changed to one of panic. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood. He clapped his hands together and said excitedly, "Elder Hu and the others are back?" The disciple nodded and replied, "That's right. Elder Hu is currently leading 2,000 Misty School disciples. Elder Li and the others have already gone to welcome them at the entrance of Ethereal Mountain Villa. This disciple saw that our Misty School disciples are finally reunited. I also forgot myself." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohu laughed. At this moment, "So what if I forgot myself? Let's go. Quickly bring me to welcome the Misty School disciples." "Yes, gang leader." The disciple ran out with a smile. Outside Ethereal Mountain Villa, Hu Yuni was standing under the archway. He stared at the 2 words, ethereal, for a long time. At this time, Hu Yuni's hair was completely white. The wrinkles on his face were even more prominent. His originally tall and straight waist was now somewhat stooped. Cough cough. A series of hurried coughs came from Hu Yuni's mouth. Then his waist bent even more. It was a child about 10 years old. He had delicate features and looked quite graceful. He was standing beside Hu Yuni. At this moment he hurriedly took a few steps forward. He stretched out his small hand and rhythmically patted Hu Yuni's back. His other hand took out a jade bottle, poured out a scarlet pill and handed it over. Hu Yuni took it and swallowed it without even looking. After a while, Hu Yuni's coughs gradually stopped. "Great Grandmaster, are you better?" the child asked. Ahem, it's nothing. Tian, it's just an old problem. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. I'm already used to it." "But, Grandmaster, you've been taking this medicine for such a long time, and your condition often relapses. Is it, Sai Grandmaster is already so old? That's all there is to it. What else can it be?" "Great Master Ancestor, now that we have returned to the Ethereal Mountain Villa, you don't have to worry about it. Take good care of your body. In the future, let my father and the others worry about the matters in the gang." "Your father?" Hu Yuni turned his head and looked at a man in his 40s standing not far away. He shook his head slightly but then nodded. "All right. Grandmaster will listen to you this time. He, Daddy is the deputy leader of our Misty School. He is the one who can lead the entire Misty School. Great Grandmaster, don't worry." While they were talking, a few shadows came out of the ethereal heights like gusts of wind. "Eldest senior apprentice brother?" The figure in front of them called out excitedly. "Boss Hu, you're finally back." A short and fat figure also ran out of the ethereal heights. Before he even saw Hu Yuni, he already shouted loudly. "Second brother, fifth brother," Hu Yuni called out in surprise and unconsciously quickened his steps. "Big brother," Li Jin ran to the front with his qinggong and grabbed Hu Yuni's hand. His eyes were red and slightly watery. "Big brother, why have you become so old?" Li Jin looked at Hu Yuni's snow-white hair and said with heartache, 5 years ago, your hair was just white. 5 years have already passed. How many 5 years do we have in our lives?" Hu Yuni smiled and patted Li Jian's hand. "Look at you. Isn't your hair all white? 5 years ago your hair was pitch black. Boss Hu, at your complexion. Did you not eat breakfast this morning?" Lu Qingyang also ran to the front and looked at Hu Yuni's appearance. He found it very strange. "Fifth brother Lu," Li Jian scolded, "how can you talk like that?" Fifth brother is right. In order to see you guys, I did not eat breakfast. I'm still waiting to enter the ethereal heights to eat. Let's go. I have to accompany Boss Hu to eat a few cups." Lu Qingyang laughed and pulled Hu Yuni's hand. This was not a big deal, but Hu Yuni was caught off guard and was almost pulled to the side. Big brother. You. Lu Qingyang felt that something was wrong and asked very strangely. Li Jian also felt that something was wrong. He reached out and felt the pulse on Hu Yuni's hand. A strand of internal energy went through Hu Yuni's meridians and immediately turned pale with fright. Big brother? Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Hu Yuni waved his hand disapprovingly. It's been so many years. At this time when Wenhai, Lu Yueming and Shui Qing, who came out with Li Jian and had been waiting for a while, also stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, senior uncle. Hi Xiaoming. Oh Qing hee. Seeing O Peng's disciples, Hu Yuni seemed to be happy and sad. He thought of O Peng and Zhang Qingyue who died in the ethereal heights. Get up, get up. You guys, are you all okay? Hu Yuni reached out and pulled the three of them up. He wiped the tears that were about to flow out and asked with a smile. Senior uncle, we're all good. Shui Qing smiled and said, we're just waiting for senior uncle to come back. This way the disciples of my misty school will be gathered again. Yes, I've also been waiting for this moment. If I can return to the ethereal heights, I can die in peace. Hu Yuni was quite emotional. When Wenhai, Shui Qing and Lu Yueming were stunned. They looked at each other and did not dare to ask more. By the way, come, Tian, greet your senior uncles. In the future you'll have to rely on their support in the ethereal heights. Hu Yuni smiled and turned to the child. The child looked calm. He took a few steps forward and bowed graciously. Disciple greets senior uncles, second grandmaster and fifth grandmaster. Shui Qing smiled and said, child, get up quickly. It's not that I haven't seen you before. It's just that after not seeing you for a few years, you've already become a little adult. Yes. I didn't feel it when I was young. Now that I look at you, you're actually similar to Qingyu when he was young. You both look mature. Lu Qingyang stretched out his fan-like hand and patted Tiantian's little shoulder. Isn't that so? Tiantian's aptitude is exceptional. She has cultivated our ethereal sect's legacy martial arts to an extremely high level. She will inherit Qingyu's legacy. Fourth brother and Qingyu should be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Hearing this, Li Jian frowned slightly and looked at Wenhai who was also frowning. Hu Yuni didn't seem to see it. He turned back and said, Faction leader Shui, aren't you coming to meet your old subordinate? The man who had been waiting for a long time came forward with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings Elder Li and Elder Lu. Shui Yupeng? Vice faction leader Shui? Lu Qingyang was stunned and said, You bastard, where have you been all these years? Have almost forgotten about you. Shui Yupeng was a little embarrassed and replied, Elder Lu, the Misty School was destroyed and the Luo Shui faction was also surrounded by the Xan Rong faction. I tried my best to escape, but I heard that you all went to the Incense faction. I couldn't find Elder Hu, so I could only mix with the brothers of the Luo Shui faction in the Jianghu. However, the Dalan Temple didn't seem to want to let me go, so I could only run and run. It wasn't until recently that I found Elder Hu and reunited with the disciples of the Misty School. A few years ago, it wasn't easy for me to take care of the disciples. On one hand, I had to teach Tian martial arts and on the other I had to take care of some chores. It wasn't until faction leader Shui came that I was free. He's the vice faction leader of our Misty School. Hu Yuni smiled and said, However, I didn't work for nothing these years. Look, when I left, I took hundreds of young Eagle Hall disciples with me. Now, there are 2,000 disciples. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said proudly, It's enough to be of great use. Big brother, it's been hard on you. Li Jian smiled and helped Hu Yuni into the Misty Mountain Villa. At this time, a voice sounded from inside the Misty Mountain Villa, Master Hu, welcome back. When Li Jian looked, it was Zhang Xiaohu who hurried back from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. When Li Jian saw him, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, Big brother, this is Ahai's disciple. You should have seen him before. He's now the big faction leader of our Misty School. Big faction leader? Hu Yuni glanced at Zhang Xiaohu who was walking over and said coldly, How come I don't know? This. Li Jian was stunned and said with a smile, Big brother, did you forget? The last time you sent Chu Yunfei over, he had already seen big faction leader Zhang. Chu Yunfei has seen it before but I have never seen it before. I know this Zhang Xiaohu and know that he's Ahai's disciple, but I only know that the chief disciple of our Misty School is Zhang Qingyue. Qingyue's direct disciple should be Tian. Even Ahai isn't qualified to be the big faction leader. How can his disciple be qualified to be the big faction leader? Hu Yuni said without any trace of politeness. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had already arrived in front of Hu Yuni. When he heard Hu Yuni's words, he frowned and looked at Hu Yuni's old face and the stubbornness in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh and bow. Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets Master Hu. Not bad. It's best to know your mistakes and change for the better. Hu Yuni was quite appreciative of Zhang Xiaohu's bow. He waved his hand and said, I know this isn't your fault. You were also forced to be the big faction leader by that old beggar Jingi. However, since my Misty School's disciples have returned, you don't have to be the big faction leader of the fragrant cult. It's better to give it to my Misty School's direct disciple. Big brother. Li Jian said in a low voice, Big faction leader Zhang? What big faction leader Zhang? There's no big faction leader Zhang in front of me. Hu Yuni waved his hand. Master Hu, these are all small matters. Your return to the Misty Mountain Villa is the most important matter. I'll ask you and your Misty School's disciples to come to the Misty Mountain Villa first. And that's what a junior should be like. Hu Yuni nodded with satisfaction and turned to Tian Tian. Tian Tian, you have to learn from your senior brother. Chapter 11-19. Yes, Grandmaster, I understand. Tian Tian smiled and saluted Zhang Xiaohu. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Before Zhang Xiaohu could return the salute, Hu Yuni said, Wrong, it's senior brother Zhang. Big brother, ew. Lu Qingyang came to his senses and asked, What about me? Hu Yuni glared at Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang shrunk his neck in fear and said, Nothing, nothing. Alright big brother, let's go in first. The wind is strong here and your body? Li Jian said with concern. Yes, Grandmaster Hu, let's go to the meeting hall first. Zhang Xiaohu also said. Then he turned and ordered a disciple, Go and call Deputy Hall Master Lu of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Tell him to settle down the 2,000 disciples who came from afar. Yes, the disciple answered and left. When Hu Yuni heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Foreign Affairs Hall? Second brother, when did our Misty School have a Foreign Affairs Hall? Why didn't I know about it? Li Jian smiled bitterly and helped Hu Yuni up. Big brother, let's go in first. When we reach the meeting hall you can rest for a while and then talk. How about that? So I look at you. You've only been back for a few days and you've already messed up the Misty School's rules. If fourth brother knows about this, will he be able to rest peacefully in the underworld? Hu Yuni did as Li Jian said, but he was blaming them as he walked. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he immediately calmed down and acted as if he didn't care. Li Jian supported Hu Yuni in front and looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was standing next to him. He nodded slightly at him and left first. Zhang Xiaohu was supposed to be walking in front, but when he saw this he didn't walk and just stood there quietly. Lu Qingyang didn't know and called out, Sect leader, aren't you going? Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Elder Lu, you go first. Oh. Lu Qingyang followed his two senior brothers and left, followed by Shui Yupeng and Tian Tian. Shui Yupeng knew that this wasn't the time to be courteous, so she cupped her hands and didn't say much, pulling Tian Tian into the villa. Let's go Xiaohu. When Wenhai walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and patted him on the shoulder with a bitter smile on his face. Of course, Hu Yuni was the most senior elder in the Misty School. Even the former leader of the Misty School, O Peng, had to be respectful in front of him. Needless to say, people like Wenhai couldn't even muster the will to resist. Yes, master. Zhang Xiaohu nodded with a smile. He followed Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and the others as they slowly entered the Misty Mountain Villa. The disciples in the Misty School had already received the news. Many people had rushed over and stood in the square to welcome the senior and junior brothers who had been with them day and night, as well as the new disciples who had joined the Misty School. However, when they saw the haggard Hu Yuni, everyone felt sad and reverence for him. Is everyone well? Hu Yuni walked to the steps of the meeting hall and turned to look at the familiar faces in the square. He couldn't help but think of more familiar faces that he couldn't see again. His heart ached slightly as he waved his hand and said, Greetings, Grand Elder. The disciples in the square shouted in unison. Everyone is back. I'm finally back. Hu Yuni was filled with emotion. His eyes were a little blurry. He choked with sobs for a moment and said, the Misty School has finally stood up again. I believe, with the concerted efforts of the disciples of the Misty School, the Misty Mountain Villa will sooner or later rise again in the Jianghu and regain its former glory. Yes, let's work together and regain our glory. The disciples were also excited and shouted in unison. Wu Yuni smiled and nodded. He turned to look at Shui Yupeng and Shui Tiantian and pointed at them. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jian quickly grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "Big brother, let's go in and talk." Wu Yuni frowned and wanted to break free. However, how could he compete with Li Jian at this moment? With half a push, he followed Li Jian into the meeting hall. As soon as they entered the meeting hall, Wu Yuni pulled his hand back and scolded, "Li Lao, what is the meaning of this?" Meh. Li Jian pretended to be angry and said, "Big brother, it's windy outside. Why are you still standing at such a high place? Can't you talk to the disciples when the weather is better tomorrow? Anyway, we are back and the days ahead are long. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't you think so?" Li Lao. Wu Yuni stared at Li Jian for a moment. He wanted to say something but didn't. Only when everyone entered the meeting hall did Wu Yuni swallow his words. He waved his hand and walked to the seat of honor. Then Wu Yuni clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the middle of the meeting hall. He quietly looked at the seat of the Grand Elder in the meeting hall without saying a word. Not long after, everyone came in and stood in front of their seats. None of them dared to sit down. Li Jian walked to Wu Yuni's side and said in a low voice, "Big brother, the disciples have all come in. Let's sit down and talk." "Sit down? How do we sit?" When Wu Yuni heard this, he pointed at the chair in front of him and said, "My seat is easy to talk about, but what about this chair? Who should sit there?" Li Jian didn't expect Wu Yuni to be so stubborn. He didn't even wait for a private discussion before putting this question on the table. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, he still put a smile on his face and said, "Big brother, this seat is naturally for my Misty School's Grand Elder." Then Zhang Xiaohu, who had been quietly standing behind him, said, "Zhang Xiaohu is the Grand Elder of my Misty School. Of course he should sit there." "The Misty School's Grand Elder?" Wu Yuni sneered, "My 2,000 disciples don't seem to know." Li Jian continued to smile and said, "Big brother, you must be joking. When I left Spreading Fragrance School that day, I didn't know where you were. How could I inform Big Brother? Therefore, without Big Brother's approval, I pushed Little Hu to the Grand Elder's seat. This is my fault. I will apologize to Big Brother later." Wu Yuni sighed and said, "Li Lauer, you and I are brothers. How can I blame you? I just want to ask. You Li Lauer and Lu Lauer can sit in this seat. Even if you don't want to take Lauer's inheritance, wouldn't it be the same if a Hai or Xiaoming sat there? Why did you choose a Hai's disciple?" Then looking at Zhang Xiaohu, he hesitated and said, "He isn't a disciple of my Misty School." "Big brother, you don't know. Our situation in Spreading Fragrance School is difficult. Sitting in this seat is really inconvenient." "Haha, Li Lauer, you finally got to the point. Why is it that your situation is difficult and his is smooth sailing? Why is he favored by the old beggar Jingyi? Not only did he name himself as the chief disciple of the Misty Sect, but he also directly named himself as the sect master of the Misty Sect." Wu Yuni finally laughed out loud and said, "Can't you use your brain to think? When did he come from Misty School? He has no foundation at all. How can the old beggar Jingyi favor him? If he is not a spy sent by Spreading Fragrance School, how can you explain all this?" "Big brother?" Li Jian was a little loud again. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu, who was smiling and almost squinting his eyes. He said, "Little Hu is definitely not a spy like Big Brother said. Lauer, and all the disciples of Misty Hall on Shirxin Peak can testify. Are the people of Spreading Fragrance School here?" Wu Yuni suddenly asked. "No, Big Brother. They are in Martial Arts Lecture Hall and Martial Arts Discussion Hall. Because Big Brother came back, he didn't let the two deputy leaders come." "Haha, what Martial Arts Lecture Hall, what Martial Arts Discussion Hall, what two deputy leaders?" Wu Yuni sneered and said, "One Grand Elder, two deputy leaders and two halls. They are all from Spreading Fragrance School. Is my Misty School still a Misty School?" Without waiting for Li Jian to speak, Wu Yuni continued, "The Grand Elder of my Misty School is a disciple of my Misty School. If he is not a disciple of my Misty School, is this Misty School still a Misty School? Is the Grand Elder of Spreading Fragrance School conferred by the old beggar Jing-Yi the Grand Elder of my Misty School? Is he the Grand Elder that we should acknowledge?" Looking at Li Jian, Wu Yuni said, "Second brother, I know the pain in your heart. I also know the situation of my Misty School. Therefore this time, I also steeled my heart and brought these 2,000 disciples back to support you. Although the Misty School has many disciples arranged by the old beggar Jingyi, she has already admitted to the entire Jianghu that she will no longer interfere with the internal affairs of the Misty School. We are going to use this weakness against her and kick out the Grand Elder that was not elected by the disciples of my Misty School. We will let the true direct disciple of my Misty School sit on the Grand Elder's seat so that fourth brother's legacy can continue. As Hu Yuni spoke, he became a bit agitated and anxious. Unknowingly, he started coughing again. Shui Tiantian quickly went up and handed over a pill. Hu Yuni took it, and after a while he was finally able to breathe normally. He pointed at Shui Tiantian and said to everyone, "My Misty School's head disciple is Zhang Qingyue. This child is Qingyue's direct disciple. Qingyue died and could not inherit fourth brother's legacy, so this child should naturally inherit it." Seeing that all the disciples of the Misty School were silent, Hu Yuni pointed at Shui Yupeng and said, "Even if Tian is still young and cannot manage the Grand Elder's affairs, Vice Sect Leader Shui is my Misty School's Vice Sect Leader. He is also Tiantian's father. If Tian cannot become the Grand Elder of the Misty School, then Vice Sect Leader Shui will naturally become the Grand Elder of the Misty School. When Tian grows up, she will inherit her father's legacy and become the Grand Elder of the Misty School." In short, Hu Yuni pointed at the gloomy-looking Zhang Xiaohu and said, "In short, the appointed Grand Elder of the Misty School absolutely cannot become the Grand Elder of the Misty School." "Big brother." Li Jian's expression turned cold as he said, "You came back to tell us this? You want to compete with Little Hu for the Grand Elder position?" "Of course not." Seeing Li Jian's unyielding attitude, Hu Yuni smiled and said, "I came back to revitalize the Misty School. But, if the Grand Elder position of the Misty School is taken by a disciple of the Misty School, then how will revitalization?" Chapter 11:20. Sigh. Since that's the case. Li Jian's expression relaxed when he heard that. He smiled and said, "That's good. Then I'll use the facts to argue with you." "Go ahead. I'd like to see how that old beggar Jingyi will convince you." "Yes, I'll convince you." Li Jian looked around and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. You're all the backbone of our Misty School. This position concerns the development of our Misty School. All of you can listen and express your opinions." Everyone nodded silently but didn't sit down. They only looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and sat on the right side of the leader's seat. He nodded at everyone and they sat down. "Big brother, please take a seat." Li Jian pointed at his seat and smiled. "This is Big Brother's seat. When Big Brother wasn't around, I secretly sat there for a few days." "Hee," Hu Yuni smiled. "Maybe it'll be your seat in the future." Li Jian was stunned. "Big Brother, what do you mean?" Hu Yuni didn't answer. He looked at the seat beside Zhang Xiaohu and said to Shui Yupeng and Shui Tiantian, "You two sit there." Shui Yupeng brought Shui Tiantian and walked quickly to Zhang Xiaohu's side. They nodded and sat down. "All right, second brother. If you have something to say, just say it." Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "Leader, now, the time is right. Can I say it?" Zhang Xiaohu knew what Li Jian wanted to say. He smiled. "Even if you don't say it, I'm sure Elder Hu won't agree. Since everyone in the meeting hall is from Misty School, just say it." "Yes, as you command, Grand Faction Master." Li Jian nodded. He looked at Hu Yuni's unhappy expression and said, "Big brother, your injury seems to be very serious. Did you suffer it when you broke out of the Misty Peak's back mountain?" "Yes, I was hit by a consecrator from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. It hurt my vital organs and I haven't recovered yet." Hu Yuni nodded. "Since Big Brother was heavily injured while breaking out of the encirclement, then I'm sure Big Brother already knows what happened to us." "Well, that's for sure. You've all been crippled of your martial arts. You've been captured by the fragrant cult." Hu Yuni sighed. "I know that because you've lost your martial arts, you can't resist the fragrant cult. That's why you brought the 2,000 disciples back." "Big brother, didn't we tell Chu Yunfei to tell you that we have recovered our martial arts?" Li Jianqi asked. Of course Chu Yunfei did. He even said that there was a senior from the Immortal Path who was related to the Misty School that helped Zhang Xiaohu recover all of your martial arts. Hu Yuni said disdainfully, "I know that you guys are deliberately mystifying. You're using the empty fort strategy to confuse the incense cult. But, Big brother, it's true." Lu Qingyang jumped up and shouted, Chu Yunfei, that brat, saw me walking and I was worried for a long time. How can you recover your martial arts when they've been crippled? And, even if I'm not the chief disciple, I've never heard Master say that there's a senior from the Misty School that's on good terms with us. If there's really a senior from the Immortal Path who could chase you to the Fragrant Cult, then why didn't he appear when the Misty School was destroyed? That day, as long as he appeared on the Misty Peak, he didn't have to recover the martial arts of the thousands of disciples. Why do you think he didn't do the simple things and insisted on doing the complicated things? Li Jianqi nodded and shook his head. What Hu Yuni said was quite reasonable, but it was true that he had recovered his martial arts. Who knew why the senior from the Immortal Path didn't appear at the critical moment of the Misty School's destruction? Why did he have to wait until the Misty School was destroyed? It's useless to say more. Li Jianqi laughed. Big brother, look. Li Jianqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. His face was slightly purple, and the tip of the long sword was 3 fingers long. Ah, sword? Hu Yuni couldn't sit still. He stood up and asked, Second brother, you really recovered your martial arts? Not only that, big brother, there's me too. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but walk up to Hu Yuni and say, that day my joints were crushed by the monks of the Dalan Temple. I couldn't even stand up. Senior uncle, we really recovered. When Wenhai stood up and smiled. No way, really? Hu Yuni was stunned. He pointed at the others and asked, You all recovered? Yes, senior uncle. Thanks to sect leader Zhang, we all recovered our martial arts. Everyone said, however, in order to not attract the attention of the Fragrant Cult, we still pretended that we didn't recover our martial arts. Hu Yuni was speechless. He waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. His tone was pleasantly surprised. That's good. With your martial arts recovered, the strength of the Misty School will reach a higher level. We don't have to worry about the disciples of the Fragrant Cult. Then he seemed to think of something and changed the topic. However, this was done by the senior who has a deep relationship with our Misty School. It has nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohu. They just borrowed his hand. Haha, big brother, you have to think about it. Why didn't the senior find someone else but Zhang Xiaohu? It was a coincidence. Hu Yuni replied. Big brother, that day at Shixing Peak, Zhang Xiaohu was the only direct disciple of our Misty School who didn't lose his martial arts. Although the senior gave Du Feng and Ding Chao 10 years' worth of martial arts, he didn't give them the important task of recovering our martial arts. What do you think the senior meant by this? But Zhang Xiaohu's identity? Don't worry, big brother. Zhang Xiaohu is definitely not a disciple of the Fragrant Cult. When he came to our Misty School, he didn't know any martial arts. Moreover, the Fragrant Cult respects female disciples. Even if the old beggar Jing Yi had a premeditated plan, she would still choose Yang Ruping. Hu Yuni thought for a moment and nodded. There's no need to argue about this. You've received such a big favor from him. Of course you have to speak up for him. Perhaps this was also premeditated by Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu sat in his chair, quietly listening and watching. It was as if he didn't care that this was a farce. Well, since Big Brother said so, then I can only admit it. I've received such a big favor from Zhang Xiaohu. Naturally, I have to repay him. Although the old beggar Jing Yi wanted him to be the leader of the Misty School, he's also the candidate that all the Misty School disciples want. Li Jian sneered, but Big Brother is referring to a 10-year-old child. What qualifications does he have? He wants to be the leader of the Misty School as soon as he comes? Does he have the grace of being reborn to our Misty School disciples? Or can he pull our Misty School disciples out of the puppets of the Fragrant Cult? Is it just because he's the direct disciple of our Misty School's chief disciple? Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni and said, although Zhang Xiaohu isn't Zhang Qingyue's disciple, he's still Wenhai's disciple. He's also the direct disciple of Fourth Brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, the leader of our Misty School doesn't have to be based on seniority. Didn't Big Brother give the position of chief disciple and leader to Fourth Brother? Hu Yuni was speechless. There's also deputy leader Xue. Li Jian looked at Xue Yupeng and said coldly, presumably, deputy leader Xue knows that the reason why Fourth Brother promoted Xue Yupeng to deputy leader is for the sake of the development of our Misty School. He wants to integrate the Luo Xue gang in the Misty School. If deputy leader Xue can stay in our Misty School for another 10 years and integrate into our Misty School, then, at this time, this Li will definitely persuade Zhang Xiaohu to step down and give the position of deputy leader Xue to someone who knows the ins and outs of our Misty School. Pitifully, Deputy Gang Leader Shui has only stayed in our ethereal sect for less than 2 years and has only shown up in Huanxi Manor for 4 or 5 times. Now, you want to seize the position of the Grand Gang Leader of our ethereal sect? Do you think you can rely on the fact that you used to be our Deputy Gang Leader? Second brother, are you saying that you're going to support Zhang Xiaohu? Hu Yuni asked. Big brother, it's not that I support him, but it's the choice of thousands of our Misty School brothers. Even if you have to fall out with Big brother, you still want to choose Zhang Xiaohu? Hu Yuni asked coldly. Big brother, it's not a matter of falling out or not. As I said, we have to make a wise choice for the development of our Misty School. Your choice is Zhang Xiaohu? Yes, our choice is faction leader Zhang. If you don't believe me, big brother, you can ask them. Li Jian turned around and pointed at the crowd. But, the 2,000 disciples I brought with me, all support Shui Yuping? Hu Yuni asked with a smile. 2,000 disciples? Li Jian hesitated and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Hu Yuni said, Second brother, you're right. We have to choose a capable leader. This is what you and I think. I don't want to embarrass you, but Shui Yuping used to be the leader of Luo Shui faction and is now the deputy leader of our Misty School. He's much better than Zhang Xiaohu in terms of martial arts, prestige and ability. He's the best choice for leader of our Misty School. You can't delay the righteousness of the faction because of your personal feelings. Capable? Li Jian sneered. Can Shui Yuping handle the disciples of Fragrance Cult and the disciples of the Righteous Alliance? What do you mean? Hu Yuni asked curiously. Zhang Xiaohu took in the disciples of the Incense Cult into the Martial Teaching Hall and the Martial Discussion Hall. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, the 2 vice sect leaders, listened to him. He also took in the disciples of the Righteous Alliance into the Jianghu Hall and the Great Martial Hall. Wang Luan and Lu Bin, the 2 hall leaders, also followed Zhang Xiaohu's lead. Can Shui Yuping do the same? Hiss. Hearing this, Hu Yuni sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. After a while he said, Shui Yuping might be able to do it, but how can we prove it now? Chapter 11:21. Li Jian said with a smile, That's right, big brother. We can't prove it. Faction leader Zhang has subdued Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng from the Fragrance Cult, and Wang Luan and Lu Bin from the Alliance of Righteousness. Shui. Vice faction leader Zhang can't do that. Hu Yuni thought for a while and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and Shui Yuping. He sighed and said, Li Lauer, to be a faction leader, one must have qualifications, prestige and martial arts. Since you've put aside qualifications, I won't mention that Shui Yuping is the former vice faction leader of Misty School. What about prestige? It can't be solved in a short time. Besides, Zhang Xiaohu has some prestige in Misty School. He can barely be compared with Shui Yuping. This. Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni with anger on his face. Big brother, you mean, you want Grand Faction leader Zhang to compete with Shui Yuping in martial arts? Li Laowa then, tell me what else can you do? Convince the 2,000 men I brought with me? Convince Shui Yuping and Shui Tiantian? And you still have to convince me? Haha, big brother. Li Jian got angry and laughed. Shui Yuping was a famous master in Jianghu even before she entered Misty School. Although her martial arts cultivation is a little weaker than faction leader O, but how can faction leader Zhang compare with her? Big brother. I won't agree with your idea. And, no matter what, faction leader Zhang is the faction leader of Misty School in my eyes. Others? Haha, if they want to be the faction leader, they have to convince me. That's right, big brother. Sect Master Zhang is kind and benevolent. He has saved countless disciples of our ethereal sect. It was Sect Master Zhang's idea for us to come out of the incense-spreading sect. Otherwise, I would still be lying on the back mountain of Shirxin Peak, basking in the sun. Li Lauer. Hu Yuni stood up and said coldly, Are you going against your big brother? Big brother, you are the big brother of the 6 ethereal tigers. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. It's just that, please forgive me for being disrespectful when it comes to faction leader Zhang. Big brother? Lu Qingyang also shouted, Big clan master is so good, why don't you like her? Eldest martial uncle, please reconsider. When Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing all stood up to dissuade him. When Hu Yuni saw that everyone was trying to stop him, he frowned and hesitated. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohu, Shui Yuping, and Shui Tiantian, who were sitting quietly beside him, his expression became resolute. He waved his hand and said, "You have all seen Zhang Xiaohu's means, but I haven't. I want to see it. As people of the martial arts world, if we don't compete in martial arts, do we compete in rock paper scissors? Big brother, if that's the case, Li Jian didn't know why Hu Yuni disliked Zhang Xiaohu so much or why he respected Xue Yuping so much. However, he was indebted to Zhang Xiaohu and had thousands of Misty School disciples behind him. He couldn't stand up for Zhang Xiaohu. Elderly Zhang Xiaohu, who had been silent all this time, stood up and said with a smile, "Let's do as martial ancestor Hu says." However, martial ancestor Hu must be tired after coming from afar. 3 days later, I will compete with vice-faction leader Xue in the square in front of the meeting hall. Then he turned to Hu Yuni and asked, "Martial ancestor Hu, what do you think? Faction leader Zhang? This isn't appropriate." Li Jian wanted to stop him. Hu Yuni nodded and said, "All right, I'd like to see what you're capable of in 3 days. By the way, for the next few days, can I still be in charge of the Misty School's affairs?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. "Of course you can if it concerns the other disciples. As for the disciples I brought, I'll have to wait 3 days. It's fine. The vice-faction leader of the Young Eagle Hall is martial uncle Xue Qing. If martial ancestor Hu trusts her, let her make arrangements for these disciples first." "Yes, faction leader." Xue Qing bowed as if provoking Hu Yuni. "I'm very good." Hu Yuni narrowed his eyes and said no more. "Old man, you've gone too far." In the alchemy room of the ethereal palace, Zhang Xiaohua was on the verge of exploding after hearing Zhang Xiaohu's story. He had been scheming since Shirxin Peak and spent a lot of effort to win the hearts of the thousands of disciples of the Misty School. Wasn't it all to help Zhang Xiaohu become the faction leader of the Misty School? However, all the favors he had done for the Misty School and Zhang Xiaohu's hard work couldn't compare to Xue Tiantian's status as Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple. It couldn't even compare to a single word from Hu Yuni. Forget it, forget it. Second brother, my Beidou school still lacks disciples. Why don't you come with the 2 sisters-in-law? Although you can't become the faction leader, your future will definitely be better than that of the Misty School. Fuck off. How can your Big Dipper sect's 3 kittens and 4 puppies compare to our ethereal sect? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I'm the faction leader of the Misty School now. If I chicken out at the last minute, not only will I be letting down Grandmaster Li and my master, but also the thousands of disciples of the Misty School. How can I walk in Jianghu in the future?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, stood up and said, "Why don't I just stab that bastard called Xue Yuping to death with my sword?" "Don't." Zhang Xiaohu knew Zhang Xiaohua's tricks. He was so scared that he grabbed him and said anxiously, "Xue Yuping is a disciple of the Misty School anyway. He can't stand your ruthless methods. Besides, he's going to compete with me in 3 days. If he suddenly dies at such a critical juncture, who wouldn't know that it has something to do with me? Besides, with your second brother's current martial arts, I'm an immortal now. Why should I be afraid of him?" Zhang Xiaohu said proudly. That's how it should be." Zhang Xiaohua gave him a thumbs up and said, "I thought you asked me to impersonate you again. Is that necessary? I can't always rely on you." Zhang Xiaohu snorted disdainfully. Looking at the pale white flame and the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace above, he smiled and said, "This method of refining pills, when can you teach me?" Zhang Xiaohua also had the same face as Zhang Xiaohu. She pointed behind her with her chin and said, "Your Misty School's inheritance naturally has this alchemy method. Why are you coveting my Beidou schools?" "Fine." Zhang Xiaohu stood up and said, "I'm going back to see my parents. Are you coming?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua also floated in the air. In a few blinks of an eye, she was at the door of the alchemy room. She smiled and said, "I haven't been back for a few days. Your soul-absorbing pill will be ready in a few days. I'm going to see my disciples. I'll wait for me." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and chased after her. When they were out of the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, where is that guy?" "Which guy?" Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. However, he immediately understood and said, "He's at the Kitty Hawk Hall. He's arranged by Martial Uncle Xue. I think he's a direct disciple of the original Misty School. They can trust him." Zhang Xiaohua said and released her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Her expression was very strange and she said, "Hu Yuni is a skinny old man. I don't think I've seen him in the Misty School before." martial ancestor who is an elder of the Misty School. At that time, not to mention you, even ordinary Misty School disciples couldn't see him. You can see martial ancestor who now? Yes, he's talking to a boy around 10 years old. There's also an imposing man standing next to him. That boy seems to be the Shui Tian you were talking about. And it should be. The only one who can be with elder who all the time is Tian. Haha, second brother, I don't know. If I tell you that I've seen this so-called Misty School's deputy gang leader, what would you think? That's strange. Shui Yupeng is the Misty School's deputy gang leader. And he seems to have participated in the martial arts exhibition. It's not strange that you've seen him. Why would I be surprised? Zhang Xiao, who didn't understand, is different from what you think, second brother. During the martial arts exhibition, it was the first time I saw a disciple of the Misty School. There were so many people, how could I remember who? It wasn't long ago that I met Vice Gang Leader Shui. How? How is this possible? Shui Yupeng has always been with Elder Hu. How could you have seen him? Haha, when you know where I've seen him, I'm sure, you'll be even more surprised. Tell me, where did you see him? Evil Tiger Gang. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. When I went from Shichui Mountain to the Evil Tiger Gang to kill the Blue Flame Token, I saw him outside Hungry Tiger Villa. At that time, he was with the Blue Flame Token's deputy gang leader Jianghu of the Righteous Alliance. I thought he looked familiar. So that's why. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. After a while he said faintly, could it be Elder who has also joined the Righteous Alliance? This time he came back because of the Righteous Alliance? And it should be. Otherwise, why hasn't the Righteous Alliance attacked after so long? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The Righteous Alliance sure has a good plan. They've taken over the nest and chased you away, easily taking over Ethereal Sect and Nanjing Yi's thousands of fragrance cult disciples into their pockets. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, since I know, I naturally can't let their evil plan succeed. Kill all of them. Zhang Xiaohua said noisily. No, killing for no reason will only make Elder Li and the others feel disgusted. Moreover, we can't explain it to the 2,000 Misty School disciples. It's very inappropriate. Second brother, don't forget, I know the bewitching finger. With a tap on his acupoint, that guy will say anything. You know how to say it, but the problem is, others will think that you did something and will suspect you first. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, let's go, let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it when we get home. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu into Huanxi Villa. She still didn't look back and said hatefully, when I have time I'll tap on this guy and see what they're planning. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 11:22. In the small courtyard of Huanxi Villa, compared to the past, what remained unchanged was the warmth of home. What had changed was that it was livelier. Zhang Xiaohua asked Yen to make arrangements for Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger, but after Nie Qinyu and Zhang Pinger met Zhang Xiaohua's parents, they simply stayed in the small courtyard. Nie Qinyu did not have a mother since she was a child, so she had long been envious of the village life that Zhang Xiaohua talked about. Now that she saw Guosufei, she kept calling her aunt, which made Guosufei grin from ear to ear. Zhang Pinger was also accepted into the Lihua Hall of Lingxiang Peak since she was a child. Although Yin treated her very well, she did not experience the warmth of home after all. At this time, in just half a day, she was intoxicated by the overflowing family affection of the Zhang family. She was so happy that she did not want to go out of the small courtyard at all. Although Zhang Pinger had a cold temperament and was not as lively and likable as Nie Qinyu, she was still fair-skinned and beautiful. She looked like an adult and she was very careful and well-behaved. Guosufei had noticed this. Although she did not say anything, she was secretly looking at Zhang Pinger's chest and butt. Her breasts and buttocks weren't exactly plump, but Guosufei nodded inwardly. She looked like a woman who could give birth to children. Alas, if such thoughts were known by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came to the small courtyard, Lu Qian accompanied Guosufei to pick vegetables. Yen stood carefully beside them and said something which made Guosufei laugh from time to time. Zhang Pinger carried a small wooden bucket and held a small wooden spoon in her hand, watering the flowers and plants in the middle of the courtyard and a few small vegetable fields. Nie Qinyu held Zhang Byron in her arms, and Xiaohuaji was beside her. She pointed at the butterflies flying in the flowers and plants, as if telling a story. Byron listened attentively and was fascinated. Chang'e and Qinshin also came, but they looked a little sad. They were accompanying Mr. Lu and were talking about something. Zhang Kai was sitting beside Mr. Lu. He was squinting his eyes and his head was drooping down. He was probably taking a nap. Little Black and Little Yellow were lying on top of the walls of the small courtyard. They would fly or run along the walls from time to time. They were never idle. They had seen Zhang Xiaohua a long time ago, but under Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, they continued to play their games. Zhang Xiaohu entered the yard first. Hearing the noise, Chang'e stood up first and asked, "Xiaohu, where are you going?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhang Xiaohua come in as well. His eyes lit up and a look of realization appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "I forgot. With Xiaohua here, what are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohu knew what Chang'e meant, but he didn't want his parents to worry, so he nodded slightly. "Senior brother sect leader, you're back?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Oyen, Zhang Pinger, and Ye Qinyu all stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Ah, I'm back. Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed it very much. He waved his hand and smiled. But then he noticed the changes in the few rooms that were usually empty. He frowned and said, "You are not going to live in the small courtyard, are you?" "Can't we? Senior brother sect leader?" Nye Qinyu said curiously, "Isn't it nice to live here? I like this small courtyard after just half a day. Isn't it the same to live anywhere?" Zhang Pinger also pursed her lips and said, "If I live here, I can also protect uncle and aunt." "Greetings to master." Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. "Senior uncles are also good here. The small courtyard is more lively." "But..." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and couldn't say anything. Guasufei scolded, "But what? I think it's good for them to live here. Isn't it lively at home? If Chang'e and Qinshin didn't have to go back to Mingzue Hall, I would like them to live in the small courtyard with Xiaohu." "Mom, I'm talking about Xiaohua. Why did you stop me?" Zhang Xiaohu obviously had a guilty conscience and immediately complained. "You're right." Yen helped him, "But there's no place for me to live here, let alone gang leader Zhang and Chang'e." Zhang Xiaohua glared at her angrily. "There are many big courtyards in Huanxi Villa. Why don't you vacate one?" "Haha, I'll follow senior brother sect leader's order and do it right away," Yen said with a smile. "Forget it. Don't make trouble." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. At this time Zhang Kai was also awakened. He frowned and said, "Xiaohua, what are you busy with? You're not at home most of the time. Today you created a Beidou school and even accepted Villa Head O as your disciple? What do you want to do?" Mr. Lu coughed and poked Zhang Kai with his arm, whispering, "In-law, well, the children have their own affairs. You don't have to worry about them. Oh. Villa Head O sent a jar of green bamboo leaf the day before yesterday. Do you want to taste it? But, is he going to accept disciples or do something else?" Zhang Kai always listened to Mr. Lu, so he unconsciously lowered his tone. "Xiaolong, bring the wine and ask Qin to cook some dishes." "Yes, Dad." Zhang Xiaolong came out of the room with a small porcelain jar in his hand. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then looked at Nye Qinyu and Zhang Pinger who had walked aside. He winked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes angrily. When she was about to turn around, she heard Zhang Xiaolong shouting again, "Xiaohua, move your long sword. Don't always leave it in the yard. It's in the way." "Got it, big brother." Zhang Xiaohua replied angrily. She walked to a corner of the yard and picked up the Great Wisdom Sword. Holding it in her hand, she went straight into her room. The Great Wisdom Sword was Rin Xiaoyao's signature weapon. After returning to the Guizhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua rarely used it. She just left it in the yard. Translator, Transin editor. Transin. As night fell, the lights in the small courtyard of the Zhang family were brightly lit. Everyone sat in a circle, eating and chatting. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Nye Qinyu and Zhang Pinger had only eaten a little before, so this was their first meal. They were a little restrained at first, but gradually they relaxed and enjoyed the dinner that they had never experienced before. Although this simple meal was not as exquisite and delicious as a professional chef, it was delicious and tasty. It was not something that an outsider could make. The meal took a long time to finish. Zhang Xiaohua only ate a little bit of vegetables and chatted with everyone. Nye Qinyu and Zhang Pinger, on the other hand, were travel-worn. They rushed day and night. Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohua and confirmed their future plans, they couldn't help but feel sleepy and yawn frequently. When Yin saw this, she told Guisufei the reason. Guisufei was even more tempted. She glared at Zhang Xiaohua a few times and stood up. She wanted to help the two clean up the room with Lu Qian. How could Yin let her do it? She quickly said, "Auntie, don't get up. Put everything in the room properly. Just spread it out casually." Guisufei smiled and said, "I'm not a grandmother from a rich family. Since you are here, you are my family. How can I not care? Let's go. Let's put the two girls to sleep first." Yin saw that she couldn't stop Guisufei, so she followed. The girls left the room. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and whispered to Zhang Xiaohu, "Stay at home. I'll help you." "Well, be careful. Don't do anything. I have a plan." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "Where are you going?" Zhang Kai scolded, "Come back when it's time for dinner. After dinner, put down the bowl, wipe your mouth and run away. Your mother still has something to ask you." Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked to the door and said, "Father, the moonlight is just right outside. I'll go and enjoy the moonlight. When I have some ideas, I'll tell you and Mr. Lu." Then she turned around and disappeared. This child." Zhang Kai scolded, "Why didn't you tell me why you let two girls live in your house?" "Father, these two are Xiaohua's disciples. Didn't I tell you?" Zhang Xiaohu explained. "Are you teaming up to coax me?" He accepted Xiaohua as his disciple and Byron as his disciple. Why did he accept two female disciples who are much older than him for no reason? Well, if he accepts disciples, then so be it. He calls them master, and the disciples call him senior brother sect leader. What kind of mess is this? Are you bullying me because I don't know anything? That's true. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and explained, maybe Xiaohua was the one who taught the three of them martial arts. That's why he called himself master. Hee. Xiaohua next to him picked up a mouthful of food and fed it to Zhang Byron. She laughed and said, "Master. He likes others to call him master. He also likes to call himself master and I. That's all." Haha. Mr. Lu next to them laughed and said, "I was wondering why. So it's like this. I have to think about it." Cough cough. In-law, if you have time, help me talk to Xiaohua. You know that I've always been clumsy with words. Xiaohua is not by my side and I miss him. But he's by my side and I see him idling around every day. It's annoying. I have to do something. Father, you can't be thinking of planting a few fields outside the door, right? Zhang Xiaohu wanted to laugh. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Sure enough, Zhang Kai said, I say, my back and legs have been aching lately. If Xiaohu didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. The land outside the door is quite fertile. If we plant some crops, next year, we'll have a good harvest. Xiaohua has a lot of strength. Let him plant a few fields outside the door. Xiaohu, what are you doing? Father is talking to you about something serious. Don't run away. Father, this kind of thing, you can just nag me. Anyway, I exist because of other people. If I want a farm, so be it. But other people exist because of themselves. I don't have time. Zhang Xiaolong said bitterly as he held his bowl of rice. My son has grown up and can't be controlled by his mother. Zhang Kai sighed. After Zhang Xiaohua went out, she was afraid of her father's nagging. She turned around and hid underground. When she exposed her head, she was already in the Young Eagle Hall. She found Shui Yupeng's house with her divine sense. She hid her figure and went in directly. Shui Yupeng was standing in the house with his hands behind his back. He frowned and looked down at the ground. He was pacing back and forth. Zhang Xiaohua appeared behind him like a ghost. Before Shui Yupeng could notice anything, she pointed at Shui Yupeng's major acupuncture point on his back. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 11:23. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's face was frosty. She looked at Shui Yupeng, who was sitting on the bed with a dazed expression. She snorted and said, All right, you can sleep now. Remember, nothing happened tonight. Yes, nothing happened today. Shui Yupeng muttered and turned over to lie on the Kong. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to leave. She stood in the room and waited for a moment, then turned around and went back to the alchemy room. 3 days later, the sky was clear and the autumn wind brought the smell of autumn. But in the square of the ethereal heights, the atmosphere was not the joy of harvest. Among the 2,000 disciples brought back by Hu Yuni this time, hundreds of them were the elites of the Young Eagle Hall. They were very familiar with the disciples of the Misty School and had integrated into the Misty School in just 3 days. The other 1,000 disciples were secretly recruited by Hu Yuni in the past few years. 3 days was still a short time. At this time they were squeezed on one side of the square with Shui Tiantian and Shui Yupeng. There was a faint gap between them and the disciples of the Misty School. In addition to these people, the hall masters also brought their elite disciples to surround the square, waiting for today's competition. Xueqing led the young Eagle Hall disciples and stood beside Shui Yupeng's disciples. He turned his head to look at the confident Shui Yupeng and the slightly nervous Shui Tiantian behind her. He couldn't help but frown slightly. After instructing the disciples behind him, he walked to Aunt Qin's side. Behind Aunt Qin were Chang'e and Qin Qin. When they saw Xueqing coming they both saluted. "You two don't seem to be worried about Grand Master?" Seeing Chang'e and Qin Qin's relaxed appearance, Xueqing was very surprised. "Yes. I don't know what trump card Grand Master Zhang has. I also feel strange, but these two girls won't say anything," Aunt Qin said with a smile. But there was also some worry in her eyes. Xueqing said, "It's best if you have a trump card. Otherwise, my Misty School's great situation will be ruined again." Aunt Qin nodded. "That's right. Ever since my Misty School left First Faith Peak, it was under sect leader Zhang's command. When we arrived at Misty Mountain Villa, it was with great difficulty that we managed to deal with the Incense Cult and the Righteous Tao Alliance's disciples. If something goes wrong this time, or if Shui Yupeng wins, I'm afraid we'll have to fight again?" "I don't think so. But judging from Grand Faction leader Zhang's methods of subduing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance and the Incense Cult, Shui Yupeng might not be able to subdue them if he's not here. Internal strife is a small matter. The overall strength of the Misty School will definitely drop. It's difficult. Shui Yupeng used to be the deputy faction leader of our Misty School. Her kung fu was almost as good as the 6 Tigers of Misty. Grand Faction leader Zhang, his kung fu is not even as good as the 2 beauties of Misty. I'm afraid it's not." Xueqing looked at Du Feng and Ding Chao who were not far away inside. "It's strange. Why did the immortal senior who is related to our Misty School only improve the kung fu of Ding Chao and Du Feng, but not Grand Faction leader Zhang's kung fu?" Du Feng and Ding Chao have been practicing kung fu since they were young. Grand Faction leader Zhang. After all, he hasn't been practicing kung fu for long. But Grand Faction leader Zhang captured Wang Dong of the Incense Cult. His kung fu seems to have improved by leaps and bounds. He should be able to compete with us. Xueqing was still worried. Since Grand Faction leader Zhang's kung fu has reached such a high level, why didn't the senior work harder? Chang'e and Qin Qin heard Xueqing complaining about the so-called immortal senior, Zhang Xiaohua. They laughed in their hearts but they couldn't show it. They could only stammer. Perhaps that senior has his own considerations. The problem is that the Misty School's kung fu is about to be picked by others. Isn't he worried? Xueqing said impatiently. Shu Hall leader Shui Grand Faction leader Zhang is here. Aunt Qin's eyes were sharp. She had already noticed the meeting hall and immediately reminded him. Xueqing looked up. As expected, several people walked out of the meeting hall. Hu Yuni walked in the front, followed by Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu held the blue water sword in his hand and was expressionless. Hu Yuni walked to the front of the square and looked around at the crowd. Before he could speak, he coughed rapidly. He coughed so hard that his back bent. Li Jian quickly stepped forward and patted his back. He wanted to send a wisp of true qi into his body, but Hu Yuni lowered his head and raised his hand. He waved it vigorously and signaled him to stop. After a while, Hu Yuni caught his breath and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a pill and put it into his mouth. His pale face gradually became rosy. Then he said in a low voice, "The meridians in my lungs are damaged. I can't take external inner qi. The more I send it in, the worse it will be." Li Jian sighed. He wanted to ask more, but after looking around the square, he took 2 steps back. "Brothers of the Misty School," Hu Yuni took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Whether it's the brothers who have just joined the Misty School or the brothers who have gone through great changes in the Misty School, you must know who I am. However, I would like to introduce myself. I am Hu Yuni, the eldest senior brother of the original Misty School sect master Openg. I am also the original Grand Elder of the Misty School." At that moment, Hu Yuni's inner qi had not fully recovered and he could not circulate it. Although his voice was loud, it could not reach the ears of everyone in the square. However, everyone listened quietly so his voice could barely reach their ears. Perhaps many of the Misty School's disciples are dissatisfied with me. They are muttering in their hearts, if I didn't come, Zhang Xiaohu, your sect master Zhang, would have run the Misty School well. You are all looking forward to the reunion of the Misty School's disciples, but now that we are back, we are immediately fighting for the position of sect master. Wouldn't that disappoint you? Boom. The disciples could no longer hold back and began discussing in low voices. However, Hu Yuni's voice had long been drowned out by everyone's voices. Li Jian took a look and said loudly, "Disciples, be silent. Listen to Elder Hu." His voice was leisurely transmitted into every disciple's ears. The disciples' hearts trembled and they all shut their mouths. Hu Yuni smiled bitterly and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I have no other choice. Everyone knows that Zhang Xiaohu's position as sect master was given to him by Abbess Jingyi from the Cult of Fragrance. Even if we are the ones who elected him, but Zhang Xiaohu's seniority is low and his martial arts is weak. How can we convince the others? Although the heroes of the pugilistic world won't say it in front of us, who knows what they will say behind our backs? Everyone doesn't want others to point at their backs and say, the Misty School's sect master was appointed by the Cult of Fragrance and is a puppet of the Cult of Fragrance. No. The disciples behind Shui Yuping shouted in unison. The other disciples were about to speak, but Li Jian waved his hand and they all shut up. When I came 3 days ago, I made a big deal out of this. I'm sure the pugilistic world has already heard about it. No matter what they thought in the past, they will definitely look at the Misty School in a different light now. They will know that the Misty School is not a pawn of the Cult of Fragrance. It is a truly independent Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu heard this and couldn't help but laugh secretly. How pompous. If it weren't for the soul-scaring pill, wouldn't Ming Qing and the rest have already jumped out? He looked at Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng and the rest. They were all lazy and didn't take Hu Yuni's words to heart. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohu had an extremely absurd feeling. Hu Yuni was like a person displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. He was holding an axe and playing with it while talking about exchanging pointers. But who didn't know how to deceive oneself? Of course, this competition is also a test for Zhang Xiaohu. Since he wants to be the sect master of the Misty School, he must have been prepared for this kind of test. Don't you think so, Zhang Xiaohu? Seeing that Hu Yuni was looking at him, Zhang Xiaohu grinned and said, Elder Hu is right. How can this disciple not listen to Elder Hu's arrangements? Hu Yuni ignored the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohu's words and continued, only a sect master who has passed this test can be the true sect master of the Misty School. If it was any other day they would be applauding and praising him. But other than the cheers of the people behind Shui Yuping, the other places were cold and cheerless. Hu Yuni didn't seem to be embarrassed. He smiled and said, Heaven knows this old man's heart for the Misty School. Although I don't have everyone's understanding now, you will know in the future. Then he pointed at Shui Yuping and said, Vice Sect Master Shui was personally appointed by the previous Sect Master of the Misty School, O Peng. Her loyalty and talent have been recognized by Sect Master O. She has the ability and reason to take over the responsibility left behind by Sect Master O. Only she can stop the mouths of the people of Jianghu. However, the Misty School isn't a place where one person has the final say. This old man can't arbitrarily decide the candidate for the sect master of the Misty School. Therefore, this old man used a martial arts competition that is commonly seen in Jianghu to let everyone decide who is the most suitable sect master of the Misty School. Of course, this is also an excellent opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu. Let him use martial arts to show the heroes of Jianghu that he is not a puppet of the incense cult. He has the ability to resist the incense cult's orders. Then he turned his head to Zhang Xiaohu as if hinting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak. You still want to pretend to be obedient after getting such a good deal? Zhang Xiaohu was slightly angered. Even though Hu Yuni was eloquent enough to talk about the pros and cons of the matter and mentioned that he had no intention of interfering with the selection of the sect master and only wanted to provide an explanation to the entire ethereal sect, Zhang Xiaohu did not know whether to laugh or cry at his point of view. Hu Yuni had chased him down from the position of sect master and even gave him a dignified reason to thank him and express his acceptance of the matter. Wasn't this just slapping his own face? Zhang Xiaohu walked forward and waved the jade water sword in his hand. He said in a low voice, If you want to fight, I'll fight. Why are you being so noisy? Good, a voice of praise came from the lecture hall. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Mighty Sect Master Zhang. This voice was the spark that lit the fuse. Another wave of cheers came from the square. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Grand Gang Leader Jiang, you're mighty? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 11:24. In the square, Hu Yuni was rather embarrassed. He no longer had the feeling of being the center of attention. He tried to say something but his hoarse voice was drowned out by the cheers. Maybe I'm wrong? This was the first time Elder Hu was touched by his own way of handling things. He was confused for a while, but then he saw Shui Tiantian clenching her fists at the side of the square. Hu Yuni felt warmth in his heart, and his eyes gradually became determined. Maybe I'm wrong, but why should I regret it? After thinking, Hu Yuni waved his hand. Shui Yuping saw Hu Yuni's signal and jumped out of the crowd with her long sword. She went straight to Hu Yuni and Zhang Xiaohu. Li Jian saw Shui Yuping come out, and the cheers on both sides of the square were a little chaotic. He looked at Hu Yuni, whose white hair was messy in the wind, and felt a little sad. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone heard what Elder Hu said. I won't say more. This competition has been approved by faction leader Zhang, so please, wait and see." When they heard that Zhang Xiaohu had agreed to the competition, the crowd couldn't help but recall the time when Zhang Xiaohu had shocked the disciples of the fragrant cult. Back then, he had single-handedly barged into the alchemy hall and captured Wang Dong and a few other disciples. Hence, the cheers became even louder. Mighty faction leader Zhang became even louder. Li Jian frowned slightly, but he was secretly happy. He looked at Hu Yuni and then at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu knew and raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, the whole square was silent. A voice resounded in the square. "Vice faction leader Shui, please." The voice was not loud, but like Li Jian's, it reached the ears of all the disciples of the Misty School in the square and shocked them. Ah! When Shui Yuping heard this, she was even more shocked. She thought to herself, "This? Zhang Xiaohu is just a kid who has just practiced martial arts for a few years. How can his internal strength be so exquisite? Judging from the sound, it's not inferior to Li Jian's. Could it be that the message was wrong?" Shui Yuping thought about what Hu Yuni said and felt a little more courageous. Humph, it's just that someone forcefully raised his cultivation. If it was someone like Du Feng, I might consider it for a while. But you just have profound inner strength. What kind of elixir did you use to exchange for it? If you use it with your moves and use it freely, I'm afraid it will be too much for you to do in a few years. Thinking of this, Shui Yuping smiled and said, "Faction leader Zhang, please." After saying that, he stretched out his sword and took a defensive stance. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu sneered and said, "Since deputy faction leader Shui is so stubborn, I will make the first move. Please, this Shui is a guest from afar, so I'll follow the host's wishes." "Well said, Vice Gang leader Shui, please take this." As soon as Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, he stretched out his sword. This was the starting stance of the 7 ethereal swords. It was also a way to welcome a guest. Okay, Shui Yuping had seen O Ping use the 7 ethereal swords before. Although Zhang Xiaohu's move was not as profound as O Peng's, the sound of the tip of the sword piercing through the air was not to be underestimated. Good move. Shui Yuping blocked with her sword and slanted her body. She wanted to use the tip of her sword to cut Zhang Xiaohu's fingers. Zhang Xiaohu had already focused on the 6 harmonies fist technique before he had mastered his inner force. Of course, he knew the power of pure moves. Therefore, when he was on Shirxing Peak and his inner force was crippled, he took the time to focus on practicing the sword technique. Even though his inner force had been changed to genuine qi, it was not easy to control it freely. However, he was immersed in the hard work of the 7 misty swords and now he could see the results. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He flipped his jade water sword so that the sharp blade was facing outwards. He raised his wrist slightly and went over the tip of Shui Yupeng's sword. He also attacked Shui Yupeng's wrist. The 2 people fighting in the arena didn't say anything but Li Jian frowned. The 2 people just tested each other with 2 moves. They didn't cut their fingers but stabbed their wrists. It was quite vicious. Therefore, Li Jian glanced at Hu Yuni and hollered in a deep voice, "Sect Master Zhang, Vice Sect Master Shui, this is a sparring competition with an ethereal sect. May I be so bold as to ask the 2 of you to show mercy?" "Yes, I understand." Shui Yuping answered first. "Yi Misty School? If Li Jian knows that Shui Yuping is a member of the Decent Alliance, I wonder what he will think." Zhang Xiaohu thought, but he still said with a smile, "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Li." With Li Jian's reminder, the two people could not stab each other's vital parts with their long swords. They changed their moves and attacked the body, arms and other places where the flesh was thicker. After a while, the two people gradually found the gap between them. Needless to say, although Zhang Xiaohu's internal force was excellent and his moves were exquisite, he had only practiced martial arts for a short time. The subtle differences could be seen. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohu was at a disadvantage. At this time, Chang'e and Qinshin had realized that this Zhang Xiaohu was still the same Zhang Xiaohu, not the Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Zhang Xiaohu. They could not help but panic. Shui Yuping laughed and said, "Faction leader Zhang, be careful." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu's response, she raised her sword above Zhang Xiaohu's aqua water, and then put 2 fingers of her left hand together. Zhang Xiaohu tried to pull out the aqua water, but he found that there seemed to be a suction force on Shui Yuping's long sword, which was pulling him to Shui Yuping's 2 fingers. As his genuine qi increased, the suction force became stronger. If he could not get rid of it, he had to give up the sword. Of course, giving up the sword meant losing. Haha, Zhang Xiaohu was not frightened but laughed and said loudly, "Deputy faction leader Shui, you're really good. There are not many people in the Misty School who can match you." Then he changed the topic, "But I'm not one of them." As he spoke, he opened his eyes slightly and poured all of the true energy in his meridians into the jade water sword. The tip of the jade water sword suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Then it suddenly expanded and grew to a length of over 2 feet. Ah? Li Jian was the first to notice the change of the aqua water sword and blurted out, "Sword radiance?" "Yes, it's sword radiance." Zhang Xiaohu was full of pride. With a roar, he waved his hand, and the sword radiance twisted along Shui Yuping's long sword, which was immediately broken into 2 pieces. And the sword radiance was also aimed at Shui Yuping's 2 fingers. "Ah!" Shui Yuping exclaimed. Before he could recover from the shock of seeing the sword radiance of the aqua water sword had already broken his long sword. But before he could move his eyes away from the broken sword, the sword radiance had already reached his 2 fingers. Faction leader Zhang Xiaohu. Although Li Jian was shocked, he had used the sword radiance before, so he was the first to wake up. If Zhang Xiaohu cut off Shui Yuping's 2 fingers, not only would the 2,000 disciples of the Misty School be angry, but it would also be a loss to the overall strength of the Misty School. Therefore he had to warn Zhang Xiaohu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. The sword radiance of the aqua water sword circled around Shui Yuping's hand, and then he withdrew it. When Shui Yuping came back to his senses and looked down, he saw that there was a small cut on his sleeve, and his skin was exposed. Alas! Shui Yuping smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he had overestimated Zhang Xiaohu, he still underestimated him. In the entire Jianghu, how many people could use the sword radiance? Zhang Xiaohu must have had some lucky encounter. His inner strength cultivation was actually on par with Li Jian, the most powerful disciple of the Misty School. With this sword radiance, what can I rely on to challenge Zhang Xiaohu? Faction leader Zhang's inner strength is profound. Am no match for him. Shui Yuping was a straightforward person. Seeing that things were not going well, he immediately changed his tone and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Yuni was watching from the side. At first he was shocked, but then he looked worried. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a shrill voice sounded, "Senior brother Zhang, I would like to ask for some advice on martial arts. What do you think?" When Zhang Xiaohu turned around, he looked nervous, but there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was as if this Zhang Xiaohu was a shameless disciple of the incense cult who had taken away what belonged to him. Tian? Shui Yuping was shocked. She was about to scold him, but then she remembered that Tian was a direct disciple of the Misty School, not a kid from her family. She turned to look at Hu Yuni. Hu Yuni was delighted, but then he pulled a long face and said, Tian, you're being ridiculous. This is the place where Zhang Xiaohu and your father will compete. If you want to compete, you have to ask for senior brother Zhang's permission. You can't be so reckless. This. Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself, is it necessary? You've made it so clear. Chapter 11:25. Seeing Shui Tiantian's fist technique, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned on the spot. Then he almost looked up to the sky and laughed. Yes, or maybe he was rolling on the ground and laughing until he couldn't breathe. The fist technique that Shui Tiantian used was the Big Dipper magical fist that Zhang Xiaohua had sparred with Zhang Xiaohu countless times in the past. Zhang Xiaohu had not only sparred with Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist using the 6 he fists. It could be said that this set of Big Dipper magical fist was born in Zhang Xiaohu's small house in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. When Zhang Xiaohua was practicing, she often asked Zhang Xiaohu about it. How could Zhang Xiaohu not be familiar with the Big Dipper magical fist? Yes, even though Zhang Xiaohu couldn't perform this Big Dipper magical fist, he knew all the moves in it. Using the 6 he fists to counter it wasn't difficult at all. Not to mention Shui Tiantian was only taught by Zhang Xiaohua using the fist manual that Zhang Xiaohua had recorded down. This Big Dipper magical fist was also strange. 4 disciples like Zhang Qingyue who had already practiced this fist technique, every time they performed this fist technique, a strange feeling would arise spontaneously. Unknowingly, the moves of the fist technique would deviate and they wouldn't be able to display the power of the Big Dipper magical fist. As for Shui Tiantian and the other young disciples who were selected by Zhang Qingyue to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, when they first started practicing, they could still follow the rules and perform according to the fist manual. However, if they came into contact with other fist techniques in the future, that strange feeling would arise. Therefore, the moves of the fist technique would naturally be distorted. Therefore, even though Shui Tiantian knew that this fist technique was profound, after practicing it for a long time, his strength would only increase slightly. The warm current that could temper his bones never appeared. When Shui Tiantian used this Big Dipper magical fist to compete with Zhang Xiaohu, his thoughts were self-evident. However, since he had met Zhang Xiaohu who had often sparred with the fist of the North Star, his plan was perfect. Zhang Xiaohu's 6 joint fists were executed smoothly, as if he had not encountered the strange fist of the Big Dipper. After a dozen moves, he immediately grasped Shui Tiantian's fist of the Big Dipper and punched Shui Tiantian's ribs. Immediately, he jumped out of the circle and said with a smile, "Junior brother Tiantian, are you convinced?" This disciple is convinced. Shui Tiantian's face and ears turned red. He used to fight with others with his fist technique, but he was not used to it and was in a hurry, which allowed him to catch a flaw. Who knew that the fist technique that he regarded as his trump card was worthless in the eyes of others? How could he not say the word convinced? Alright Tiantian, stop fooling around. You can leave first. Hu Yuni came to the rescue in time. With a wave of his hand, he let Shui Yupeng and Shui Tiantian leave. Zhang Xiaohu stood at the side. Just like before, he was silent and prepared to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He wanted to see what other methods Hu Yuni could use to remove him from the position of the Misty School's Big Dipper master. Sure enough, Hu Yuni looked at Li Jian and turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect your martial arts to be so brilliant. This makes me feel quite gratified." "I don't dare. It's all because of Master's teachings. This disciple still has to thank Master for his cultivation." Ahai. Although this old man's martial arts have not recovered, I can see that Ahai's martial arts were far inferior to yours. How did he teach you such martial arts? Then he said in a low voice, "Could it be that the old beggar Jianghu spent a lot of effort?" Zhang Xiaohu frowned and shook his head slightly. He ignored him and could not explain. Li Jian also frowned and sighed, "Big brother, don't you still have something to say? It's better if you say it all at once." "Okay," Hu Yuni nodded. "Didn't Zhang Xiaohu say it just now? Shui Tiantian is the direct disciple of the original Misty School's Big Dipper master, Zhang Qingyue. His status is more honorable than his. Obviously, he recognizes the importance of the Misty School's Big Dipper master. That's natural. Big Dipper Master Zhang used to be our Misty School's Big Dipper master. I've already explained this to Big Brother. It's a pity. How can Zhang Xiaohu compare to Zhang Qingyue's Big Dipper master? This Big Dipper master is not the same Big Dipper master." "Big brother. What do you mean by that?" Li Jian was a little displeased. Even though the incense cult was the one who first proposed Zhang Xiaohu's identity as the chief disciple, they later asked for the opinions of our little brother and Ahai. They even got the approval of all the Misty School's disciples on Shixin Peak. What's the difference? However, after saying that, Li Jian's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. "Aha, second brother, do you understand what Big Brother means?" "Ai, Big Brother. Our Misty School has changed a lot. Even if we want Shui Tiantian to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, he still can't take out the chief disciple medallion." The waist token of the chief disciple? The Middle Misty School's disciples in the square were all surprised. Many of them did not know about this and they could not help but discuss it. Silence. Li Jian was furious. The chief disciple's waist token was known only to the direct disciples. Very few people in the sect knew about it. Now that Hu Yuni had spoken about it in front of everyone, it was clear that Hu Yuni was determined to prevent Zhang Xiaohu from becoming the Grand Clan leader. When everyone heard Li Jian's anger, they all fell silent. However, Hu Yuni smiled and said, Shui Tiantian is the only direct disciple of the chief disciple, Zhang Qingyue. If he were to become the chief disciple of our Misty School, it would be perfectly justifiable. Even if he did not have the legacy waist token, he would still be recognized. However, Zhang Xiaohu is different. His master is Wen Hai and he is not the chief disciple. If he wants to be the chief disciple, he has to take out the legacy waist token of the chief disciple. Only then can he truly be the chief disciple or the Grand Clan leader. Just based on the so-called fake waist token of the fragrance cult, he will never be the real Grand Clan leader of our Misty School. Big brother, Li Jian was really angry. He shouted, I did not want to embarrass you in front of everyone, but our Misty School suffered such a disaster. It is already a blessing that our disciples were able to return safely to Misty Mountain Villa. Our Misty Mountain Villa has a lot of things to do. The library, the pharmacy and so on need to be rebuilt. We have not even seen the legacy waist token of that Laozi. How do you expect us to find it? From what Big Brother is saying, without the legacy waist token, only that little boy Shui Tiantian can become the Grand Clan leader of our Misty School. Even if other people have the best martial arts in the world, they will not be able to become the Grand Clan leader of our Misty School. Hu Yuni's expression changed slightly. However, he gritted his teeth and nodded slightly, of course they can. However, this way they will not be the direct disciples of our Misty School. This Misty School will not be the original Misty School. Ah, that's good. Li Jian laughed angrily. Big brother, then you can take your time to find your legacy waist token. You can take your time to support your legitimate Misty sect. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to rebuild a Misty sect with Sect Master Zhang, which is not a direct descendant of Misty sect. Second brother, if you insist, Big brother cannot stop you. Big brother does not wish for the Misty School left by fourth brother to fall into the hands of evil people. Hu Yuni's eyes were a little blurred. He muttered, that day fourth brother handed over the young Eagle Hall disciple to me. He died in the Misty Peak in front of the Fragrance Cult, the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance. How can I be at ease with his legacy? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He said loudly, Elder Li, who said that our branch is going to build a Misty School that is not the direct disciples of the Misty School. If we are talking about legacies, our Misty School is the true Immortal Dao legacy. Li Jian asked curiously, Grand Clan leader Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohu said in a low voice, I would like to trouble Grand Master Hu. What does the legacy waist token of our Misty School's chief disciple look like? Hu Yuni said with some disdain, you don't even know what the legacy waist token looks like. How can you talk about being a direct disciple? Li Jian snorted and said, back then Master didn't let me see any legacy waist token, but I am still Master's direct disciple. Sigh, seeing that Li Jian had misunderstood, Hu Yuni sighed and said, this legacy waist token of the chief disciple is an item of my Misty School's Immortal Dao legacy. Back then I was the one who kept it, but later on I gave the position of Grand Clan leader to fourth brother, so I transferred it to him. This waist token is only known to me, fourth brother, and Zhang Qingyue. After saying that, he whispered what the legacy waist token looked like. Zhang Xiaohu was enlightened. Then he looked as if he had expected it. He reached out and took out the waist token that Zhang Xiaohua gave him. He said with a smile, Grand Master Hu, look at this. Is this the waist token of the chief disciple that you mentioned? Hu Yuni's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and snatched it away. After carefully looking at it, his expression dimmed. He snorted and said, that old beggar Jianghu actually gave this to you? Looks like she's planning far ahead. When Li Jian saw this, he knew that the waist token that Zhang Xiaohu took out was the chief disciple's waist token. He couldn't help but be stunned, but then he smiled and said, Big brother, Grand Clan leader Zhang also obtained this waist token. It's the heavens that bless my Misty School. Who else but him can take the position of Grand Clan leader? Hu Yuni was at a loss for words. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this, he heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "Elder Hu, please return this waste token to me. You're from the Fragrance sect. This waste token is my Misty School's immortal Dao legacy. How can you take it?" Zhang Xiaohu was furious. He waved his hand and used the telekinesis technique that Zhang Xiaohua taught him. An invisible string seemed to tug at the waste token. In an instant, the waste token was snatched from Hu Yuni's hand and flew back to Zhang Xiaohu's hand. Dragon controlling hand? Hu Yuni cried out in panic. He didn't care that his meridians couldn't circulate his qi and used it to execute the Misty School. But just as he stood up, his chest heaved violently. With a piu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Big brother? Li Jian couldn't care about anything else. He went forward to support Hu Yuni. Blood was flowing from the corner of Hu Yuni's mouth, and his face was pale gold. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. Chapter 11:26. However, without waiting for Li Jian to steady him, Hu Yuni stood up with difficulty and pushed Li Jian away. Without wiping the blood from his mouth, he stared straight at Zhang Xiaohu and said fiercely, "Zhang Xiaohu, what grudge does my Misty School have with you that you would use this kind of method to destroy my descendants?" Zhang Xiaohu held the token in his hand and coldly snorted, "Elder Hu, you're putting too much on me. I only became the leader of the Misty School and you're already so disgusted with me? Only by pushing Shui Tian, who is under your wing, to the position of leader will you be able to feel at ease? It doesn't matter who becomes the sect master. You forcefully took my ethereal sect's legacy token. That's not allowed. If you don't return the legacy token to my ethereal sect, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." "Ha ha," Zhang Xiaohu laughed and pointed at Shui Tian. "Only Zhang Qingyue's disciple is a disciple of the Misty School. Isn't Wen Wenhai's disciple also a disciple of the Misty School? Only Elder Hu's disciple is a disciple of the Misty School. Isn't Elder Li's disciple also a disciple of the Misty School?" Then, looking at the token in his hand, he tossed it up and down and said, "As for this legacy token, to be honest, even I didn't know it was the token of our Misty School's chief disciple. I just thought it was a normal token. Moreover, this was given to me by a senior who has a deep relationship with our Misty School. He didn't explain how to use it, so it has nothing to do with the incense cult that Elder Hu is talking about." Hu Yuni sneered, "You keep talking about that senior, but I've never seen him. When the Misty School was destroyed, that senior didn't even show his face. Why is it that when it comes to you he always comes out? Zhang Xiaohu, don't try to scare me. This is all that old beggar Jing Yi's evil plan, don't you think so?" Zhang Xiaohu really didn't know how to convince this Elder Hu was dead set on believing that he was a spy for the cult of incense. He could only hide the inheritance token on his body again. He took out the jade water sword and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Then, he forcefully formed a seal with his right hand and channeled a meager amount of qi into the seal. When the seal gradually took shape, Zhang Xiaohu's index and middle fingers joined together and pointed at the jade water sword in his left hand. The jade water sword wobbled into the air and stopped in midair. Then, Zhang Xiaohu silently circulated his qi and the seal in his hand moved slightly. The flying sword in midair seemed to be waved by someone. Following the changes in the seal in Zhang Xiaohu's hand, the 7 ethereal swords were displayed one by one. Flying sword? Li Jian looked at the jade water sword in the air and couldn't help but cry out in shock. This was his lifelong pursuit, and it was also the supreme realm of the way of the sword. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, how could he not be surprised? The Misty School disciples around the square were even more surprised. Their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Even after Zhang Xiaohu exhausted all the qi in his meridians and forcefully put away the jade water sword, their mouths still hadn't closed. Shui Yuping's expression was even more peculiar. She first rubbed her eyes, then pinched her own thigh. Her eyes were first filled with envy, then jealousy. She then stared at the place where Zhang Xiaohu hid the legacy token, unwilling to look away for a long time. Hu Yuni was different. He was first delighted, then his face turned ashen as he muttered, "The heavens are destroying my Misty School, the heavens are destroying my Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu was right beside Hu Yuni. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Hu, let me remind you again. I am a direct disciple of the Misty School, and now I have also received the legacy of the Misty School. Therefore, I am the legitimate disciple of the Misty School. From today onwards, Martial Uncle Zhang Qingyue's branch is no longer what you call legitimate. Hu Yuni sat on the ground and shook his head weakly. I don't know where you learned the technique of passing on the incense sect. You actually pretended to be a disciple of the Misty School. You, Zhang Xiao, who couldn't be bothered to speak to Hu Yuni at that moment. He surveyed the surrounding disciples and said loudly, Disciples, what I just revealed is the sword art of our ethereal sect's immortal Tao. Moreover, I also did as Elder Hu requested. Not only did I compete with Deputy Gang Leader Shui in sword technique, I also took out the token of the incense sect's chief disciple. If that still can't win Elder Hu's trust, then I don't know how to win his trust. However, Elder Hu is right. The Misty School is not a place where one person has the final say. Winning the trust of one person is not important. As long as I can win the trust of all of you, that's enough. Therefore, as for who is the legitimate disciple of the Misty School, you can decide for yourselves. Alright, let's end this farce here. All of you disperse. The disciples of the Misty School should do what they should do. Don't be affected by this matter. Yes, big gang leader. The disciples were full of courage and they all spoke in unison. Soon after, they slowly dispersed, leaving only the 2,000 disciples that Elder Hu had brought back. They separated themselves from the young Eagle Hall disciples and quietly stood at the side of the plaza. Zhang Xiao glanced at them and said in a low voice, Elder Li, you, go and see, the one who accompanied Elder Hu. I really don't know how to persuade him. Sigh. Elder Hu was also worried about the inheritance of the Misty School, but I don't know why, he walked into a dead end? Li Jian said and saluted again. Congratulations, big gang leader. Your martial arts have improved greatly, and now you even have the cultivation of the immortal path. It's really the great fortune of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, I don't dare to accept such praise. I was just lucky to have learned a little bit. I've made a fool of myself in front of Elder Li. Then he said, I'll leave this to Elder Li. I'll go back to the meeting hall first. Yes, big gang leader. I'll definitely take care of it. After Zhang Xiaohu turned and left, Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu's tall and straight back and shook his head slightly. He felt that the Zhang Xiaohu in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Unknowingly, more than 10 days passed. After the incident in the square, the Misty School disciples respected Zhang Xiaohu even more. The cohesion of the Misty School was unprecedentedly great. And Hu Yuni didn't do what Zhang Xiaohu thought. He didn't see the 2,000 disciples pull him out, stand alone on the mountain, and listen to Li Jian's occasional reports. It seemed that he was also hesitating. When Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on the chair in the meeting hall and worrying about Hu Yuni's matter, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice behind him. Second brother, you're actually sitting on the big gang leader's chair. It seems that Shui Yupeng was defeated by you. Congratulations. Sai, what's there to be happy about? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. You don't know the situation now. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, you won the martial arts competition, right? What can't you solve? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and told her what happened that day. In the end, he added, Elder Hu is the most senior and oldest elder in the Misty School. He has worked hard for the Misty School his whole life. Although he has a problem with me, he's also very attached to the Misty School. I couldn't bear to punish him and wanted him to stay, but now it seems that they're most likely going to leave. That stubborn old man. Zhang Xiaohua flicked her sleeves and said, if he's going to leave, then so be it. Otherwise he'll mess things up. That's easy for you to say. There are still 2,000 disciples of the Misty School. If he leaves, won't he take all of them with him? From what you said, Shui Yupeng is a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. Won't my 2,000 disciples benefit the Righteous Alliance? No matter what you say, that won't do. What do you want to do then? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Sai, there's no other way. That's why I'm worried. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, are you here because the last batch of soul-absorbing pills has been completed? Yes, that's right. It's in the secret passage. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and then realized something. Second brother, are you going to use the soul-absorbing pills to control these 2,000 Misty School disciples? No need. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. The soul-absorbing pills are harmful to nature. If I can avoid using them, of course I won't. Moreover, they are the disciples of the Misty School. They are my brothers. I can't use the soul-absorbing pills on them. Oh, second brother, that's a good idea. I support you. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. At this time, a disciple reported outside that the leaders of the drill hall and the great martial hall wanted to see him. You go back to the secret passage first. I'll see what they want. Zhang Xiaohu asked Zhang Xiaohua to enter the secret passage before letting Wang Luan and Lu Bin in. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu, they bowed and said, "Faction leader Zhang, we have something important to report to you." "Well, please take a seat." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and asked them to take a seat. Then he asked, "What's the important thing?" Wang Luan looked at Lu Bin and said, "Faction leader Shui Yupeng came to the drill hall last night with a token from the Righteous Alliance's vice leader Yu. He asked us to lead our disciples to follow his orders." Lu Bin chimed in, "Big faction leader, I'm in the same situation as clan leader Wang. I was chased into the great martial hall by Shui Yupeng. He has the token of the Righteous Alliance and wants me to listen to his orders." Zhang Xiaohu squinted his eyes and asked calmly, "What did Shui Yupeng want you to do?" Wang Luan and Lu Bin looked at each other and shook their heads. Wang Luan said, "Shui Yupeng didn't say anything. He just showed us the token and asked us to follow his orders." How did you answer?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed. "Faction leader, of course we went with the flow. We just said that we would follow his orders." Well done. I already know. You can go now. If there's anything else, report to me immediately." "Yes, we'll follow Grand Faction Master's orders." The two men bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. When Zhang Xiaohua came out from the secret room, Zhang Xiaohu said with a bitter smile, "Look, the person beside Elder who is the one who is going to overturn the Misty School. He didn't even know what's right or wrong and put the blame on me. I really want to wake him up with a punch and show him who's the real master of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. She whispered something in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu's face lit up and said, "This is really feasible." It's a complete cultivation story. The ending of the story should be that Zhang Xiaohua becomes a god. But the new book needs your support. Xiaohua also needs your support. The process of an ordinary person becoming a saint is too big. In the book review section I posted a sticky post. Everyone please leave your footprints. This post will be stuck at the top forever. Thank you everyone. Chapter 11:27. The last old man opened his eyes and said coldly, "The Dalan temples Yuan Tian, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming and Yuan Wu were famous in Jianghu back then. They were the famous four protectors of the Dalan temple. For the sake of passing down the Shindao sect, the three of us didn't dare to show our faces in public. How could we have any reputation? Even if we stood in front of the people of Jianghu, no one would know. Haha, Taoist Haofeng's words raise the prestige of others and destroy our own morale." Bai Yanqiu smiled like a flower and said, "If Taoist Haofeng says that you are the mysterious cultivator who seriously injured the Dalan temple's master Yuan Tian, then, who in Jianghu wouldn't know?" Hearing this, Taoist Haofeng's face also showed a smug expression. Seriously injuring the abbot of the Dalan temple and then killing him was one of the earth-shattering things that Taoist Haofeng had done in his early years. He could not help but feel proud. It can't be that much. Grandmaster Yuan Tian's cultivation was very high. Back then, it was only because he underestimated his opponent that this old man took advantage of him. Although Yuan Tian died, this old man was also injured. It will take several years of recuperation for me to fully recover. Taoist Haofeng is too modest. When our sect destroys this immortal mansion, our name will shake the world and we will command the Jianghu. That will be the day you can hold your head high. The world belongs to you young people. What hope do we old people have? If it weren't for the importance of this matter, why would we be willing to come out?" Taoist Haofeng waved his hand and thought for a moment before asking, "In this Jianghu assembly, did you see Abbess Shu Qing and Abbess Shu Jie?" Bai Yanqiu's face showed surprise again, but then he covered his mouth with his hand and sighed. "I heard that the two elders of the incense cult died a long time ago. Could it be that they are like the Dalan temple's master Yuan Dao and the others, that they also live in seclusion and cultivate?" Bai Zhangmen. Although you have stepped into the path of immortality, the path of immortality is far from what you can imagine with your current cultivation. The immortal Tao was different from the martial Tao. It could only temper one's inner strength and increase one's cultivation. One could flaunt one's bravery in the pugilistic world and be in the limelight for a period of time. When one cultivates the immortal Tao to a high level, not only can one overturn rivers and seas with a raise of one's hand, one can even prolong one's lifespan. Then, wouldn't they all become immortals? Bai Yanqiu was somewhat disdainful, but his face was still respectful. If what how you said is true, then, where did the people of the Tao of Immortality go? Sigh, the world has changed and vital energy has been annihilated. We cultivators of the immortal Tao have lost the foundation of our existence. How can we live forever? Taoist Master Hao Yu sighed and said, what I just said is only the phenomenon of the cultivation of the Tao of Immortality reaching the pinnacle. But, even our Shindao sect's founder Wan Wuxin did not reach such a realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use a primordial spirit projection to pass down his Tao teachings. What level is the primordial spirit projection at? Bai Yanqiu asked curiously. I don't know. Taoist Master Hao Yu shook his head. Perhaps it wasn't the pinnacle of the realm in ancient times, but now, it's already the cultivation of an immortal. Then, as one's cultivation of the Tao of Immortality deepens, will one's lifespan also increase? Bai Yanqiu probed. Exactly. But how can an ordinary cultivation have such an effect? That's why my fellow disciples, the 3 monks of the Dalan Temple, and Shu Qing and Shu Jie of the Incense sect all meditate and cultivate, hoping to further break through the realm and prolong our lifespan in one fell swoop. I, 3 Taoists, this disciple, has disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Yanqiu hurriedly got up and bowed. It's fine, it's fine. Taoist Master Hao Yu waved his hand and said, the immortal mansion is a matter of great importance. Even if you didn't say anything, we would have left the mountain. What do you mean? Bai Yanqiu asked curiously. The immortal mansion, who knows what's inside? How can we not be curious about something that even ancestral Master Huan covets? Even if we can't take back the immortal mansion and make it the foundation of our Shindao sect's inheritance, as long as we can obtain the ancient Tao of Immortality pills inside, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck and advance our cultivation to the next level. Your lifespan will certainly increase along with it. Correct. Taoist Master Hao Yu continued, if there's some kind of immortal pill that can prolong one's lifespan, we only need one, wouldn't all our problems be solved? Life-prolonging pill? Bai Yanqiu exclaimed. Does the immortal mansion really have such a legendary pill? Maybe, maybe not, but as long as there's a chance, who would give it up? Taoist Master Hao Yu laughed. That's right, Taoist Master is right. Bai Yanqiu's face flushed red. He raised his head and asked, Li, what about the Righteous Alliance and Incense Cult's actions? Li Su was listening to Bai Yanqiu and the 3 Taoist masters talking. He didn't expect to be suddenly asked as if he didn't hear anything. Not only Li Su, but even Liang Cangshu and the others were intoxicated. It was as if the legendary thing was about to happen to them. Li? Bai Yanqiu asked discontentedly. I'm asking you. Oh, sect leader. Li Su came to his senses and hurriedly replied, what I heard was really unimaginable. I've learned a lot. Please forgive me, sect leader. It's all right. Not only you, but even I was enlightened after hearing Taoist Master's words. I know the importance of the immortal mansion this time. Fortunately, I had the primordial spirit projection of Ancestor Huan to remind me between the clouds and the water, so I got a head start. The chances of getting the immortal mansion or entering the immortal mansion in advance have greatly increased. When the time comes, as long as there are benefits, all of you will be my disciples between the clouds and the water. How can you be left out? Thank you, sect leader. Li Su and the others were overjoyed. They bowed and thanked him. No need. Li, what about the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance? Sect leader, the Righteous Alliance came a little late. They set up camp on the west side of Yao Mountain. There are about 200 disciples now. I heard that the several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who stayed at Misty Peak were all captured by the disciples of the Misty School. None of them escaped. Zhang San suffered such a big loss at the hands of the Incense Cult. It's strange that he didn't look for trouble with the Incense Cult or the Misty School. Sect leader, if it weren't for the Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would have flipped out long ago. However, the several thousand disciples didn't lose their martial arts or their lives. Zhang San only needs to spare some time in the future to kill them. Isn't he afraid that the Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu won't hand over the several thousand disciples? Li Su laughed. Li is right. The Misty School has taken advantage of the Immortal Mansion. Bai Yanqiu nodded. Alright, what about the Misty School? Didn't they come to Yaoshan with the Incense Cult? According to the disciples' report, everything in Misty Peak is normal. However, about 10 days ago the exiled Huyuni brought another group of disciples of the Misty School back. I think the disciples of the Misty School are now racking their brains over who should be the leader of the Misty School. That's right. In Misty Peak, the disciples of the Misty School led by Jianghu, the disciples of the Misty School led by Huyuni, and the disciples of the Incense Cult led by Ming Qing. There are also several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who were captured. These people are in a mess. How can they spare the effort to come to Yaoshan? Perhaps only when the Incense Cult's Abbess Jing-yi graces them with her presence can they completely suppress them. Not necessarily. Abbess Jing-yi said that she wouldn't care about the Misty School anymore. If she interferes, she'll be exposed. In Jianghu there are many cases of men stealing and women prostituting. Abbess Jing-yi is just burying her head in the sand. Who doesn't know this? Sect leader is wise and far-sighted. I think the Misty School is also under Abbess Jing-yi's orders. That's why they're biding their time. Who cares? If they don't come, it's because there are fewer opponents. They can't be called opponents. They're just troublesome. Bai Yanqiu waved his hand as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. Then he smiled apologetically at the three immortals and asked, "Please enlighten me. The two abbesses of the incense cult, Shu Qing and Shu Jia, what are their cultivations?" This was the question that Bai Yanqiu was most concerned about. Taoist Hao Yun and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. The incense cult hides from the world, and Shu Qing and Shu Jia are both older than us. They also entered the path of immortality earlier. Their current cultivation, if there's no accident, they should be above us. It's just that they haven't broken through the bottleneck, so they're all qi refinement cultivations. There's no essential difference. Bai Yanqiu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a divine sense descended from the sky like a waterfall and swept past the tent where Bai Yanqiu and the others were in. Sakura? Taoist Hao Yun frowned and asked curiously, "Tenrya sect, how did they come so quickly?" However, the divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately swept back. It actually scanned the bodies of Taoist Hao Yun and the other two several times. "You're going too far." Taoist Hao Yun was furious. "Even if you're the most powerful person in the world, you can't do this." "No, Taoist Hao Yun, this isn't Sakura." Bai Yanqiu suddenly shouted. Disciple has seen Sakura's divine sense in the incense cult. It didn't seem to be this strong. A nameless immortal expert? The four people looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Their figures rose into the air and flew straight out of the tent. Zhang Xiaohua left the Misty Mountain Villa. She originally wanted to go south and look for Chu Jing along the way to the Dragon Mountain. However, after flying for a while, she felt somewhat reluctant. Reluctant about what? Needless to say, it was the immortal mansion on Yao Mountain. This was the Beidou School's foundation that Zhang Xiaohua had long identified. She wanted to put the immortal mansion into her pocket before between the clouds and the water. However, after careful consideration, she knew that this immortal mansion wasn't something she could swallow in one go. How could her heart be at ease? She unconsciously changed her mind and turned around to fly to the west. Far away from Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw Lu Town, Bao Town, Pingyao Town, Nenyang Town, Nenjiao Town, and so on. They were all filled with Jianghu people. Every street and alley was filled with people holding shining swords and spears. Ordinary people all closed their doors and peeked outside. No one dared to go out easily. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch her head. Chapter 11:28. At night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The whimpering autumn wind blew through the withered branches of the Misty Mountain Villa. The branches trembled violently in the dark night. With a kacha sound, a slightly thinner branch was broken by the wind and fell to the ground. In just a moment, two figures fell from the sky and landed under the big tree. They were the two disciples of the Misty School who were on duty. Both of them held long swords and looked around vigilantly. One of them even jumped to the top of the tree and looked around. Seeing that there was no abnormality, he jumped down. The other person looked around the big tree carefully. When that person came down, he whispered, "Did you see anything unusual?" That person shook his head. "No, there is no trace of anything unusual." "Well, there is no suspicious trace under the tree. Perhaps it is a fallen branch." That disciple pointed to the branch that was blown to the side by the wind and said, "Senior brother, what you said is reasonable. At this time the wind is strong. It is normal for the branch to be blown off. Go to the side to patrol. Now is the critical time for our Misty School. We can't let other disciples enter easily. Yes, senior brother. That disciple nodded and was about to leave. However, he hesitated and asked, Senior brother, I have something to ask. Although I know it is not appropriate to say it, if I don't say it, it is really uncomfortable. Junior brother Luan, if you have something to say, just say it. Have watched you grow up. You are almost like a brother to me. If you have something to say, who else can you say it to? Well, senior brother, then I will take the liberty to ask. Junior brother Luan turned his head and looked at the ethereal mountain villa in the dark night. He whispered, Alas, when I see the familiar ethereal mountain villa, even though it is a little shabby, my heart feels warm. It is much more comfortable than the ethereal hall on the Shirshing Peak, which is much more luxurious. Isn't it? Junior brother Luan and the others went to the misty hall in the front mountain of the Shirshing Peak. We were in the wilderness behind the Shirshing Peak. The feeling of returning to the misty mountain villa is more emotional than you. After speaking, that senior brother looked at junior brother Luan with a smile that was not a smile. Junior brother wouldn't want to tell senior brother about reminiscing about the past and reminiscing about the past, right? It's nothing, senior brother Lu. Actually, what I want to ask is very simple. Think about how our Misty School has gone through so many trials and tribulations. Senior brother Lu and the others had their martial arts crippled before sect leader Jianghu rescued them and allowed them to recover. Now, our Misty School's disciples are all gathered together, and sect leader Jianghu has even recruited the disciples of the incense cult and the alliance of righteous sects under his wing. This situation is unprecedented. It can't be, because of Grandmaster Hu's obstruction. Is it going to fall apart? Was it going to be destroyed in a day? Whenever I think about it, I feel suffocated. Senior brother Lu looked at junior brother Luan with a gratified smile and said, To be honest, there are too many things that I don't know and I can't say. However, before martial ancestor Hu came, what was the situation in my Misty School? Of course it's getting better every day. Sect Master Jianghu is a wise and brilliant man who has managed to unify the entire Misty sect flawlessly. Yes, then what about Grandmaster Hu after he leaves? Senior brother Lu means Grandmaster Hu is going to leave? Sect leader Jianghu is still the sect leader? Junior brother Luan was somewhat confused. But Grandmaster Hu is a founding member of my Misty School. If he leaves, then Grandmaster Li and the others will also leave? Moreover, aren't many of the Misty School's disciples going to leave? Junior brother Luan, let me ask you. If you were to choose, who would you choose? Is there even a need to ask? On Shirshing Peak, I went through hardships with sect leader Jianghu. Now that I'm here, how can I abandon him and leave? Moreover, sect leader Jianghu received the inheritance of my Misty School and has the Immortal Tao inheritance token. He also has the cultivation of the Immortal Tao. He is the orthodox disciple of my Misty School. How can I choose someone else? Moreover, if Grandmaster Hu establishes another faction, Shui Yupeng will definitely be the sect leader. Although he is the deputy sect leader of my Misty School, he is still the sect leader of the Luo Shui gang. If I go, I may become a disciple of the Luo Shui gang in the future. Why would I be looking for trouble for no reason? Senior brother Lu patted junior brother Luan's shoulder and laughed. You know how to choose. Don't others know? Moreover, Grandmaster Li has already made it clear that he only recognizes sect leader Jianghu. He doesn't recognize anyone else. If Grandmaster Li doesn't leave, will others leave? That's true. Those who want to leave are those who have just arrived. At most, the Misty School is no different from before Grandmaster Hu came. Junior brother Luan said mysteriously, Senior brother Lu, I'll ask one more question. Your martial arts, were you really saved by sect leader Jianghu? Hearing junior brother Luan's doubts, senior brother Lu's expression changed. He stopped smiling and said, This question is quite inappropriate. How can sect leader Jianghu doubt our grace? But then he waved his hand and said, Alas, I don't blame you. You and the others only live in the front mountain freely. How can you know our misery? Seeing senior brother Lu angry, junior brother Luan immediately smiled apologetically and said, I won't hide it from senior brother Lu. I've been with sect leader Jianghu at Shirshing Peak for several years, but I've never seen anything special about him. Even his martial arts have always been below mine. It's extremely inconsistent with his status as a direct disciple. Even when he received Abbess Jing Yi's recognition and became the chief disciple of Misty Hall, He still followed the rules and didn't have the slightest flaw. But how could he do such an earth-shattering thing behind the backs of the disciples who spent all day with us and the disciples of incense cult? My goodness, Senior Brother Lu, I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 of you. Sect leader Jiang even restored your martial arts. This is a divine ability that only immortals have. I really don't dare to believe it. Haha, what's there to not believe? Didn't you see sect leader Zhang's flying sword? Although it can't compare to the legends, but Grand Gang leader Jiang is already a cultivator of the Tao of Immortality. Restoring our martial arts should be a simple matter. Senior Brother Lu said and looked in the direction of the meeting hall. After a while he said, I Lu will never forget sect leader Zhang's grace. Don't listen to Elder Hu's nonsense. Even if Elder Hu stays and sect leader Jiang establishes another Misty school, I Lu will definitely follow sect leader Jiang. I Lu will use my life to repay sect leader Zhang's kindness. That's right, Elder Hu. Alas, Elder Hu's body is failing. Although Tian Tian is Martial Uncle Zhang's disciple, she's still young. Elder Hu's branch, the future is bleak, the two whispered, but their bodies did not stop. Two pairs of eyes looked around and gradually walked away. When they were far away, in the shadow of a big tree not far away, there was a slight movement. A tall and thin figure slowly appeared. This person was wearing black night clothes and his face was covered with a black cloth. He held a long sword in his hand. His bright eyes stared at the backs of the two for a long time, then he sighed slightly. Immediately he stood up, identified the direction and used his qing gong to go. That person did not walk towards the Misty Mountain Villa. Instead he walked out of the villa and went all the way south. He passed by two small villages and arrived in front of a short earth temple. That person jumped onto the earth temple and looked around. Then, as if he was not at ease, he surrounded the earth temple. He walked around the area with a radius of hundreds of feet. Then he stopped and walked slowly to the front of the earth temple. He sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and started to meditate. After an unknown period of time, a figure wearing a green robe suddenly appeared 10 feet in front of the earth temple. Then, the figure fluttered to the front of that person and landed gently. He said, Gang leader Shui, you're really early. The person who came early did not seem to expect that someone would suddenly appear and speak. When he opened his eyes in surprise, the long sword in his hand was pulled out. Seeing that the person in front of him was so alert, the man in the green robe smiled and said, Shui Yupeng, it's me. I'm the one who called you out. Leader Wu. The masked person saw the bronze mask on the face of the man in the green robe and blurted out. Hehe, gang leader Shui is really forgetful. Not long ago we parted at the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa. Don't you know that my surname is Jiang? I wouldn't dare. Although I've never seen your face, I've heard of your name in the pugilistic world. I wonder, how should I address you? Haha, Shui Yupeng, you're really careful. Didn't I use the secret code that you and Vice Alliance leader you agreed on that piece of paper? You're still suspicious of me? The man in the green robe took off his bronze mask and revealed his real face. If that's the case, then gang leader Shui should just call me Vice Alliance leader Jiang. Forgive me, Vice Alliance leader Wu. The masked man took out a match from his bosom and lit it up to take a look. Only then did he feel relieved. He also took off his own black cloth, revealing Shui Yupeng's face. Then, Shui Yupeng covered her face with the black cloth and the man in the green robe put on his bronze mask. Vice Alliance leader Jiang, what's so important that you've called me out in such a hurry? Of course there's something important. Otherwise, how could I come out so easily? The man in the green robe said proudly, I heard that Hu Yuni was humiliated at Ethereal Heights and the disciples of Misty School didn't take him seriously? Our plan to make you the leader of Misty School has been seriously hindered? Gang leader Jiang, I really admire you. You've gotten this information so quickly. Shui Yupeng cupped her hands in salute. Hehe, that's what the blue flame token is for anyway. There's nothing special about it. But gang leader Jiang's information is a little outdated. Is there some good news? I've already used Vice Alliance leader Yu's token to contact the leaders of the two halls of the Righteous Alliance in Misty School. More than 5,000 people from the two halls have agreed to listen to my orders. I know about this. This is Alliance leader Zhang's secret move in Misty School. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote recommendation and monthly at Chidian.com. Chapter 1129. This secret weapon was left behind by Alliance Master Jiang, and now it's being used by you? What kind of good news is that? The green-robed man said disdainfully. I want to control these 5,000 men and turn the Misty School into a puddle of chaotic water. Only then can I take advantage of the chaos and obtain the position of gang leader of the Misty School. Fine, if you do this, when will you be able to get the Misty School into the pockets of the Righteous Alliance? I'm afraid that Abbess Jianghu would have noticed it long ago. Don't forget, Misty Sect still has thousands of disciples from Incense Cult. I hope Commander Jiang can tell Vice Alliance Master Yu that this is the only path I can take. Shui Yuping said with a bit of shame. No need. When I received the news that the Misty School had returned to the Misty Mountain Villa, I sent the news back to the Righteous Alliance and also reported the situation you might encounter to Alliance Master Jiang. Alliance Master Jiang has already passed down the order through Vice Alliance Master Yu. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come out? Yes, I'm stupid. When I met Commander Jiang that day, I didn't expect that the Misty School disciples could return to the Misty Mountain Villa. Although the orders I received later gradually changed, I couldn't keep up with the changes, so I'm a bit stretched. I just don't know, what is Alliance Master Zhang's plan this time? What else can it be? The green-robed man took out something and threw it to Shui Yuping. Shui Yuping caught it. It was a jade bottle. She couldn't help but ask curiously, this is? But then her face changed and she said anxiously, could it be? Yes, gang leader Shui, this is the poison. The green-robed man said with a smile. However, it's different from the slow-acting poison I gave you to Hu Yuni last time. This time it's highly toxic. Once it enters the mouth, the poison will take effect instantly and there's no time to save it. Gang leader Shui, you just need to find a chance to let Hu Yuni from the Misty School. Oh, he doesn't need to. You just need to let Li Jian, Hu Yuni, Zhang Xiaohu, when one high and the others take it. Then the position of gang leader of the Misty School will be yours, right? Shui Yuping heard this and hesitated. The poison is very effective, but the others are also very vigilant. It's very difficult to succeed. Last time, when Vice Alliance leader you gave me the poison, I thought of all sorts of methods. In the end, I could only feed it to Hu Yuni through a child. This time. Before he finished speaking, the green-robed man suddenly, the green-robed man was a light was it? Just as the green-robed man finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly lit up. When the green-robed man saw this, he didn't say anything else. His body remained in the same posture as he suddenly jumped up and threw himself diagonally towards a place where the lights were not yet lit up. Since you're here, do you still want to leave? A voice sounded. It was Zhang Xiaohu. He moved his sword and a light flashed as he chased after the green-robed man. Behind Zhang Xiaohu, Shui Yuping was surrounded by bright lights. Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and the others were all in sight. In front of Hu Yuni, there was a person with tears on her face and an expression of disbelief. Shui Tiantian. Father, is this really you? Shui Tiantian didn't wait for the green-robed man to come closer and asked. Shui Yuping, who was wearing black clothes and had a black cloth covering her face, panicked at first. She quickly looked around and saw that the green-robed man was already lit up. There was no place for her to escape. When Shui Tiantian asked, Shui Yuping had already calmed down. Looking at the disappointed Shui Tiantian, she stood quietly and didn't say a word. Father, do you know, how much effort did the great grandmaster put in to teach the boy martial arts? For the boy to gain a foothold in the Misty School, the great grandmaster was willing to offend the second grandmaster and gang leader Zhang. For the boy's future, the great grandmaster was willing to let father be the gang leader instead of him. Why did he do all this? Wasn't it all because of the boy? Even if you came to the Misty School to fight for the position of gang leader, that's fine. You're the deputy gang leader of the Misty School. It's perfectly justified for you to be the gang leader. But why did you poison the great grandmaster? Through the boy's hands. Aren't you trying to frame the boy for being heartless and unjust? What's the difference between this and the boy personally poisoning the great grandmaster? The more Shui Tiantian spoke, the more tears streamed down his face. He really couldn't associate this person in front of him, who held poison in his hands and wanted to poison the higher-ups of the Misty School, with his father, who was so loving that he couldn't even bear to scold him. Shui Yuping, you heartless thing. As soon as Hu Yuni spoke, he started coughing non-stop. Shui Tiantian habitually took out a jade bottle from his chest, but, just as he was about to pour out the elixir, he immediately realized something. With a disgusted expression, he threw the jade bottle on the ground and smashed it into pieces. Li Jin came over to support Hu Yuni. When he finally stopped coughing, Hu Yuni scolded angrily again. I have always been worried about your wild ambition and that you would harm the Misty School. But when I thought about how you're Qianqian's father, no matter how bad it is, I still have to give Tian some face. I was originally the deputy gang leader of the Misty School. Even if I became the gang leader, I would have to pass the position to Tian in a few years. It would be considered as restoring the orthodoxy of the Misty School. So, I'll let you return to the Misty School and even fought against all the disciples of the Misty School for you. You want me to put my face, where should I put it? How can I face the dead fourth brother and master? Hu Yuni spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the light, it actually faintly turned black. He could no longer support himself and collapsed on the ground. Big brother, Li Jin cried out in grief and supported him. You brat, I've long found you an eyesore. If it wasn't for second brother stopping me, I would have chopped you into minced meat long ago. Come, eat my axe. Lu Qingyang bared his fangs and brandished his claws, about to pounce on him. At this moment, a figure flew back from afar. It was Zhang Xiaohu. Big gang leader, you're back? Lu Qingyang saw him and unconsciously stopped. Shui Yupeng, what else do you have to say? Zhang Xiaohu turned around and reprimanded, Commander Jiang, which is also Vice Alliance Leader Jiang, I'm afraid you're Jiang Yan from the Righteous Alliance. Although I only used my sword to seriously injure him and did not take him down, but your conversation earlier, I heard it all. Why are you wasting time with him? Let me take him down first. Lu Qingyang waved his axe and was about to attack again. Shui Yupeng, who had been standing there silently, opened his mouth. He took off the black cloth covering his face, revealing his handsome face. He looked at Shui Tian and smiled bitterly. Tian, don't blame Daddy. If it wasn't for you, if Daddy didn't love you so much, perhaps Daddy wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Oh, perhaps he would have fallen to such a state long ago. Then looking at Li Jin and the limp Hu Yuni, Shui Yupeng continued, that year, Daddy was accidentally captured by gang leader O of the Misty School. He was going to commit suicide, but he missed you and your mother. Gang leader O also took you and your mother as hostages and wanted me to join the Misty School. Daddy had no choice but to become the deputy gang leader of the Misty School. Of course, the Misty School treated Daddy and you very well. If it wasn't for the Misty School being destroyed, you would have become the gang leader of the Misty School in a few decades. That was Daddy's wish. But the Misty School was destroyed. Daddy and you were both on the run. You still had Elder Hu to protect you, but Daddy was all alone. Although the years of wandering were miserable, Daddy thought, as long as you were in this world, Daddy couldn't give up the chance to live. But unfortunately, the heavens didn't open their eyes and Daddy was captured by the Righteous Alliance. Daddy didn't intend to live, but they used you to threaten Daddy. If Daddy didn't agree to their conditions, they would have killed you first. Daddy knew the Righteous Alliance's methods. Your Misty School only had a few thousand people on the run. Among them, there were also spies from the Righteous Alliance. If they really made a move, how could a little child like you be their match? Daddy had no choice, had no choice but to join the Righteous Alliance. In exchange for your safety. Tian, you can blame Daddy. Blame Daddy for being ruthless, but you can't blame Daddy for not caring about you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame this bloody Jianghu. Blame that no one has the ability to protect you. Shui Yupeng, you poisoned my big brother and you still don't. Lu Qingyang was furious. Just as he was about to berate Shui Yupeng, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu. Looking at Shui Yupeng's doting gaze towards Shui Tian, Zhang Xiaohu fell into deep thought. Ai, if you knew this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? If I didn't agree to clan leader O's request, I would have died a few years earlier. Why should I continue to suffer in this world? As he said this, he crushed the jade bottle in his hand and poured the pills into his mouth. However, when the elixir entered his mouth, Shui Yupeng was obviously stunned. She immediately looked at Zhang Xiaohu and opened her mouth to say something. However, when she saw Shui Tiantian's expression, she didn't say anything. She just shook her head and said, Tiantian, in the future, Daddy won't exist in this world anymore. You have to be obedient. Listen to sect leader Zhang. Be a true disciple of the Misty School. Daddy? Shui Tiantian couldn't bear it anymore. After running a few steps, he stopped and looked at Hu Yuni. Hu Yuni knew that Shui Yupeng had made up her mind. He only had time to wave his hand before he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted completely. Shui Tiantian's face was filled with joy. However, when he turned around he heard Shui Yupeng's last words, "Tiantian, Daddy? I'm sorry." Then Shui Yupeng slapped the top of her head. Immediately she opened her eyes and looked at Shui Tiantian. Then she fell to the ground on her back. "Daddy?" Shui Tiantian cried loudly. He rushed forward and hugged Shui Yupeng's body, which was gradually turning cold, and cried bitterly. Behind him, Li Jian also shouted, "Big brother." At this moment, blood kept flowing out from the corner of Hu Yuni's mouth. His breathing was also intermittent. Was very weak. Chapter 1130. Seeing that Hu Yuni was dying, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Hai and the others were all sad. Zhang Xiaohu also had mixed feelings. Although Hu Yuni had tried to stop him from becoming the Grand Master of the Misty School, and even suspected that he was a spy of the Cult of Fragrance, it was all for the sake of the Misty School, the successor of the Misty School, and the legacy of Openg who had died on the Misty Peak. Therefore, putting himself in Hu Yuni's shoes, Zhang Xiaohu did not resent him too much. Alas, maybe it's because he knows that he's dying and can't last long, so he must find an absolutely reliable Grand Master for the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu thought, Shui Yupeng is also pitiful, being threatened by the alliance of righteous sects. If I didn't have a brother who is so powerful, alas, I'm sure Nun Jing-yi of the Cult of Fragrance would have killed him. Thinking of his brother and seeing the dirty blood on Hu Yuni's mouth, Zhang Xiaohu's mind lit up. He shouted, "Elderly, come with me, I have an idea." "Grandmaster, you said you have an idea?" Li Jian was pleasantly surprised, but he still couldn't believe it. "Yes, I really do have an idea." Zhang Xiaohu looked up at the sky and said anxiously, "But we don't have enough time." Come with me." Zhang Xiaohu shouted. He turned around and ordered, "Deputy Grand Master Wen, please bring the bodies of Shui Tiantian and Shui Yupeng to the conference hall. Also, don't leak out what happened here or you'll be killed." Then he urged Li Jiandao, "Elderly, carry Elder Hu and follow me to the meeting hall." Li Jian didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu meant, but when he heard Zhang Xiaohu say that he had a way to save Hu Yuni, why would he care so much? He stretched out his hand and hugged Hu Yuni's body, which was gradually turning cold. Then he executed the ethereal steps and chased after Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang, Lu Yueming, and the others also quickly chased after him. Only Wen Hai stayed behind to command the ethereal sect's disciples to retrieve Shui Yupeng's corpse. Before long, the meeting hall was right in front of them. Li Jian suddenly realized something and said in a trembling voice, "Grand Gang Leader Zhang, my big brother's injuries could only be healed by that expert from the Tao of Immortality?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't care less. Without turning his head he said, "That's right, but I'm not sure." Li Jian's face was filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly said, It's fine. The expert from the Tao of Immortality doesn't interact with us martial artists. Even if Grand Gang Leader Zhang doesn't have the confidence to invite him out, but as long as Grand Gang Leader Zhang has the intention, this Li will be deeply grateful." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. He didn't want to say that the expert from the Tao of Immortality could be summoned at any time. He was just worried that the so-called expert from the Tao of Immortality might not be able to save Hu Yuni. Thus he could only mumble, "Elder who is wholeheartedly devoted to the Misty School. This seat will naturally do his part." When everyone arrived at the conference hall, Zhang Xiaohu instructed, "Place Elder Hu on the ground. This seat will go and find that expert from the Tao of Immortality." After speaking, he walked behind the screen and entered the secret passage. What's wrong? Why is the expert from the Tao of Immortality in the Misty School's secret chamber? Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and Lu Yueming were puzzled. Without the permission of the sect leader of the Misty School, no one was allowed to enter the secret chamber in the conference hall. Thus, Li Jian and the rest didn't have the opportunity to enter. However, Li Jian and the rest immediately understood. Their faces were filled with joy. Since the expert from the Tao of Immortality was related to the Misty School, he would naturally know about the secret chamber. If the expert from the Tao of Immortality was in the secret chamber of the Misty School, who would have the most confidence? Of course, it would be the disciples of the Misty School. They would no longer have to fear the attacks of the Aroma Cult or the Righteous Tao Alliance. How could Li Jian not be happy? But Will the expert from the Tao of Immortality be willing to help Big Brother? Li Jian couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhang Xiaohu had been in the secret chamber for a long time, but he still hadn't come out. Li Jian was a little anxious. He walked to the front of the secret chamber and stuck his head out to take a look. At this time, there was some movement outside the conference hall. When Wenhai had returned with Shui Tiantian and Shui Yuping's corpse. Seeing that the conference hall was silent, when Wenhai didn't dare to speak. Only Shui Tiantian was sobbing softly. Her eyes were still looking at her father, unwilling to move away. Yes, only when you lose something will you know how precious it is. Although it was filthy in the eyes of others, what about in Tiantian's eyes? All that was left was the fatherly love that would never return. With a kacha sound, the door of the secret chamber opened. Everyone looked at the secret passage with hopeful eyes. The first person to come out was Zhang Xiaohu. There was no joy or disappointment on his face. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohu's back. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. However, when they wanted to look behind Zhang Xiaohua again, the door of the secret chamber had already closed. You? Ren Xiaoyao? When Wenhai was the first to cry out in alarm. You came here on Abbess Jingyi's orders? When Wenhai suddenly realized and then his face became gloomy. No, if this was a disciple of the pill expansion hall of the fragrance cult, he must have some immortal secret pills. If he took them out, he might be able to save Hu Yuni's life. But Zhang Xiaohu actually had dealings with a disciple of the fragrance cult, and even hid him in the secret chamber of the Misty School. Even if he saved Hu Yuni might not be able to accept his kindness. As for Zhang Xiaohu himself, how could he explain this? When Wenhai said this, Li Jian and Lu Qingyang's faces also changed. They seemed to have thought of the same thing as when Wenhai. However, Lu Yueming was stunned at first and then he asked curiously, isn't this Zhang Xiaohua? How could it be a disciple of the fragrance cult? Ren Xiaoyao, who is that? Hearing this, when Wenhai was stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. He had suspected the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and Ren Xiaoyao on Shixing Peak, but later he was dispelled by Ren Xiaoyao's identity. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua, of course he thought that Zhang Xiaohua was Ren Xiaoyao. Lu Yueming had never seen Zhang Xiaohua on Shixing Peak, and now that it was night, under the lights, of course he thought that Zhang Xiaohua was still the Zhang Xiaohua from a few years ago, so he blurted it out. When Wenhai suddenly pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked Zhang Xiaohu, is he, your biological brother Zhang Xiaohua Ren Xiaoyao on Shixing Peak, the immortal master who recovered all of our martial arts? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was a little unhappy, touched his nose and smiled. It seems, yes. Could it be that he is also the immortal master who used a flying sword to assassinate a deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance and 4 old consecrators on Piaomiao Peak? Is he also related to our Misty School? Lu Yueming said in disbelief. Yes, Xiaohua is my biological brother, so of course he is related to our Misty School. That day on Piaomiao Peak, it was Xiaohua who killed Ban Fugue and the others. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and the others and slowly explained. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the fragrance cult, Li Jian and the others' faces softened a little, but they were still full of doubts. After all, this Zhang Xiaohua was only a teenager. How is this possible? Lu Yueming almost jumped up. When Wenhai had seen Zhang Xiaohua on Shixing Peak, but he had not seen Zhang Xiaohua since he saved Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaolong on the official road. If it was not for Zhang Xiaohua's chivalrous heart, Lu Yueming would have forgotten about him on the way back to the Misty School. Who would have thought that in just a few years, this young man had turned into an immortal master, replacing the image of the old immortal master in his heart with a youthful face and white hair? No one could accept this comparison in a short time. Yes, it's me. Zhang Xiaohua glared at Lu Yueming and Wenhai. He still remembered what they had said about him behind his back. He said with a smile, you didn't expect that the stupid Zhang Xiaohua who couldn't even practice the Arhat fist, the unlucky Zhang Xiaohua who died in Jianghu long ago, was actually the immortal master in your hearts? When Wenhai and Lu Yueming heard this and immediately blushed. They knew that Zhang Xiaohua had heard what they had said on the way back. How could they still doubt his identity as an immortal master? They both blushed and stepped forward. They bowed and said, we spoke rudely. Please punish us. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Who were these two? They were people who had saved him in the early years. He had just casually said it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately flicked his sleeve and the two were lifted up by an invisible force. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Two heroes, why are you still so polite with me? I was just joking. Immortal Master, please, reach out and look at my big brother's injury. Li Jin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Oh, elderly, get up quickly. There's no need to look. Zhang Xiaohua quickly helped Li Jin up. When Li Jin heard this, his heart thumped and he wanted to kneel down. However, how could Zhang Xiaohua let him do so? He raised his hand and Li Jin couldn't move. He asked, Elderly, why are you doing this? Please be merciful and save my big brother's life. Li Jin had never seen Zhang Xiaohua before, so he didn't have any thoughts about him. He just thought that he was an immortal master. I didn't say I wouldn't save him. Elderly, although the poison is about to invade Elder Hu's heart, but it hasn't happened yet. I saw it as soon as I came out. Of course, I don't need to see it now. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak when Lu Qingyang next to him shouted, Immortal Master, let's save my big brother first. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom, poured out a pill and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. He said, This is the antidote pill you took. Feed it to Elder Hu and the poison will be removed. And Zhang Xiaohu didn't hesitate to take it. He walked to Hu Yuni's side and fed the antidote pill to Hu Yuni. Lu Qingyang wanted to go forward and help, but he was stopped by Li Jin. Zhang Xiaohua's antidote pill was really effective. After a moment, Hu Yuni woke up and shouted, Shui Yupeng, you beast. Chapter 1131. When Hu Yuni shouted this sentence, he spat out another mouthful of dirty blood. Zhang Xiaohu knew what was going to happen next. He raised his hand and hugged Hu Yuni. He glanced at him and said, Master, come with me. Wen Wenhai didn't know why, but he followed Zhang Xiaohu out. Li Jin was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I will return you an unpoisoned Elder Hu in a while. Li Jin was overjoyed and bowed again. Thank you, Immortal. AI, no need, no need. It was second brother who brought me here. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Yes, I know. Li Jin's face hid his surprise. For a moment, everyone was amazed by what they saw in front of them. No one dared to speak loudly. Only Shui Tiantian was shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's young age. Then he remembered his own life experience and Shui Yupeng who had just passed away. He couldn't help but cry again. After a moment, Shui Tiantian seemed to have made a decision. He stood up and walked to Li Jin. He bowed and said, Martial Ancestor Li. Li Jin looked at Shui Tiantian. He didn't know what attitude he should have towards him. He just waved his hand. If you have anything to say, you should wait for Elder Hu to come back. You can say it to him. Martial Ancestor Li, disciple. Father did such a vicious thing. Although disciple didn't know about it, but it was disciple who personally sent the highly toxic medicinal pill into Great Grandmaster's mouth. Great Grandmaster's poisoning was also done by disciple. So, disciple doesn't dare to ask for Great Master's forgiveness. I also don't have the face to stay in front of Great Master. I also don't have the face to stay in the Misty School. Now, before Great Master wakes up, disciple asks Martial Ancestor Li to expel disciple from the Misty School and let disciple leave alone. This? Li Jin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Shui Yupeng did such a thing. In fact, it had nothing to do with Shui Tiantian. But, as Shui Tiantian said, he personally fed the poison to Hu Yuni. Even if Hu Yuni didn't mind, how could Shui Tiantian still stay in front of Hu Yuni? But Hu Yuni loved Shui Tiantian, and Li Jin had seen it with his own eyes. If he were to dispose of Shui Tiantian without permission, he was afraid that it would be difficult for Hu Yuni to explain himself when he woke up. At this time, Shui Tiantian turned around and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua again. He said respectfully, Thank you, Immortal Elder, for saving the Great Ancestor. This makes me feel relieved. If it weren't for Immortal Elder, I would have gone with the Great Ancestor. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and patted Shui Tiantian's head, looking like an expert. You child, don't think so much, this has nothing to do with you, you are just being used by others. But I have to repay my father's debt with my own hands. Shui Tiantian's eyes were filled with tears. He didn't know what to say. In short, this Misty School. I don't have the face to stay any longer. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, Oh right, I heard from my second brother that you used a strange fist technique to compete with him a few days ago? Shui Tiantian's face turned red and he said embarrassedly, I don't dare, it's just a small skill, how can it be compared with Master Zhang's? What insignificant technique. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased. Show me a set of techniques. Now? Here. Shui Tiantian was stunned. Well, here you can do it. Shui Tiantian didn't know why Zhang Xiaohua was like this, but since it was the Immortal Elder's order, how could he disobey? Shui Tiantian endured the pain, and his qi sank into his dantian. He focused his mind, held his breath, and calmed his heart. He performed the 108 moves of the Big Dipper magical fist technique that Zhang Qingyue taught him from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua held her chin and shook her head or nodded as she watched. Li Jian and the others were at a loss. After Shui Tiantian finished performing the Big Dipper magical fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua turned to ask, Hero Lu, what do you think of this fist technique? This. Lu Yueming was stunned. He thought for a while and said, Immortal Elder, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed, Hero Lu saved my life in the past. You don't have to call me Immortal Elder anymore, just call me by my name. Lu Yueming shook his head like a rattle drum. It was just a coincidence that I saved you that day, it was effortless. Moreover, it was God who borrowed my hands. Even if it wasn't me, someone else would have done it. I don't dare to take the credit. Also, Immortal Elder healed my dantian and connected my bones. This has already repaid the favor of that day. How can I mention it again? In the martial arts world, those who are more powerful are the teachers. Since Immortal Elder has already set foot on the path of immortality, you are already beyond my reach. I am convinced that you are Immortal Elder, but if I call you by your secular name, I am afraid. I will feel uneasy. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yueming to come up with so many reasons. He had no choice but to smile and say, Then you can call me whatever you want, Hero Lu. Then he asked, Hero Lu, do you think that this fist technique is quite bad? Yes, that's right. Lu Yueming said bluntly, I have observed that many of Tiantian's fist techniques are plagiarized from other fist techniques, such as the common Liuhe fist, Luohan fist, and so on. However, some of the moves are the same, while some are different. What kind of power can these fist techniques have when put together? Can there be no flaws? Hero Lu, you are right. This fist technique, when used by Tiantian, is indeed full of flaws. However, the flaws are in the moves that Hero Lu seems to be the same as other fist techniques. If all the fist techniques are different, then the flaws will no longer exist. Ah? Lu Yueming was speechless. He asked curiously, how did Immortal Elder know so much about this fist technique of my Misty School? To tell you the truth, Hero Lu, when I was in Huanxi Villa, I was taught fist techniques by Captain He Tianshu. However, I was too stupid to practice Luohan fist or Liuhe fist. This fist technique is made by taking some moves from those fist techniques and putting them together. Ah? Not only was Lu Yueming surprised, but Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were also surprised. They said, that's impossible. This fist technique was recorded by Zhang Qingyue at a price of 1,000 taels of silver by faction leader O. Lu Qingyang grinned and gave a thumbs up. He praised, Immortal Elder. You are really a genius. How old were you at that time? You could already create a fist technique by yourself? It's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua was also modest. It's all a blessing. Then he looked at Li Jian and said seriously, it's just that, even though this fist technique was sold to the ethereal sect, but looking at Tiantian's practice, it's just barely passable. It's too different from the fist technique in the manual. So, I'm thinking of buying the manual back and letting my disciples practice it alone. Immortal Elder's disciple? Li Jian was stunned. Which sect is Immortal Elder from? I'm preparing to establish the Big Dipper sect. When the time comes, I'll definitely invite Elder Li and the others to attend the ceremony. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Aha, Beta School, I understand. No matter how stupid Li Jian was, he had already thought of the rumors about Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qinyu had spread the name of Beta School that day. Since Immortal Elder wants to establish a sect, then this fist technique manual can be given to Immortal Elder as a congratulatory gift. However, I'm only an elder and not a faction leader. Secondly, I've never heard of this fist technique manual. Even if I want to give it to Immortal Elder, I can't. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and was about to speak when Shui Tiantian timidly said, Immortal Elder, I know the whereabouts of the fist technique manual. Where is it? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Shui Tiantian thought for a moment and probed, if I give the fist technique manual to Immortal Elder, can Immortal Elder agree to a small condition of mine? Condition? Zhang Xiaohua's tone became slightly cold. It didn't matter if he wanted the fist technique manual or not. He just didn't want it to be leaked. Now that he heard Shui Tiantian talk about conditions with him, he couldn't help but become slightly angry. What conditions? Tell me. Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. Shui Tiantian seemed to hear the anger in Zhang Xiaohua's voice, but he gritted his teeth and pointed at Shui Yuping's corpse. Immortal Elder, although my father did something wrong to the Misty School, but he was forced to do so. Now that he's dead, I hope the Misty School can let bygones be bygones and bury my father properly. Don't let his corpse be exposed in the countryside. This is your condition? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Yes, this is my condition. As long as Immortal Elder agrees, I'll immediately tell you the whereabouts of the fist technique manual. Shui Tiantian nodded. That fist technique manual is in your possession? If I take action, do you think you can protect it? Shui Tiantian's face turned pale instantly. His small hands naturally covered his chest. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to bow to Li Jian. He asked, Elder Li, although Shui Yuping was guilty, he could atone for his crime with his death. Shui Tiantian's filial piety is commendable. I would like to agree to his condition. Elder Li, please agree to it. Li Jian hurriedly returned the bow and said, Master Zhang brought Shui Yuping's corpse back and told his disciples not to reveal what happened today. Otherwise they would be killed without mercy. I think Master Zhang didn't intend to reveal this matter to the public. Shui Yuping's corpse must be buried with dignity. Although I'm not the master of Misty School, this condition, I agree to it on behalf of Master Zhang. Shui Tiantian was overjoyed. He bowed to Li Jian and said, Thank you, second master. Elder Li. Li Jian smiled bitterly and helped Shui Tiantian up. He thought to himself, it seems like this kid is determined not to stay in Misty School. Following that, Shui Tiantian took out an oil bag from his bosom and carefully opened it, revealing a brand new fist art manual inside. Then he handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your help. This fist art, please accept it. Why is it so new? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. This is the only thing my master left me. When I miss my master, I take it out to have a look. I don't dare to tarnish it. Sigh, forget it. Shui Tiantian, since it was given to you by Zhang Qingyue, it's the only thing he left you. How can I take it back? You keep it for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua said sadly and waved her hand. Chapter 1132. Thank you for your mercy. Shui Tiantian's face was filled with joy as he put the manual away. Zhang Xiaohua then asked, How many copies of this manual are there? Reporting to Immortal, there is only one copy. Then how many disciples practice this fist technique? Reporting to Immortal Elder, Master is also not used to this fist manual, so Master first taught this lowly one, then this lowly one taught others. This lowly one used this fist manual to teach 8 people. As for whether there are other disciples, this lowly one does not know. What about these 8 people? Reporting to Immortal, among the 8 people, 4 of them traveled with me, and 4 of them stayed in Misty Mountain Villa. I don't know where they are now. As for the other 4, except for one who died of illness, the other 3 are in Young Eagle Hall. How are the other 3 practicing this fist technique? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Reporting to Immortal Elder, this fist technique is really not easy to practice. As long as you practice any other fist technique slightly, the moves in this fist technique will immediately go out of shape. The other 3 junior brothers had long stopped practicing when they escaped from Ethereal Sect. Only this lowly one has been practicing because I miss my master. Good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile and asked again, You want Martial Ancestor Li to expel you from Misty School, do you have any plans? No. Shui Tiantian's face was gloomy. To him, Jianghu was really dangerous. He really didn't know what to do in the future. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. My Beidou School's 7 Stars Palace already has an owner. Shui Tiantian, you have already practiced my Beidou School's Fist of the Big Dipper. Can be said that you have fate with my Beidou School. Are you willing to enter my Beidou School and be Ai's disciple? This. Shui Tiantian almost couldn't believe his ears. Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and Lu Yueming were also shocked. Their faces showed envy as they looked at Shui Tiantian. Immortal. Don't deceive me? Shui Tiantian looked at Zhang Xiaohua blankly. Why would I lie to you? My Beidou School's boxing manual has already been given to you. Are you still doubting me? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and laughed. Master. Disciple Shui Tiantian greets Master. Shui Tiantian fell to the ground and cried. This time Zhang Xiaohua did not help him up. Instead, she looked up with a smile at Hu Yuni, who was being helped in by Wen Wenhai and Zhang Xiaohu. At this moment, Hu Yuni's face was clearly rosy and was no longer as dark as before. Big brother. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang also saw him. They both ran over and asked in surprise, Big brother, are you all right? First Elder's poison is no longer a problem. I think you will ask Xiaohua to give him a few more pills. Zhang Xiaohu had just said. Zhang Xiaohua interjected. You don't need to take any more detoxification pills. Elder whose poison was poisoned by the Righteous Tao Alliance. It's different from the poison of Chuanxiang cult. You only need one detoxification pill to detoxify him. Sect leader Zhang? What's going on? Hu Yuni turned around and asked. After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation of what happened in Mo Xian's palace, Hu Yuni's face was filled with shame. He said in a low voice, Sect leader Zhang, this old man? This subordinate is really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Please forgive me. Elder Hu, look at what you're saying. This lord knows that you don't have long to live, so you want to make arrangements after your death. As for this lord, there are many things that Elder Hu doesn't understand about my background and the way I do things. Therefore, it's normal for Elder Hu to misunderstand that it was arranged by Chuanxiang cult. I'm ashamed. As Hu Yuni spoke, he walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and bowed. Immortal Elder. I believe that all the things that happened in my Misty School recently were caused by Immortal Elder? Zhang Xiaohua flicked her sleeve and supported Hu Yuni. She smiled and said, Elder whose body is weak now. Let's sit down and talk. After Hu Yuni sat down, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. These things were all done by I. Immortal Elder also bestowed Du Feng and Ding Chao with their martial arts? Yes. All the disciples of my Misty School who had their joints crushed and dantians pierced were all saved by Immortal Elder? Yes. When my Misty School counterattacked Ethereal Peak, the Righteous Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master and 4 old consecrators were also killed by Immortal Elder. Yes. Sect leader Zhang's immortal cultivation was also bestowed by Immortal Elder? This? It wasn't I, but he received the legacy of your Misty School. Then my Misty School's immortal cultivation legacy was also passed down by Immortal Elder? My Misty School's immortal cultivation legacy token was also bestowed by Immortal Elder? Yes. Sect leader Zhang subduing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance and Chuanxiang cult was also done by Immortal Elder? This? I also tried, but in the end, it was still because of sect leader Zhang's personal charm. Every time Hu Yuni asked a question, Zhang Xiaohua would reply with a sentence. Everyone in the meeting hall felt their hearts beat violently. Every sentence represented a turning point that would determine the fate of the ethereal sect. Every sentence represented a grace that the Misty School would never be able to repay. Every sentence represented that Zhang Xiaohua should be the true master of the Misty School. Immortal Elder, forgive this old man's stupidity, but please take a seat and accept a bow from the Misty School's disciples. Hu Yuni finally said seriously, if not for Immortal Elder, my Misty School would have long been consigned to eternal damnation and become someone else's puppet. If I don't bow to you, this old man will never be able to rest in peace. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and pointed at Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming, saying, Swordsman Wen and Swordsman Lu were also I's saviors back then. Even he didn't accept a bow from I, so how can I accept a bow from them now? Hu Yuni thought for a moment and nodded, saying, since Immortal Elder says so, this old man won't force you. However, this old man would like to bow to Immortal Elder once on behalf of the dead fourth brother and the Master in heaven. This is to thank Immortal Elder for preserving the bloodline of my Misty School. This. Zhang Xiaohua was put in a difficult position. Li Jian persuaded, Immortal Elder, please don't decline. This is our Misty School's sincerity, so please accept this bow. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said, in that case I won't be pretentious. I've done so much for your Misty School, so at least I've gained something. Hu Yuni was overjoyed and respectfully knelt on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua accepted the bow and hurriedly helped Hu Yuni up. However, before she could say anything, Hu Yuni said, "This old man has always had a question. Would Immortal Elder please enlighten me?" Zhang Xiaohua helped Hu Yuni to a chair and said with a smile, "Feel free to ask. I have already told you everything I know." Yes, this old man wants to know. When my Misty School was destroyed by the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance, why didn't Immortal Elder do anything? Even if Immortal Elder didn't do anything back then, my Misty School wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. It turned out that ever since Hu Yuni woke up, Zhang Xiaohu had been trying to explain. There were still some things that he hadn't explained clearly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she frowned slightly. Hu Yuni's question was rather disrespectful. However, after thinking for a while, she still said, "It's not that I didn't do anything. Of course I was still overseas. In terms of time, I had just stepped onto the path of immortality, so I didn't have the strength to stop that disaster. Yes, I believe that Chu Yunfei of your sect must have told Elder Hu that when he met I in the wilderness, I had just returned from overseas. At that time, your sect was already in disarray." "Oh, that's right. Immortal Elder, now that you mention it, this old man really does remember." Immortal Elder seemed to have asked where the incense cult was at that time. Immortal Elder indeed went to find sect leader Jiang. Hu Yuni suddenly understood. "Haha, Elder Hu, you can ask my second brother about the incense cult later. Great hero one has also met I," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Immortal Elder's talent is truly unimaginable. In just a few years, it's actually so profound. Even so, there are still people who say that I's stupid. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't let Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming off the hook. Wen Wenhai glanced at Lu Yueming, who had an awkward expression on his face, and immediately understood what was going on. "I'm just kidding, great hero one. Captain, he has been muttering like this. I'll have to talk to him later." Zhang Xiaohua laughed again. I wouldn't dare. Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming also laughed. It was as if the Zhang Xiaohua now was the real Zhang Xiaohua and not some immortal elder. "Oh, by the way, Elder Hu, just now I boldly accepted Shui Tiantian as my disciple. However, he is still a disciple of the Misty School. Elder Hu, please be magnanimous, and grant I my wish." "Ai, come here Tiantian." Hu Yuni raised his hand and beckoned. Shui Tiantian had been kneeling on the ground and didn't get up. When he heard this, he stood up and walked to Hu Yuni's side. Hu Yuni reached out and touched Shui Tiantian's head with his hand very dotingly. He said lovingly, "Tiantan, your father's matter is your father's. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you fed me the poison, I won't blame you because you didn't know it all. So, you must remember that from the moment your great ancestor found out the truth of the matter until he fainted, he never blamed you." "Great ancestor." Shui Tiantian cried again and threw himself into Hu Yuni's arms. Second brother, I have an urgent matter. I'll leave first. This pill is for Elder Hu." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly shouted and threw a pill to Zhang Xiaohu. Then she turned around and disappeared. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Xiaohua, this is a method of the immortal Tao. Look at me, I don't know either." As for what urgent matter Zhang Xiaohua had, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. Shui Tiantian cried bitterly and didn't know about this. Hu Yuni didn't notice and waited for Shui Tiantian to stop crying before comforting him. "However, since you have made up your mind and it is indeed inappropriate for you to stay in the Misty School now, then follow the immortal to cultivate. But, when you succeed in your cultivation in the future, you must remember my Misty School and take care of my Misty School." "Yes, please rest assured, great ancestor. This disciple will definitely not forget the Misty School's great kindness to this disciple. Also, great ancestors care for this disciple." "Yes, immortal elder." Hu Yuni looked up, but Zhang Xiaohua had already disappeared. "Elder Hu, Little Blossom has something to do, so I'll leave first. Before I leave, I'll leave this pill for the first elder. The first elder will take this pill in a while. If nothing unexpected happens, the first elder's internal injuries and damaged meridians will be healed." Chapter 1133. Really? Hu Yuni was pleasantly surprised. Of course it's true. Li Jian said, "Faction leader Zhang, you must have used this elixir to heal your subordinates' internal injuries back then, right?" Elderly is right, it is this pill. Zhang Xiaohu was now very familiar with the meridian soothing pill and recognized it at a glance. Big brother, hurry up and take it. I'll wait here to protect you. Lu Qingyang shouted. Here. That's not appropriate. Hu Yuni was a little hesitant. This is such a heaven-sent opportunity. Big brother, hurry up and take it. If anything happens, it'll be too late to regret it. Hu Yuni nodded, then looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, Sect leader Zhang, please give the order to expel Shui Tiantian from the Misty School. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said to Shui Tiantian, Shui Tiantian, I expel you from the Misty School today. From now on, your actions have nothing to do with the Misty School. You are no longer a disciple of the Misty School. Do you understand? This disciple understands. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Although she knew that her future was bright, although she knew that she would be able to see these amiable grandmasters and martial uncles in the future, although she was already mentally prepared, but, when she heard Zhang Xiaohu say that she was no longer a disciple of the Misty School, Shui Tiantian couldn't help but feel sad and tears fell from her eyes. All right, Tiantian, return to the Young Eagle Hall as usual. There's no need to rush to pack your things. I'll take you to see your martial uncles and senior brothers tomorrow. Yes, I'll follow sect leader's orders. Shui Tiantian's voice was unusually loud. After when Wenhai left with Shui Tiantian, Hu Yuni swallowed the meridian soothing pill under everyone's gaze. He sat cross-legged in the meeting hall and quietly adjusted his breathing. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and released her divine sense. Immediately her face showed surprise. He saw Shui Tiantian holding a towel, a basin, and a small kettle on the ground beside him. He stood respectfully in front of his door. On the opposite side of Shui Tiantian, Xiaohuaji's face was full of vigilance. She was also holding the snow-white towel in her hand and was staring at Shui Tiantian like a tiger watching its prey. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua removed the restriction on the hut and walked out. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's deliberate footsteps, Shui Tiantian's spirit was lifted and his face became even more respectful. Ji Xiaohua's face also became anxious. She stretched out her leg and was about to rush over to open the door, but Shui Tiantian was faster than her. His figure swayed slightly and he arrived in front of the door. He gently pushed the door open and called out, Master, good morning? However, before he could finish his sentence, 2 streaks of black light shot out of the door like arrows. Huh? Shui Tiantian was shocked and couldn't help but cry out. The basin in his hand almost fell to the ground. The 2 streaks of black light were Little Martin and Little Dog. The 2 little things floated in the air and stared unblinkingly at Shui Tiantian with their small black eyes. Xiaohuaji's face flashed with joy. She wanted to cover her mouth with her hand, but halfway through she saw Zhang Xiaohua's smiling eyes. Good morning, master. Xiaohuaji put down the snow-white towel on the ground and said respectfully, When I woke up, I suddenly saw second martial uncle bringing this child over. I don't know what he was doing, but he just stood there. No matter how I asked, he didn't say anything. Master, I don't know what the rules of Beidou School are, but in Misty School, I have been standing in front of Master's door in the morning since I was young to serve Master tea. So, last night I earnestly asked sect leader Zhang, oh, second martial uncle, to bring me over to serve Master. Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization and nodded his head subconsciously. Famous sects are indeed different. The rules are extraordinarily strict. Therefore she smiled at Xiaohuaji Little Black and Little Yellow. She said, This is my new disciple, Shui Tiantian. He is also a person with a hard life. You two should get to know each other. Yes, master. When Xiaohuaji heard that Shui Tiantian was a person with a hard life, she felt regret. She turned around and said, Junior Shui? Shui Tiantian, who had just been frightened, was still looking at the 2 little things flying in the air. Her heart was beating wildly. When she heard Ji Xiaohua call her junior brother, she immediately became unhappy. She pouted and asked, Master, didn't you say yesterday that this disciple has been practicing my Big Dipper sect's fist technique for a long time? This disciple has also observed that this brother has never practiced martial arts before. How can this disciple call him senior brother? As he said that, he looked at the 2 little things that had already flown away and felt relieved. He put the basin on the ground and turned around to take the kettle. He poured hot water and said with a smile, Master, please wash your face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked over. She casually washed her face. At the same time, Xiaohuaji and Shui Tiantian handed over towels. Looking at the two towels, the two little hands and the two expectant faces, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in her heart. She took one towel with each hand and wiped her face with one towel. Then she handed the towels to the two of them. Xiaohua Ji and Shui Tiantian's faces were filled with joy and disappointment. They looked at each other and lightly snorted from their noses. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then her face turned cold and she said in a low voice, "Both of you come here." "Yes, master." The two of them felt Zhang Xiaohua's face and quickly followed. Standing in the small courtyard and looking at the rising sun, Zhang Xiaohua pointed and asked, "Wait and see. What do you think?" The two of them were stunned. After looking for a long time they turned their heads back. "You first." Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Xiaohua Ji and said, "Yes, master." Xiaohua Ji said respectfully, "It looks like an egg yolk. It's probably delicious." Shui Tiantian immediately laughed. But after laughing a few times she immediately covered her mouth and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's straight face. Zhang Xiaohua held back her laughter with great difficulty. With a straight face she said to Shui Tiantian, "What about you?" "Master, a year's plan is in the spring and a day's plan is in the morning. The morning sun has just risen, and it is the time when life is full of vitality. We martial artists should cherish time like gold and dance when we hear the chicken." Then she asked again, "Master, is this disciple right?" Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. The disciples of this big sect were indeed different. They said things in a different way. Compared to her, this village disciple Xiaohua Ji, she couldn't compare. "And Tiantian is absolutely right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded calmly. Looking at Xiaohua Ji, who was a little shy, she said, "Xiaohua is not wrong. It's just because you're hungry that you think so much." "Yes, master." Xiaohua Ji's face softened. Zhang Xiaohua patted their shoulders again and hugged them in her arms. Facing the morning sun she said, "Master is not much older than you and I'm not as knowledgeable as Zhang Qingyue. It's just that, look, the rising sun is the best and most beautiful time of the day. Our Beidou school has just been built, and like the rising sun, it's full of vitality. And you are also the rising sun of our Beidou school. Only with your joint efforts can we have a bright future. If you just entered our Beidou school and have a grudge against each other and hate each other, how can our Beidou school be famous in Jianghu?" When the two heard this they couldn't help but feel ashamed. They were just children with a competitive nature. They only wanted to fight for favor in front of their master. How could they think so much? "Master, we were wrong." Xiaohua Ji and Shui Tiantian both said in a low voice. "Alright, there's a saying in the olden days. Knowing one's mistakes is the greatest virtue. Since you don't have any relatives, you will be brothers in the future. You must love and care for each other." "Yes, master. This disciple will call Tiantian senior brother. He knows martial arts." Xiaohua Ji immediately said. "Xiaohua Ji is older than me, so I will call him senior brother." Shui Tiantian also declined. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Xiaohua Ji has already kowtowed and entered our Beidou school. He can't run away from the title of senior brother. Although Tiantian's martial arts is strong, he can only be ranked behind him." "Yes, master." Shui Tiantian nodded and bowed, "Greetings to senior brother." "Don't." When Xiaohua Ji heard this, a strange expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Junior brother Tianan, although I am a senior brother, I am not senior brother. Senior brother is someone else." "Then, where is senior brother? This little brother will pay his respects in a while." Shui Tiantian respectfully said. At this time, the sky had already brightened and the small courtyard gradually became lively. However, Zhang Byron was still a child, so how could he wake up so early? Xiaohua Ji laughed and said, "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. When senior brother wakes up, I will bring him to play. It won't be too late for you to pay your respects then. And this little brother will listen to senior brother." Shui Tiantian did not seem to understand the meaning behind her words. Zhang Xiaohua Ji could already guess Shui Tiantian's expression when he saw Zhang Byron. However, she did not know how he would greet Zhang Byron. Perhaps there was a precedent in the Misty School? Also, you have 3 martial aunts who can be considered as my junior sisters. In a while, let Xiaohua bring them to pay their respects. And your 3 martial aunts have a good relationship with each other, so you must learn from them." "Yes, master." The two of them bowed and replied. "Alright, master's going to practice the Big Dipper mystical fist. The two of you can also learn from the side. Tiantian already has the foundation. Later on, follow the fist moves from the manual and teach them to your second senior brother. Yes, master. Xiaohuaji and Shui Tiantian were overjoyed, especially Ji Xiaohuaji. Although she had already entered Beidou school, Zhang Xiaohua had not taught her anything yet. This could be considered her first lesson. After breakfast, Oyen came over. Shui Tiantian also paid his respects to his 3 martial aunts. At this time, Zhang Byron had also woken up from his sleep. Under Zhang Byron's complete disregard, Shui Tiantian helplessly paid his respects to his senior brother. Looking at Nye Qinyu, Zhang Pinger, and Oyen as well as Zhang Byron, Ji Xiaohuaji and Shui Tiantian, Zhang Xiaohuaji was very satisfied. As long as Chu Jing was brought over by the Misty School's disciples, the disciples of Beidou School would be complete. However, when she thought of Chu Jing, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1134. Master Zhang San's blood turned into a red bead the size of a fist and spun around in the air. Ya opened her mouth and the blood bead was sucked into her mouth. Master Zhang San turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Then Ya looked at the people from the Misty School. How dare you? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to delay any longer. He reached out his hand and the lotus throne appeared in the air. He pointed his finger and the lotus throne emitted a rainbow light that covered Zhang Xiaohu, Peacock and Chen Chen. Ha! Ya covered her mouth and laughed. Little husband, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaohu is your second brother. Why would I hurt him? Besides, their cultivation is far from enough. Their blood can only be used to refine the demon flag. There are many people like that in the martial arts world. I have no reason to make you unhappy. Then she waved her sleeve and 2 rays of red light shot out towards Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing. Stop it. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. The dream-chasing sword flew out again and turned into 64 rays of light that shot towards Ya. Oh little husband, you are so cruel. How dare you attack me? You wronged me for loving you so much. Ya smiled and did not retract the red light. It was as if the rays of light could not hurt her at all. Sure enough, when the 64 rays of light hit Ya's body, the demon flag's clothes shook slightly and countless black gas blocked the rays of light. Little husband, do you know why I have been talking to you so patiently? Why I have been answering your questions? Ya smiled brightly. Rushi, you attacked me the moment you came up. I'm tired of dealing with you. Not only you, but you see, I have been attacking the monks of the Dalan Temple since the beginning. Why did I not attack the people of the incense cult? That's because the monks of the Dalan Temple are pigs. No matter how high their cultivation is, they are no match for me. As for you Mingxin's disciple, I still have to think about it. I can only wait until the first layer of the demonic flag is successfully refined before I can make a move. Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. This devilish flag is far too difficult to refine. There was so much blood at the foot of Yao Mountain, as well as the quintessence blood of so many experts from the Tao of Immortals, but I've only just reached the first level. Only after reaching the first level can I dare to stand tall and face you directly. Do you know how nervous I was in front of you just now? You? Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She gritted her teeth. But don't be afraid, my husband. I'm sincere to you and your family. In the future, this world will belong to the 2 of us. Let's build your Beidou school into a first-class school. Let the Tenryu sect, the Incense sect, and the Misty school become its puppets? While Ye was talking to Zhang Xiaohua, the other 2 red lights had already killed the heavily injured Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. Their quintessence blood had also been sucked out by Ye. Zhang Xiaohua looked on, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ye's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and closed her eyes. Her body fell from the sky. When she regained her balance, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with pain. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua. Meng. Meng. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and looked at the familiar eyes. I might have to go. Xiaohua, Ye's consciousness is getting stronger and stronger. I'm destined to be devoured by her. The more I'm devoured by Ye, the more I know. Meng cried. I really love you. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. I know you love me. Xiaohua, you don't understand. Meng said in a panic. Meng's eyes turned slightly red, but she gritted her teeth and the redness gradually faded. Meng said anxiously, Xiaohua, I don't have much time. You have to hear that what you said was true, but what she said to you was all lies. She didn't kill you because she wanted to keep you captive. When your cultivation is high, she will absorb your quintessence blood. Furthermore, this demonic flag of hers needs to be refined 9 times. Not only does she want to use this demonic flag to raise her cultivation, she also wants to use it to break open space and return to the ruins. It took so many people's blood and lives to refine 1 layer of the demon flag. Every time the demon flag was refined, it would take 9 times more blood essence than the previous layer. Flowery, you have to calculate how many people's blood essence would be needed to refine this demon flag. Even if you kill the entire Jianghu and the entire human world, it still won't be enough. Tisk, Zhang Xiaohua gasped. If that was the case, the entire human world would become hell. Quick, little blossom, while I'm still stopping ya, you kill me quickly. As Meng spoke, she wanted to take down the demonic flag, but no matter how hard she tried, the demonic flag didn't move at all. Meng was about to cry. She shouted, Xiaohua, use the flying sword, use chasing dream. Let chasing dream become killing dream. Zhang Xiaohua also cried. Chasing dream couldn't move forward even after several attempts. Meng, how can I bear to let you go? How can I kill you with my own hands? Unless there's no other way? Zhang Xiaohua's voice was hoarse. Meng smiled bitterly when she saw that chasing dream didn't move forward. She shook her head and said, Xiaohua, you are wrong. You don't love me at all. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. Meng, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I not love you? It's true. It's not your heart that loves me, and it's not my heart that loves you. It's the heart-binding curse that you used that's causing trouble. You used the heart-binding curse to bind our hearts together. Meng smiled bitterly and cried. Heart-binding curse? Zhang Xiaohua was dazed and didn't know how to answer. Xiaohua, do you think we only met once outside Poyang town and it'll be engraved in our hearts forever? Can you think about it every day and night? Can you not eat or drink? Meng said while crying. Why not? Meng, I've always treated you like this. Sometimes when I think of you, my heart will ache and I'll be happy. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Meng's eyes lit up and she said happily, I'm the same. But then she shook her head and said, But we're trapped by Ye's heart-binding curse. This is all Ye's doing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand, Meng wiped her tears and said, In fact, when Ye came here, she first established the Tenryu sect. She called herself Sakura and trained a few heavenly kings. In order to increase her power, Ye established the Dalan Temple. She combined the Kung Fu of the Devil World with some exercises she got from the Buddhism sect and formed the Dalan Temple. On the surface, the exercises of the Dalan Temple are Buddhism sect's exercises, but the foundation is the exercises of the devil cult. All the monks of the Dalan Temple have succeeded in practicing them. After they passed away, their relics became elixirs for Ye to increase her power. Later, when Ye was fighting with Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoye for an extremely rare thing, she was seriously injured by the 3 of them. When Ye hid in the Guiyuan Tower of the Dalan Temple to heal, she accidentally found a kind of heart sutra of the Buddhism sect. Xiaohua, you also know that the monks of the Dalan Temple abstain from sex. The reason why they abstain from sex is because of this heart sutra. This heart sutra was unintentionally copied from the Buddhism sect. You comprehended this heart sutra and combined it with some kind of secret method of the devil cult. You found a way to live forever. Live forever? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, live forever. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Didn't you see me? How many years have I lived? Zhang Xiaohua nodded blankly. Meng sighed and continued, Ye's method was to find a man and according to the Heart Sutra, cast the Heart Sutra in the hearts of Ye and this man. Hence, Ye fell in love with this man, fell in love with him and got married. This man was the 2nd generation Sakura apart from Ye. Then Ye and Sakura gave birth to a daughter, which was the 1st generation Saintess. This Saintess was an independent person, but because Ye and Sakura had the Heart Sutra, this Saintess had Ye's consciousness seed in her consciousness. When the Saintess was 6 years old, Ye, according to the secret method, quietly died. Once Ye died, her seed in the Saintess consciousness began to germinate. At that time, the Saintess consciousness began to become chaotic. After a few months or years, Ye's consciousness grew up and swallowed the Saintess consciousness. This Saintess then became Ye. At this time, Ye wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She should spend most of her time in the Tenryu sect. You would go to the Guiyuan Tower of the Dalan Temple and swallow the relics in the Guiyuan Tower to increase her power. When Ya's power had reached a certain age, you would go to the pugilistic world to find another man and cast the Heart Sutra again to let herself and another man fall in love with each other. Like this, the saintess of the Tenryu sect will always be Ya. Do you understand? Xiaohua, this is what the Tenryu sect passed down. The child of Sakura and the saintess must be a girl. First there was the saintess, then there was Sakura, then there was Sakura, then there were the 8 division heavenly kings. This was how they came to be. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes again and said while crying, and I am this generation's saintess, which is also the reincarnated Ya. Xiaohua, you are the man that you will choose from the pugilistic world in this life. You are destined to fall in love with Ya and help each other in difficult times. You are destined to be this generation's Sakura, your daughter, the next generation's saintess, and also the next generation's Ya's reincarnation. This matter should have been done after you became an adult, but I don't know why she actually did it when she met you at the ferry. Perhaps it's because you look very similar to that immortal Xiaohua, and you was extremely afraid of this immortal Xiaohua, so when she met you at the ferry she felt that you were her biggest threat at the first moment, so she cast her most powerful Heart Sutra on you. Meng seemed to be recalling something and said, this is also the only reason why you fell in love with me. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as she listened. Her eyes were at a loss and she didn't know how to answer. She had never thought that her painstakingly engraved love for Meng was just her method of toying with the human world, her method of immortality. So, Xiaohua, I don't have the qualifications to talk about love with you. Our love is really a kind of absurdity. Meng cried with tears in her eyes. However, according to Ya's memory, it seems she found another method from the ring you gave her. Perhaps in the future, your daughter won't have this kind of tragedy again. But it definitely won't, Ya. She wants to swallow you. Speaking up to here, Meng's eyes turned blood red and her face turned cold. Her tone changed again. Humph, what kind of storm does a little consciousness want to cause? I don't know how many little things like this I've swallowed. She then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said coldly, since you already know, I won't say anything more. Although I've found a way to achieve immortality without reincarnation, I can't guarantee that this method will be completely useful. So, as the man of this generation who was implanted with the heart-binding curse with me, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Unless I have no other choice, I won't abandon you. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with determination. She stared at Ya and said coldly, your method is the demon flag? Ah yes, it's the demon flag. It's a method to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. If it succeeds, not to mention me, even you, I can guarantee you immortality. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This kind of immortality, it's better not to have it. Aha, this kind of immortality, it's better not to have it. What a big tone. Ya laughed maniacally. I've been struggling at death's door since tens of thousands of years ago. I've reared the Dalan Temple in captivity, released the techniques of the demon realm, and searched for the saintess and Sakura. Isn't everything for the sake of immortality? How long have you lived? How do you know the wonders of immortality? Humph, humph, as the ancient people said, if you can understand the true meaning of life, if two people truly love each other, even if you only live for a day, it's enough. If you don't understand why you live, don't know what love is, and only treat love as a tool to prolong your feeble existence, then, even if you've lived for tens of thousands of years, what's the use of living until you're as old as heaven and earth? Ha ha, Ya laughed maniacally again. You're just a little human, but you're just my food and you actually want to talk about love with me? What is love? I don't need to know and I don't want to know. You're just despicable creatures and your emotions are even more despicable. And the love you speak of is fake, it doesn't even exist, it's just one of my techniques. You really think it's real? I saw that little thing tossing and turning over there, it's really stubborn, it actually doesn't want to be devoured by me. Then he pointed at Peacock, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest and said, I know you Mingxin from the incense cult and Yang Haoya from the Misty School, they should have been able to cultivate successfully, but they were delayed by this so-called love, and both of their foundations were damaged. One of them was looking for self-pity at the Sorrowless Lake, while the other came to the Dalan Temple to find me, the Sakura of the demon realm, to find a way to cut off their feelings. Ah, what happened to them in the end? One was suppressed by me under the Frowning Tower, never to be reincarnated, while the other died on the Misty Peak, never to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But, after all, they had loved before. Zhang Xiaohua was infuriated. She moved her divine sense, and a few rays of sword light pierced towards Ye, aiming at Ye's head, which was not covered by the demonic flag. "Haha, you're finally willing to do it?" Ye laughed. "If you kill me, you'll never see your dream." The small sword was like lightning piercing Ye's face, but, just as the flying sword touched Ye's face, the demonic flag quietly extended upwards, covering Ye's entire face, blocking the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to succeed like this. At the same time she used the flying sword, she reached out her hand wanting to take out the Hao Tian mirror, but, the Hao Tian mirror was connected to the other 9 instruments. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry, she could not take it out. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Sangharama plate beside her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the Sangharama plate, Peacock gritted her teeth. She did not know what to feel. Although she had already guessed that Great Elder Jing Gang was killed by Zhang Xiaohua, she did not want to admit it. Zhang Xiaohua could not care less. She held the Sangharama plate in her hand, made a gesture with her right hand, and vital energy was emitted from her fingertips. Then she pointed at the plate, and from the Sangharama plate, a ball of light blue brilliance appeared, and a wave of turbulent sound was heard. Then Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and pointed her finger. The brilliance was like a water column, directly covering Ye's head. "Haha," Ye laughed. "You're just a cultivator in the qi refining stage. What can you do? This little bit of congenital water is not even enough to wash my feet." Sure enough, Ye did not move at all. When the congenital water column as heavy as a mountain fell, he waved his sleeve, and a faint black gas was emitted from the demonic flag, turning into a faint black lotus, which was supported by the light blue brilliance. Although the water was turbulent, it could not smash down no matter what. Next, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out the dragon binding hoop and tossed it into the air. The dragon binding hoop grew in the wind, and flames appeared around it. It turned into a hoop that was about 10 feet wide and covered Ye's head. "These are just some toys, but they are just for me to play with." Ye had a faint smile on his face, and he did not activate the demonic flag. He only pointed his hand in the air, and a red light flashed, hitting the dragon binding hoop. With a kang sound, the light on the dragon binding hoop was extinguished, and the flames were extinguished. With a piu sound, Ye fell from the air. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly and took out 2 purple phoenix hairpins, 1 in each hand, and sent all her true qi into the 2 purple phoenix hairpins. Kacha kacha. 2 thunderous sounds came from the 2 purple phoenix hairpins, and in an instant 2 bolts of lightning were emitted from each hairpin. These 2 bolts of lightning were different. The one in the left had a golden glow and the one in the right had a white glow. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew out of the purple phoenix hairpins, they immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surrounding air, and continuously expanded. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew closer, countless tiny bolts of lightning were formed between the 2 bolts of lightning, and when they flew to Ye's head, they had already formed a net of lightning that was sizzling. This purple phoenix hairpin is the token of love between Yu Ming Xian and Yang Haoya. How could this lord not have seen it before? If the 2 of them were to use it, perhaps this lord would be somewhat afraid. Although you've already tried your best, it's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. The purple phoenix hairpin's power is really like the light of a firefly. When you saw this, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He only casually flicked his finger, and another red light struck the center of the net of lightning. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning were quickly annihilated by the red light, and in a breath's time they were annihilated. There was still a small wisp of the red light, and it didn't stop there. It went straight for the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately put away the purple phoenix hairpin. She then took out another item, and it was the small seal that she had obtained earlier. Zhang Xiaohua threw the small seal into the sky, and it immediately expanded, and turned into a huge rock, and directly smashed down on Ye's head. "Haha, little lover, I'm afraid you don't have anything good in your hands." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua throw out the small seal, Ye almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger and the seal immediately spun in the air and fell from the sky. However, Zhang Xiaohua really had a lot of things in her hands. Before the small seal fell, she took out another item from her bosom, and it was the so-called 7 Wonders tree. "Hee little lover, you really have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, this 7 Wonders tree belongs to the Buddhist sect. Can you control it?" Ye sneered. Bang! The crimson light hit the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. Zhang Xiaohua's hand trembled, and then his chest trembled. He didn't know how you did it. She couldn't control her body anymore, and the seven wonders tree in her hand fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Zhang Xiaohua's body was in midair, and the blood in her chest was boiling, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. When she landed beside the lotus throne, she could only calm her blood, and a small stream of blood still seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua vomiting blood, and immediately panicked and called out. As for Peacock and Qin Qin, when they saw that there were traces of golden blood on Zhang Xiaohua's body, they were shocked. "Ah, how is it?" You laughed wildly. "With the demon flag, even though I have less than 30% of my previous cultivation, but here, there is no one who can defeat me." As he spoke, a condensed divine sense was released from Ya, and it swept towards Zhang Xiaohua with extreme fierceness. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The divine sense was extremely dense and heavy. Her divine sense was similar to Ya's, but she was just an infant boy who didn't know how to walk. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dreamlike face. No, it was a dream. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and reached her hand into her chest again. Just now she couldn't control the Hao Tian mirror, and it should be because of the 10 magical items in the pouch. But now, other than the Hao Tian mirror, Zhang Xiaohua only had a few pearls and a few gourds, and she didn't know how to use them. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was unwilling to appear, and in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. Ah? Kunlun mirror. When you saw the Hao Tian mirror, his eyeballs almost fell out and he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief. When did you see Xiaohua? Is he here too? As he spoke, his eyes didn't stop looking around. His divine sense also spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give her time to think. Although he didn't master the first level of the Hao Tian mirror, and the Hao Tian mirror didn't listen to him, he still poured his true energy into the Hao Tian mirror as if it didn't cost money. After receiving his true energy, the Hao Tian mirror gradually emitted a faint brilliance, and the surface of the mirror gradually became blurry. Ye looked around and didn't see the so-called immortal Xiaohua, so she was relieved. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's method of pouring his true energy into the Hao Tian mirror and laughed. Little husband, I think you haven't seen Xiaohua, and your mirror isn't the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror isn't something that a chi-refining kid like you can control. But then she tilted her head and said, but, why do you look so similar to Xiaohua? Also, you haven't seen Xiaohua but you can actually disguise yourself as him? It's really strange. Hehe, but if this mirror is really the Kunlun mirror, then can't I escape into the void at will? While they were talking, the Kunlun mirror shone brightly as if something was about to rush out, but Ye didn't seem to panic, and he only scanned Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings with his divine sense and laughed again. Don't use your strength, little husband. If this isn't the Kunlun mirror, even if you can use it, you can't do anything to me. But if it is the Kunlun mirror, it is one of the 10 heaven-opening treasures, which can only be used by immortals. You are just a mortal, how can you control it? Why don't you leave a little bit of your true chi and we can sit down and have a good chat? Before he finished speaking, the Haotian mirror dimmed again, and Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge force coming from the Haotian mirror, which hit her dantian. An incomparable discomfort gushed out from her body, and with a puff, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fell on the Haotian mirror. With a whoosh, the Haotian mirror shone brightly, and a huge suction force came from the Haotian mirror, which swept away all the true chi in Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale swallowing water. With a buzz, the Haotian mirror trembled slightly, and suddenly, a misty light shot towards Ya. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua spit out a mouthful of blood on the Haotian mirror, Ya felt something was wrong. As soon as the light came out, he immediately flashed and several black phantoms appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The light of the Haotian mirror hit the phantoms, and all the phantoms were shattered into pieces, revealing Ya in midair. Kunlun mirror. Is this really the Kunlun mirror? Ya still didn't believe it, but his body didn't slow down. The light of the Haotian mirror was like a maggot and a tarsal bone, and wherever Ya flew, the light would follow. So what if it's the Kunlun mirror? After flying for a while, Ya's face turned cold and he landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the demonic flag was pulled out from his body, and he threw it in midair, which was in front of the light. With a puff, the light hit the demonic flag, and the black gas on the demonic flag surged, and it instantly disappeared like a snowflake that was doused with hot water. Ye looked at the demonic flag with great heartache, and the black gas on it gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the light of the Haotian mirror also gradually dissipated. When the light of the Haotian mirror completely dissipated, Ye let out a long breath and landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe, and the expression in his eyes was extremely strange. Who are you? How did Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror fall into your hands? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ye, and she had already put the Haotian mirror into her purse. She sneered and said, "Of course I am me and I don't know who Xiaohua is. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror, and not the Kunlun mirror that you mentioned." "Ah, it really is the Kunlun mirror." Ye's face was filled with excitement, but his face was also extremely puzzled. The Kunlun mirror is an honorific name for the Haotian mirror, and this mirror is the Haotian mirror. As he spoke, his face turned cold again. "I don't care how you know Xiaohua. You better quickly hand over the Kunlun mirror." An unparalleled divine sense attacked Zhang Xiaohua. But just when the divine sense touched Zhang Xiaohua, the divine sense suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. The red color in Ye's eyes gradually dimmed, and Meng actually came out again. "Xiaohua, I'm afraid that I can only see you for the last time. I have something that I always wanted to tell you. If I don't say it, I won't be able to die in peace." Although Meng didn't have any cultivation under the support of the devil flag, she also floated in the air. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua still care whether she was Meng or Ye? She reluctantly used the last of her true energy to fly to Meng's side. "Xiaohua, don't despise me." As Meng spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Although my consciousness has the seed of Ye, my heart and my body love you." I know." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with tears in her eyes. "Actually, Xiaohua, I feel that I'm quite lucky. You didn't know how many saintesses' consciousnesses before, and each of them was only a few years old. Those saintesses had never tasted the taste of love, and I'm very grateful to God for arranging for me to meet you in my inevitable ending, and to have a mutual love with you. Although, this love is just the effect of the heart-binding curse, but, Xiaohua, it is the real love between us. Love is love. No matter how it appears, if it exists, then it exists." Even Ye, she can't deny it. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wanting to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Meng held his hand again and said, "I've always wanted to help you in times of need, but unfortunately, I'm afraid our promise won't come true. However, perhaps it's more suitable for us to forget each other in the pugilistic world. Since it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need, then Xiaohua, let's forget each other in the pugilistic world." Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightened, and Meng's eyes began to turn red again. "Quick Xiaohua, there's no time. I feel that I'm getting weaker and weaker. If you don't do it while I'm still alive, you'll never have the chance to do it again. If you can't live, how can we forget each other in the pugilistic world? If you can't kill Ye, then, who in the world can stop her? I'm afraid everyone in the world will be killed by her as a sacrifice to the flag?" Meng's eyes gradually turned red, and Meng's face was filled with reluctance and desperation. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth, and Chasing Dream turned into countless sword lights, stabbing towards Meng's throat. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Meng's throat, the demonic flag extended upwards, blocking the flying sword, and the flying sword couldn't pierce any further. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, and her divine sense moved again, attacking Meng's head. However, the demonic flag covered the entire head like before, and the flying sword couldn't enter. "Haha, Ye finally appeared and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. What an affectionate husband, but what kind of intimate method is this?" The flying sword was useless and it flew towards Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua saw Chasing Dream and her eyes lit up. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed it. Then, with the nameless sword skill, she stabbed towards Ye's throat. The strange flow of energy from her left arm flowed out from a mysterious place, and it flowed into Chasing Dream along her arm. "Hee, with such a small sword, how can it hurt me?" Ye was extremely disdainful, and like swatting a fly, he swatted the small sword away from his throat. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop there, and she stabbed towards Ye's heart. "Little sweetheart, don't tell me, you want to get physical now?" Ye smiled and puffed out her towering chest. However, before she could say another word, Chasing Dream had already stabbed Ye's chest. The demonic flag's black fog churned and a red light flashed, But, with a poochie sound, the demonic flag that the flying sword couldn't pierce was pierced through by Chasing Dream. Just as Ye was still smiling, Chasing Dream stabbed into her heart, and the flow of energy flowed into her heart. This. Ye's face was pale and she said in disbelief, What kind of magic weapon is this? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to answer. Chasing Dream in his hand had pierced an extremely hard spot. As the energy flowed in, that extremely hard spot immediately exploded, releasing an extremely strong force and quickly hit Chasing Dream. Chasing Dream, or should it be called Chasing Dream now, instantly turned into powder, and purplish red blood flowed out from Ye's heart, and immediately flowed onto the demonic flag. The demonic flag absorbed Ye's blood, and a red light flashed again. Ye was shocked and she hurriedly used her heart technique, wanting to heal the wound in her heart. Unfortunately, that mysterious flow of energy had already destroyed Ye's heart. No matter what method Ye used, the blood in her heart continued to flow out, and her heart was gradually destroyed along with the flow of energy. Ye pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and wanted to use her magic power to kill her, but it was too late. In just a moment, the demonic flag gradually fell off from Ye's body, revealing Ye in purple robes. Xiaohua, you finally succeeded. The red light in Ye's eyes receded, and the dream came out again. She smiled and said, I will never see you again in the future, but you finally hit Ye's vital point. Ye no longer cares about devouring me, she is looking for a way to save herself. After that, the dream looked at the snowflakes that were still fluttering in the sky, and the red clouds in the sky and said sadly, This is leaving? Am I going to leave this world just like this? But, to be able to accompany the man in my heart for so long, I'm already satisfied. Xiaohua, do you think there is really immortality in this world? Yet, she is so heartless. What is the meaning of living for so long? There is some elixir of immortality, I won't use it myself. If you want to use it, let's use it together. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew forward and held Meng in his arms. He took out the longevity pill from his money bag and held it in front of Meng's eyes. He said sadly, Perhaps this is what you call the elixir of immortality. The dream felt strange and reached out to take it, opened the bottle and looked at the pill inside. But then a strange smile appeared on her face and she shook her head slightly. I know this thing. From Ye's memory, this seems to be an extremely precious beauty pill in the cultivation world. After taking it, you can keep your face at that time for the rest of your life. Haha, the dream's eyes turned red again and Ye said, This kind of pill is a woman's favorite. I can still get it when I am about to die, then let me take it. After that, Ye was about to put the beauty pill in her hand into her mouth, but just as her hand was about to reach her mouth, she stretched it out again and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. The dream said, Xiaohua, you can eat it. I hope you can keep your current appearance and not change even after 100 years. Wait for my next life. I will come and find you again. The dream's eyes just stared at Zhang Xiaohua's face, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance deeply in her heart, and even reincarnation could not erase it. Zhang Xiaohua's nose was filled with tears, and he sniffed the sweet fragrance between the dream's fingers. He put the beauty pill in his mouth, and it melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and turned into a medicinal power that went into his stomach. By the way, Xiaohua, Ye has destroyed the sheepskin scroll in the dense forest just now, but I know that she did not destroy the previous one. She hid it in. The dream seemed to think of something again, and whispered a few words in Zhang Xiaohua's ear. At this time Zhang Xiaohua was very sad, so how could he care about this? Although the blood in the dream's chest was flowing slowly, it was still flowing. Zhang Xiaohua knew that when the blood stopped flowing, it would be the time for the dream to leave, and he would never be able to see the person he loved again. Their fingers were interlocked and their eyes were looking at each other. For a long time they did not speak. Suddenly the dream's face was full of shock and he pushed Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, quickly go. Ye is staking everything to die with you. Then the dream looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time, and used his left hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's head over, and deeply kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips and said with a smile, I guessed the process, but I did not guess the ending. This process will forever be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua, wait, in the next life, I will love you again. As she spoke, she waved her hand and tightly grasped the demonic flag before closing her eyes. Meng's expression started to change. First it was pain. Then it frowned. After that, it started to emit lights of various colors. In the end, Meng's figure suddenly flew up into the sky. With a bang, she exploded and the demonic flag was blasted away. Dream? Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew into the air and reached out to grab the demon flag. But besides the disappearing bloodstain on the flag, there was only the ring Zhang Xiaohua gave Dream. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a popping sound in his heart. It was as if a lock had been unlocked, and the key to the lock was in the air in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua froze for a moment, then seemed to understand. He opened his left hand and released all of the divine sense in his Naiwan palace into his delirium dharma eye. When the silver-white eyes opened, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that Meng was floating not far from him. Next to Meng was Ye, who looked exactly like Meng but was pitch black, had horns on her head, and had a pair of wings on her back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think and chased after Meng. However, just as he was about to catch up, a pitch-black crack opened beside Meng Ye, and the two of them were about to enter the crack. Dream? Zhang Xiaohua shouted and reached out his right hand to grab Dream's hand. Dream seemed to sense it and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. It was a pair of large eyes, thick eyebrows, a dimple and a beauty mark. The end of the book. November 24, 2011, 22:53. Chapter 1135. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows again. She seemed to look outside and instructed, "Xiaohua ji, there's an announcement outside saying that a distinguished guest has come to visit. Go and welcome the guest on behalf of Master." Xiaohua ji was stunned. She put down the things in her hands and nodded. "Yes, disciple will go out now." Shui Tiantian, on the other hand, stared at Zhang Xiaohua with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He then turned his head to look at Ji Xiaohua's back. He was extremely envious and wanted to follow him to take a look. Although Yan and the others were surprised, they didn't show it on their faces. They only tidied up the things in the room slightly and glanced at the door from time to time. Not long after, Xiaohua Ji walked in with a few people. They were Zhang Xiaohua, Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Du Feng and Ding Chao. Du Feng and Ding Chao were holding various gifts in their hands. Their faces were also filled with surprise and disbelief. Hu Yuni and the others entered the room. They only took a glance before walking to Zhang Xiaohua. They bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Immortal Elder. I've received Immortal Elder's kindness and have specially come to thank you today." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Du Feng and Ding Chao presented their gifts. Hu Yuni continued, "I've asked gang leader Zhang this morning. I know that Immortal Elder has a noble character and doesn't like worldly things. It's difficult for me to find immortal things in a short time, so I've taken out the calligraphy and paintings that I've collected for decades. I hope Immortal Elder doesn't dislike them. This is also a small token of my appreciation." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. She waved her hand and said, "Elder who is too polite. I have a deep relationship with your sect. I'm sure you've heard the reason from my second brother. Helping Elder who was just a matter of convenience. Elder whose politeness makes it seem like I have ulterior motives. No, it's just a small token of my appreciation. It's really not enough to show my respect. I hope Immortal Elder can give me some face and accept it," Hu Yuni said in panic. "Xiaohua, these are all Elder Hu's own things. He has been looking for me since a long time ago. He is very sincere. You should just accept them." Zhang Xiaohu knew that Zhang Xiaohua liked gold and silver and might not understand the value of these paintings, so he immediately reminded her. "This." Zhang Xiaohua listened and nodded. "Since it is Elder Hu's kind intention, then I will accept it. I can't let Elder Hu's face fall to the ground." "Thank you, Senior Immortal," Hu Yuni said with a smile. "Yan, take these things." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said to Yan, "Yes, head Senior Brother." Yan answered in a low voice and stepped forward to take the calligraphy and painting from Du Feng and Ding Chao's hands. When Hu Yuni and the others saw Yan in the room, they thought that she was just sitting there idly. Hearing her address Zhang Xiaohua as Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Hu Yuni couldn't help but ask, "Yanzi you?" Yan took the calligraphy and painting first. She looked at Hu Yuni and Li Jian with a face full of smiles and said, "Big brother, second brother, thanks to Senior Immortal for accepting me as a disciple of Beidou School a few days ago. Although I am a disciple of an immortal, I still call him Senior Martial Brother." When Hu Yuni and Li Jian heard this, They were both surprised and pleasantly surprised. O Yin was O Peng's younger sister and the only blood relative he had left in the world. Hu Yuni and Li Jian naturally had to take care of O Yin carefully so that they wouldn't let down the dead O Peng. Now that they heard that O Yin, who couldn't practice martial arts, was actually a disciple of an immortal, who would dare to bully O Yin in the future, how could they not be happy? Hu Yuni bowed again and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Immortal." Thank you on behalf of my dead fourth brother. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Elder Hu, you should sit down first. You repeatedly bowed and thanked me as soon as you entered the room. I really feel uncomfortable." Elder Hu, Elderly Vice Hall Master Du and Vice Hall Master Ding, please take a seat. Zhang Xiaohu stood at the side and greeted. Xiaohua had already brought some chairs. At this time Hu Yuni and Li Jian were already seated. Only Ding Chao and Du Feng walked to Zhang Xiaohua and bowed. "We didn't know that it was Senior Immortal who helped us on Shixing Peak, so we have always misunderstood Senior Immortal. Moreover, we have offended you on Shixing Peak. Please forgive us." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "I'll say the same thing again. I'm fated to meet Ethereal Sect. Since I've arrived at Shixing Peak and saw that you are the elites of Ethereal Sect, I've been delighted for a long time. Since I can help you, I'll naturally help you without thinking too much. I only hope that you will be loyal to Misty School in the future and make Misty School more famous than before." Ding Chao and Du Feng's faces turned serious and they said in unison, "Senior Immortal's kindness is like giving us a new life. Although we are slow-witted, we also know that in the future, we will follow sect leader Zhang's lead and carry forward Misty School's orthodoxy." "Good." Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "In this way, I did not waste my efforts." Haha, Deputy Hall leaders Ding and Du are the outstanding young disciples of Misty School. Your future is limitless. Please sit down. That's right, Elder Hu, how are your injuries? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Immortal, for bestowing the medicine. The poison in my body has already been removed yesterday." This morning I asked the medicine hall's elder to take a look and there was nothing left. As for the injuries in my meridians under the effect of Senior Immortal's medicinal pill, I have already healed 30% in one night. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to fully recover in 2 days. Hu Yuni said, unable to conceal the joy in his voice. "That's just right. I was afraid that this medicinal pill was wrong." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Although the injuries in Elder Hu's meridians are serious, it's mainly because you overworked yourself these past few years and didn't properly recuperate. As for I's medicinal pill, it's actually somewhat wasteful." Hu Yuni stared blankly and asked curiously, "What do you mean, Senior Immortal?" Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, "If Elder Hu's meridians heal and then refine the residual medicinal power with his internal strength, something surprising will happen." Senior Immortal's meaning is. Hu Yuni had also taken the chi-generating pill, so how could he not understand? He immediately thought of saluting. Zhang Xiaohua promptly waved her hand and asked, "Also? I still want to ask, Shui Yupeng's corpse, how should we deal with it?" Hearing his master's question, Shui Tian unconsciously perked his ears and listened carefully. Hu Yuni sat down again and took a deep breath. He slowly calmed his excited mood and said, "I came here today to report to Senior Immortal. This morning I already discussed it with gang leader Zhang. Vice gang leader Shui Yupeng was resisting the invasion of the Righteous Tao Alliance and risked her life to pursue them. However, she mistakenly fell into the Righteous Tao Alliance's ambush and unfortunately fell. This is my Misty School's great loss, so my Misty School wants to give her a grand funeral." Grand Master. Shui Tian heard this and ran out a few steps. He knelt in front of Hu Yuni and cried, "Many thanks. Grand Master, this child, why are you thanking me? If you want to thank someone, you should thank gang leader Zhang and your master." Hu Yuni scolded, but his hand lovingly stroked Shui Tian's small head. Shui Tian heard this and indeed turned his head, wanting to thank Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "One is your master, the other is your second martial uncle. What's the point of thanking them? In the future, it's better to cultivate properly and not waste the kindness of your master and your second martial uncle." Shui Tian was quite obedient. His face showed unswerving determination as he nodded and said, "Many thanks to master and second martial uncle. This disciple will engrave these in my heart." Hu Yuni and Li Jian said a few more words. The two looked at each other, and Hu Yuni turned his head to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Gang leader Zhang, this old man has a few things to ask Senior Immortal. I hope gang leader Zhang won't take it to heart." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Elder Hu, please ask. If it's not convenient, I can also leave." Hu Yuni waved his hand and said there was no need. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Elder Hu, what is it?" "This." Hu Yuni hesitated before he said, "Senior Immortal is an expert in the path of immortality. Naturally, you know that our Misty School was a sect of the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. But later on, the inheritance of the path of immortality has been lost. Since Senior Immortal can help gang leader Zhang set foot on the path of immortality, then, can you also find the inheritance of the path of immortality of our Misty School? So that our Misty School can continue to pass on the path of immortality of our Misty School?" Of course, this request is a little too much. However, Immortal Elder is also the younger brother of the sect leader of Ethereal Sect. We can only be thick-skinned and make this request, Li Jian said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua was amused. It turned out that Hu Yuni and Li Jian still didn't quite believe Zhang Xiaohu's words. They thought that Zhang Xiaohu's path of immortality was the same as Du Feng and Ding Chao's, which was why they asked Zhang Xiaohua to help them find the inheritance of the Misty School. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua laugh, Hu Yuni and Li Jian secretly complained, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling to help. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Zhang Xiaohu say with a smile, "Elders, regarding this matter, you don't have to ask Xiaohua anymore. A few days ago, he already gave me the inheritance of the path of immortality of our Misty School." Huh? Li Jian and Hu Yuni were pleasantly surprised. Is this true?" "Yes, it is." Zhang Xiaohua added. "I have already entered your Misty Palace and Inheritance Pavilion, and I also told second brother how to enter and exit." Ah. Hu Yuni was really overjoyed. "Oh, right, I didn't take any of the things in your Misty School's Inheritance Pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask your gang leader. He also went in to take a look. In the future, I won't be able to enter that place, so you don't have to worry," Zhang Xiaohua said again. "I'm just surprised. I don't doubt Senior Immortal's intentions," Hu Yuni quickly explained. "Xiaohua is telling the truth. I've already checked the second floor of the Inheritance Pavilion. There's nothing missing." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Also, I saw the portrait of our Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya, on the first floor of the Inheritance Pavilion, and I entered the Dao through it. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Qidian. Come." Chapter 1136. Zhang Xiaohu then recounted what had happened in the Inheritance Pavilion. Finally, he said, "I have received great favor from martial ancestor Yang and have stepped onto the path of immortality. I will definitely pass down the teachings of Misty School's path of immortality. However, the situation in Jianghu right now is dangerous. My Misty School is being watched by the Incense Cult and the Righteous Path Alliance. Before I am 100% certain, I cannot reveal this matter. Otherwise, it will lead to the destruction of our sect. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I will choose some of my Misty School's talented disciples and secretly pass down the path of immortality to them." Alright. After hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, what else could Hu Yuni and Li Jian say? At this time, the Misty School was not only theirs but also Zhang Xiaohu's. How could he not consider passing down the teachings of immortality? Also, the two elders need not be too worried. I once promised martial ancestor Yang that my Beta School and Misty School will be eternal friends. In the future, my Beta School will definitely not leave the legacy of Misty School alone. Zhang Xiaohua comforted them. Then he slapped his head and said, "You still say that? Come. I will introduce you to my Beta School's disciples." Hu Yuni and Li Jian both nodded. However, Zhang Xiaohua's first sentence almost made the two of them fall to the ground. "Go bring your eldest senior brother here." This was Zhang Xiaohua's order to Xiaohuaji. As expected, Hu Yuni and Li Jian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw Zhang Bairan, who didn't say he was 3 or 4 years old. They didn't know what to say, but when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's calm and collected appearance, they could only nod and congratulate him. After that, Zhang Xiaohua introduced his two disciples, Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tiantian, as well as his 3 junior sisters, Nye Qinyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yen. Finally he smiled and said, "Of the 7 disciples of my Beidou school, there is only one left. It should be Chu Jing from Dragon Mountain. I have already asked second brother to send someone to pick him up, but I don't know why he hasn't returned yet." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Dragon Mountain is very far from here. It's impossible to return in a short period of time. I have already sent the elite disciples of the Divine Engineering sect. Don't worry." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. The situation in Jianghu right now is unpredictable. The immortal abode on Mount Yaoshan is about to appear, and various forces are gathering around Mount Yaoshan. The journey may not be peaceful. I can't rest assured, so I still need to make a trip. By the way, Immortal Elder, since you mentioned Immortal's residence in advance, is it because of the rainbow glow on Mountain Yao? Hu Yuni suddenly asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua knew what Hu Yuni wanted to say. He said, "I have already warned second brother that your Misty School shouldn't interfere." Hu Yuni was very curious. Just as he was about to turn around and ask Zhang Xiaohu spoke himself. "Elder Hu, elderly, I also heard from Ancestral Master Yang about the Yaoshan Immortal Abode. Xiaohua wants to establish a sect on Yaoshan Immortal Abode and build his Big Dipper sect on top of the Immortal Abode. Of course, Little Blossom said that he wants to snatch the Immortal Mansion, but he might not be able to. My ethereal sect naturally has the qualifications to snatch it. I won't give this opportunity to him just because he is my younger brother. But, the Tenryu sect has already attracted all the sects in Jianghu regardless of their size. Just by looking at the news from the Divine Mechanics Hall, the Dalan Temple, the Incense Sect, the Alliance of the Righteous Path between the Clouds and the Water, the Fallen Stars Alliance, and the Canopy Dock have all turned out in full force to try their luck. Although we haven't received any news from the Tenryu sect, will they not come? Elder Hu, do you think it's better for my Misty School to conserve my energy and gain a firm foothold in Jianghu? Or do you think it's better for my Misty School to cultivate the Immortal's legacy and restore my reputation as a great Misty School, or to compete with the other sects in Jianghu to snatch the Immortal's residence? When Hu Yuni and Li Jian heard about the rainbow-colored glow, they were also filled with passion and wanted to bring their disciples to try their luck. Now that they heard about the Immortal's residence, it wasn't something that could be easily obtained. With the Misty School's current strength, and the power that had been declining for thousands of years, it was impossible for them to snatch it. If they hadn't obtained the Immortal's legacy, Hu Yuni might have tried to persuade them or even cooperate with Zhang Xiaohua. But now that they knew that they had obtained their own legacy and saw the dawn of the Misty School's revival, they naturally didn't want to give up their own legacy to snatch the Immortal's chestnut. Hu Yuni nodded and said, "Sect leader Zhang is right. Nowadays, the disciples of the Misty School can't differentiate between the good and the bad. The former disciples of the Incense Cult, the former disciples of the Righteous Alliance, the Misty School disciples that I brought, and the former disciples of the Misty School, we haven't even figured out our own situation yet, so how can we have the time to look for trouble? Moreover, if we bring these disciples over, the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance might just shout and these disciples will all return to their sections. Won't we go for wool but come home shorn? Since Elder Hu can see it so clearly, I don't need to explain. I was afraid that Elder Hu would misunderstand that I had given the Immortal Mansion to Little Blossom for personal reasons because of my brother's matter. Of course not. Li Jian also laughed and said, "Everyone in Jianghu has seen the Immortal's residence, and it doesn't belong to Immortal Zhang alone. To be honest, the Incense Cult, the Righteous Alliance, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect are all stronger than the Beidou School. Whether Immortal Zhang can come out on top, it's really hard to say." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Isn't that the case? If I don't snatch the Immortal's residence, the Beidou School won't have a place to set up its sect. When that happens, the Misty School will have to help that's a must. The Misty School and the Beidou School are good friends forever, so we can't not help." Hu Yuni and Li Jian said in unison. They almost grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and asked him to merge the Beidou School with the Misty School. The people of the Misty School had a long talk with the disciples of the Beidou School led by Zhang Xiaohua. They reminisced about the past entangled grievances and looked forward to the bright and beautiful future. Only then did they bring the original chief disciple of the Misty School, Shui Tiantian, to take care of Shui Yupeng's funeral. They bid farewell to Zhang Xiaohua and left the Huanxi villa. After the people of the Misty School left, Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yen and said, "Junior sister O, What elder who said is indeed reasonable. I was too conceited before and wanted to take the Immortals' residence as the foundation of our Beidou school. But now that I think about it, although I have the cultivation of the path of immortality, I'm still far behind Shirtai Jingyi and elder who, not to mention Sakura. Moreover, there are many people from the Xiangjiao sect, the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect. We only have 8 people. Even the Misty School has to think about this matter. I'm afraid we'll have a hard time. Therefore we still have to plan for both sides. I'm not familiar with the geographical location, and I even get lost when walking. This kind of thing still needs to be handled by you. Oh Yen smiled and said, Senior brother sect leader, this matter is naturally handled by me, so you don't have to worry about it. Actually, I've already been looking around. If there's a suitable place, I might as well buy it with some money. Buy it with money? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was a little stunned. Then she smiled and said, Junior sister, oh, I was just joking when I said that I would buy you a place with money. Our Beidou school started off as a path of immortality. If we were to build it in a densely populated place, where would we find the chi of heaven and earth to cultivate? You'd better, or I'll look for my second brother and ask him to pay attention to a place with beautiful scenery. Oyan's face was a little red. She knew in her heart that she didn't have the aptitude for cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua accepted her as a disciple out of gratitude, and also because she valued her ability to deal with things. She had misunderstood the first thing that Zhang Xiaohua told her, so she immediately stood up and said, I understand. I misunderstood senior brother's meaning and delayed senior brother's matter. It's all my fault. I'll do as senior brother said. Why would Zhang Xiaohua think so much? He had picked up too many scraps in the past. This immortal mansion, he also treated it as a magic tool and wanted to steal it. He even shamelessly told Zhang Xiaohua that he valued this thing and that the Misty School shouldn't get involved. Now that she thought about it, she realized that she had overestimated herself. There were many heroes in Jianghu and there were many capable people. Not to mention the Incense School and other Path of Immortality sects, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be Zhang Xiaohua in the other Path of Immortality sects in Jianghu. She thought about how she had always been hiding behind others, pretending to be a pig to eat an elephant. Maybe there was someone she couldn't see who had the strength to fight with her. Therefore, when she heard Oh Yen blame herself, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, What are you talking about? I'm just... Sai, I didn't think it through and put all my eggs in the basket of Immortal Mansion. How can I blame you for this? Anyway, our Beidou school will always be the same when it opens. Don't worry, take your time to find it. We'll talk about it when we find a suitable place. Hehe, this place is pretty good, we don't have to pay. If we can't find it, we'll just cultivate here. Hehe. Nye Qinyu laughed and covered her mouth saying, It's better to go to Rejuvenation Valley here. Once senior brother sect leader reveals his identity, father can't wait to give senior brother sect leader. After she finished speaking, her face turned red. Beside her, Zhang Pinger glared at her for no reason. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. Hehe, there's no need for that. At the very least we'll go to Dragon Mountain. That's Chu Jing's home. It's also the place of a Path of Immortality senior. Since they decided not to use Immortal Mansion as the first choice for Beidou School's opening, Zhang Xiaohua put the matter of Immortal Mansion aside. He stood up and said, Out of the 7 disciples of Beidou School, we're still missing one. Master has a feeling that there's something wrong with that little disciple you haven't met yet. Master will go and take a look. Yes, senior brother sect leader. Don't worry. Oh Yen and the others smiled and said, We'll definitely do a good job with the opening of the school. When senior brother sect leader returns, we'll give him a surprise. Zhang Xiaohua understood how they felt. However, he had only gone to Dragon Mountain and back for 10 days. What could he have done? He didn't point it out and only smiled as he walked out of the room. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please add me. Chapter 1137. When Zhang Kai and Guisufei heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going out again, they couldn't help but worry. However, when they heard that she was going to look for the last disciple of the Beidou school and that the disciple might be in danger, they couldn't help but urge Zhang Xiaohua to leave quickly. Zhang Xiaohua bade farewell to her parents and bid farewell to Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian, and Mr. Lu before flying off. At this moment, Little Black and Little Yellow couldn't stand it anymore. They flew to Zhang Xiaohua's side and shouted in Zhang Xiaohua's heart that they wanted to leave with her. How can this be? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking in her heart, Little Black shouted, "Why not?" Bad. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said in her heart, "Little Black, Little Yellow, what do you think is the most dangerous place right now? What kind of person needs the most protection?" How would the two of them know? They could only shake their heads vigorously. I'm sure the two of you know that a legendary item is about to be born. All the bad guys in the pugilistic world are running to our house. Don't you think our house is the most dangerous place right now? The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. However, they still shook their heads slightly. Furthermore, look, there's Byron, Xiaohuaji and our parents' parents. These are all the people you have to protect. Oh, that's right, from now on, you will be the guardian beasts of my Beidou school. Furthermore, the two of you have grown up. From now on, you will have to bear the responsibility of guarding the Beidou school. Our parents' Beidou school will be handed over to the two of you. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't explain whether she was the father or the mother. She just called herself father and mother. In any case, it was fine as long as the two of them knew. As expected, when they heard Zhang Xiaohua say that they had grown up, the two of them flew happily in the air. They wanted to show off their growth. When they heard that they were going to be divine beasts in the future, they became even more spirited. They cried out loudly and flew to the walls of the courtyard. They looked around vigilantly and ignored Zhang Xiaohua. After comforting the two little things, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at the four people standing in the courtyard. She nodded slightly and formed a hand seal. Then she soared into the sky and gradually disappeared from sight. The eyes of Nie Qinyu and the others were full of envy and longing. After Zhang Xiaohua flew away, they all went back to their rooms and immersed themselves in cultivation, hoping that one day they could also fly so freely. Yao Mountain, which was located to the southwest of the Misty Mountain Villa, could be said to be filled with undercurrents. It was already autumn, but for some reason the weather in Yao Mountain was extremely abnormal. Not only was there no autumn wind, but there was also a gentle breeze that made people feel warm as if it was spring. On Yao Mountain, because of the mild weather, the grass and trees on the mountain did not wither and were as lush as before. Moreover, because of the increasingly rich qi of heaven and earth, the green color was almost dripping. In the eyes of ordinary people, it could only be seen in astonishment. However, in the eyes of the people of Jianghu who came from all directions, it was more and more confirmed the previous rumors. It had been more than 2 months since the seven-colored light appeared on Yao Mountain. All the sects in Jianghu that had some ideas had all turned out in full force and sent all their elites to the vicinity of Yao Mountain. Even the previously hesitant sects could no longer remain calm when they heard the rumors in the Jianghu. From the beginning there was the appearance of an immortal's magical treasure, to the appearance of a heaven-shaking magical treasure, to the appearance of an immortal's cave, and even the appearance of a passageway to the heavens. Those sects that were slow to react changed their previous laziness and sent out all their disciples, wanting to fight for a piece of the pie in this peerless opportunity. Forget about the passage to heaven. Just hearing the news of an immortal's cave, there seemed to be no one in this world who could remain calm, not to mention that there was a passage to heaven. Thinking about it, it made sense. If it was a magic weapon, one could certainly command the wind and the clouds in Jianghu and become the most powerful person in the world. However, if one invested too much in a sect and a sect with ulterior motives suddenly attacked one's nest, the loss would outweigh the gain. However, if it was an immortal's cave or a passage, it was a different story. If one seized the immortal's cave, one sect would be an aristocratic family with an immortal's cave. Why would they still need their previous sect? Or if they and their disciples had all passed through the passage, they would no longer need to care about this mortal world. In fact, there were people in Jianghu like Hu Yuni, Zhang Xiaohu, and the others who were calm and collected. However, everyone else was like that. If you did not go, you would not have the opportunity to become an immortal in Yao Mountain. Then, who would not go? Therefore, they scrambled to be the first to surround Yao Mountain, which had a radius of more than 10 miles, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Of course, although it was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through, and although all the sects in Jianghu had come, there was still a distinction between those who came first and those who came first. To the south of Mount Yao, in an area roughly half a kilometer in circumference, there was a thin line that surrounded the area. There were many disciples inside as well as many tents. Outside of the line, there were various heroes of the Jianghu, whose faces were filled with displeasure. However, none of them dared to cross the line. Because the disciples inside the line were none other than between the clouds and the water, who had been in the limelight at the Wulian assembly of the incense cult. At this moment, in the center tent of the camp between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanqiu was sitting on a chair with an angry expression. In front of the chair there were more than 10 people standing. Who is it this time? Who is it? Who leaked the news of the Immortals' cave in Yao Mountain? Bai Yanqiu could not help but scold. The tent was very quiet. There were 3 white-haired people with ruddy complexions. The old man with the temperament of an immortal was sitting closest to Bai Yanqiu with his eyes closed, ignoring him. Liang Cangshu and the others looked at each other without saying a word. Li Su, I am talking about you. How are you going to manage Huiming Hall? You can't even find out this little bit of information? Bai Yanqiu pointed out. The big-mouthed Li Su had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. He smiled apologetically and said, reporting to sect leader, this subordinate. Since I received sect leader's order to arrange for the elite disciples to come to Yao Mountain, I have already warned them not to leak any information, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Didn't sect leader also see it? It has been a long time since the martial arts assembly of the incense cult, and no one knows about the matter of between the clouds and the water in Yao Mountain, right? Moreover, after the 7 colored rays appeared in Yao Mountain, this subordinate knew that it was impossible to hide the matter, so I immediately ordered my disciples to spread the news of the Immortals' magical instrument appearing in Yao Mountain. First, it was to warn others that it was an item of the Immortals' path, and it was useless for martial artists like you to obtain it, so it was better for them to obediently stay in their own homes. Second, it was to show that the Immortals' path sects would definitely go there, and it was normal for between the clouds and the water to appear. Third, it was to conceal the matter of the Immortals' cave, and to confuse the incense cult and the Dalan temple. You have done a good job in this matter. This sect leader is very satisfied. When the Immortals' cave is in my hands, I will definitely reward you. Bai Yanqiu nodded. But, the Immortals' cave was a message from the founder of Between the Clouds and the Water. No one in Jianghu would know about it. Why, did the Immortals' cave spread in Jianghu? How is this possible? Li Su thought for a moment, then smiled. Sect leader, perhaps you are thinking too much. There is no lack of people in Jianghu who have strange ideas. Didn't you hear it? Now it has become a passage to the Immortals' world, and as long as one can pass through this passage, everyone will become an immortal. Doesn't this also cover up the Immortals' cave? Bah! Bai Yanqiu scolded. This is even worse. If it was the Immortals' cave, I am afraid that only people from the big sects would be able to pass through. Now that it has become a passage, anyone with some skill in Jianghu would want to join in the fun. This subordinate doesn't know who leaked the news? Li Su lowered his head, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Was it Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult? Bai Yanqiu nodded at first, then shook his head. Ren Xiaoyao knows about the Immortals' cave. If it was before the martial arts convention, he would definitely have reported it to Abbess Jingyi. But I heard that Ren Xiaoyao has an affair with Zixia and Zixia. Bai Yanqiu paused for a moment, then said, Zixia is an important person in another sect. Presumably, she is no longer in the incense cult. With Master Hao Yun, Master Hao Yu, and Master Hao Feng here, who would between the clouds and the water be afraid of? Chapter 1138. The last old man opened his eyes and said coldly, the Dalan temples Yuan Tian, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu were famous in Jianghu back then. They were the famous 4 protectors of the Dalan temple. For the sake of the Shindao sect's legacy, we didn't dare to show our faces. How could we have any reputation? Even if we stood in front of the people of Jianghu, no one would know. Haha, Taoist Master Hao Yun's words raise the prestige of others and destroy your own morale. Bai Yanqiu smiled like a flower and said, if Taoist Master Hao Yun says that you are the mysterious cultivator who seriously injured the Dalan temple's Master Yuan Tian decades ago, then, who in Jianghu wouldn't know? Haha, hearing this, Taoist Master Hao Yun's face showed a smug expression. Seriously injuring the Dalan temple's abbot and then dying without treatment was one of his earth-shattering achievements in his early years. He couldn't help but feel proud. It can't be that much. Master Yuan Tian's cultivation is very high. Back then he underestimated me, so I took advantage of him. Although Yuan Tian died, I was also injured and will need to recuperate for several years to recover. Taoist master, you are too modest. Wait until our sect destroys this immortal mansion and our name shakes the world. That will be the day you can hold your head high. It's all the world of you young people. What hope do we old people have? If it weren't for the importance of this matter, why would we be willing to come out? Taoist master Hao Feng waved his hand and thought for a moment before asking, in this martial assembly, did you see Abbess Shu Qing and Abbess Shu Jie? Bai Yanqiu's face showed surprise again, but then he covered his mouth with his hand and sighed. I heard that the two elders of the incense cult passed away a long time ago. Could it be that they were like the Dalan Temple's master Yuan Dao and the others and also cultivated in seclusion? Bai Zhangmin, although you have stepped into the path of immortality, the mysteries of the path of immortality are far beyond your current cultivation. The immortal Dao was different from the martial Dao. It could only temper one's inner strength and increase one's cultivation. One could flaunt one's bravery in the pugilistic world and be in the limelight for a period of time. When one cultivates the immortal Dao to a high level, not only can one overturn rivers and seas with a raise of one's hand, one can even prolong one's lifespan. Then, wouldn't they all become immortals? Bai Yanqiu was somewhat disdainful, but his face was still respectful. If what Hao you said is true, then, where did the people of the Tao of immortality go? Sigh, the world has changed and vital energy has been annihilated. We cultivators of the immortal Tao have lost the foundation of our existence. How can we live forever? Taoist master Hao Yu sighed and said, what I just said is only the phenomenon of the cultivation of the Tao of immortality reaching the pinnacle. But, even our Shindao sect's founder Wan Wuxin did not reach such a realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use a primordial spirit projection to pass down his Tao teachings. What level is the primordial spirit projection at? Bai Yanqiu asked curiously. I don't know. Taoist master Hao Yu shook his head. Maybe it wasn't the pinnacle of the realm in ancient times, but now, it's already the cultivation of an immortal. Then, as one's cultivation of the Tao of immortality deepens, will one's lifespan also increase? Bai Yanqiu probed. Exactly. But how can an ordinary cultivation have such an effect? That's why my fellow disciples, the 3 monks of the Dalan Temple, and Shu Qing and Shu Jie of the incense sect all quietly cultivate, hoping to break through the realm and prolong our lifespan in one fell swoop. I owe 3 Taoist masters. This disciple has disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Yanqiu hurriedly got up and bowed. It's fine, it's fine. Taoist master Hao Yu waved his hand and said, the immortal mansion is a matter of great importance. Even if you didn't say anything, we would have left the mountain. What do you mean? Bai Yanqiu asked curiously. The immortal mansion, who knows what's inside? How can we not be curious about something that even ancestral master Huan covets? Even if we can't take back the immortal mansion and make it the foundation of our Shindao sect's inheritance, as long as we can get the ancient Tao of immortality pills inside, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck and advance our cultivation to the next level. Taoist master's lifespan will also increase. Correct. Taoist master Hao Yu continued, if there's some kind of immortal pill that can prolong one's life, we only need one. Wouldn't all our problems be solved? Life-prolonging pill? Bai Yanqiu exclaimed. Does the immortal mansion really have such a legendary pill? Maybe, maybe not, but as long as there's a chance, who would give it up? Taoist master Hao Yu laughed. That's right, Taoist master is right. Bai Yanqiu's face flushed red. He raised his head and asked, Li, what about the Righteous Alliance and incense cult's actions? Li Su was listening to Bai Yanqiu and the 3 Taoist masters talking. He didn't expect to be suddenly asked, as if he didn't hear it at all. Not only Li Su, but even Liang Cangshu and the others were intoxicated. It was as if the legendary thing was about to happen to them. Li? Bai Yanqiu asked discontentedly. I'm asking you. Oh, sect leader. Li Su came to his senses and hurriedly replied, what I heard was really unimaginable. I've learned a lot. Please forgive me, sect leader. It's all right. Not only you, but even I was enlightened after hearing Taoist master's words. I know the importance of the immortal mansion this time. Fortunately, I had the primordial spirit projection of Ancestor Huan to remind me between the clouds and the water, so I got the upper hand. The chances of getting the Immortal Mansion or entering the Immortal Mansion in advance have greatly increased. When the time comes, as long as there are benefits, all of you will be my disciples between the clouds and the water. How can I leave you out? Thank you, sect leader. Li Su and the others were overjoyed and bowed to thank him. There's no need. Li, what about the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance? Sect leader, the Righteous Alliance came a little late. They've set up camp on the west side of Yao Mountain. There are about 200 disciples now. I heard that the several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who stayed at Misty Peak were all captured by the disciples of the Misty School. None of them escaped. Zhang San suffered such a big loss at the hands of the Incense Cult, but he didn't go looking for trouble with the Incense Cult or the Misty School. That's strange. Sect leader, if it weren't for the Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would have flipped out long ago. However, the several thousand disciples didn't lose their martial arts or their lives. Zhang San only has to spare some time in the future to kill them. Isn't he afraid that the Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu won't hand over the several thousand disciples? Li Su laughed. Li is right. The Misty School took advantage of the Immortal Mansion incident. Bai Yanqiu nodded. Alright, what about the Misty School? Didn't they come to Yaoshan with the Incense Cult? According to the disciples' report, everything in Misty Peak is normal. However, about 10 days ago the exiled Hu Yuni brought another group of disciples of the Misty School back. I think the disciples of the Misty School are now racking their brains over who should be the leader of the Misty School. That's right. In Misty Peak, the disciples of the Misty School led by Zhang Xiaohu, the disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni, and the disciples of the Incense Cult led by Ming Qing. Yes, there are also several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who were captured. These people are in a mess. How can they spare the energy to come to Yaoshan? Perhaps only when the Incense Cult's Abbess Jing-yi graces them with her presence can they completely suppress them. Not necessarily. Abbess Jing-yi said that she won't interfere in the Misty School's matter anymore. If she interferes, she will give herself a reason to do so. In the Jianghu, there are many cases of men stealing and women prostituting themselves. Abbess Jing-yi is just burying her head in the sand. Who doesn't know this? Sect leader is wise and far-sighted. I think the Misty School has also received orders from Abbess Jing-yi to bide their time and not make any moves. Who cares? If they don't come, it's because there are fewer opponents. Yes, they can't be called opponents. They're just a nuisance. Bai Yanqiu waved his hand as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. Then he smiled apologetically at the three immortals and asked, Immortals, please enlighten me. The two abbesses of the Incense Cult, Shu Qing and Shu Jia, what are their cultivations? This was the question that Bai Yanqiu was most concerned about. Immortal Hao Yun and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. The Incense Cult has been hiding from the world, and Shu Qing and Shu Jia are both older than us. They also entered the path of immortality earlier. Their current cultivation, if there are no accidents, they should be above us. It's just that they haven't broken through the bottleneck, so they're all Qi refinement cultivations. There's no essential difference. When Bai Yanqiu heard this, he frowned slightly.